Good afternoon and welcome back to WillBrattonWx. We are going to be breaking down everything that you need to know from start to finish for the entire event today, as we have a little bit of a tornadic event expected in the Northeast into New England, an area that is not really that familiar with this type of weather. So we're going to have a lot to talk about today. You'll notice I'm using a little bit of a different radar program. So I do want to give a big shout out to Canada WX. You can visit their website pretty easily. Someone can link that in the chat for me. It is a really good website by a friend of ours, and really good website for Canadian weather. So we're going to be using that for access to the Canadian radars today, and then we'll switch to GR2 once we get into the United States. So what we're looking at right now is just some of these earlier bits of convection beginning to fire off. And there's definitely a lot of fail modes associated with today. Now, I will say the most significant one of those fail modes is that all of this smoke that we've got in place, and really it's everywhere. I mean, we literally have smoke everywhere right now in the atmosphere. And any of that smoke that has been blocking off some of that daytime heating, essentially blocking some of that sunlight from getting to the surface, is going to lower the amount of instability that we can get in the atmosphere and inherently lower the risk for some of these storms. However, it could, in a certain scenario, increase the likelihood that we get a more discrete storm mode, which would be more conducive for tornadoes at that point. So there's a lot of ifs and a lot of unknowns about tonight's event. So really to be determined on exactly what type of threat we're going to have, or what type of threat will be realized, I should say. We do have a pretty high ceiling for this event, but there's also a pretty low floor. So we're going to be getting through everything that you need to know through the entire night tonight. The first portion of this broadcast, until things really start to fire off and we get a lot more convection, is just going to be a lot of time for us to just chat, discuss everything that's going on. You guys can ask questions. We'll answer everything in the chat that we can, and just kind of go through as much information as possible. And then obviously once convection, is really starting to get going, there will be a little bit different of a story, as we will be in our normal real-time severe weather analysis mode. So there won't be really much of any type of like general conversation happening at that time. It'll be more of, just that analysis. We did just get our first severe thunderstorm warning of the night, actually. Funny enough, it should show up on me, show up for me in just a minute. Here it is. So this one's going to be for Essex County in Vermont, which is going to include 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail with this storm that's moving out of the Magog area down through Norton towards Colebrook. So a lot of the storms are going to follow this trajectory this evening, where they're going to be firing off out in Quebec and moving on down towards the southeast. And if you haven't taken a look at our forecast video from this morning, I definitely recommend doing that, as it'll give you all the background on everything that you'll need to know for this evening. But I am going to try and stay with the Canadian radar as much as we can until things move a little further into the United States. But this is the storm here just north of Colebrook that is prompting that warning as of this moment. I need to switch to there we go. That's better. So there's the storm that's causing the concern as of right this moment, where we do have that like Dorito chip severe thunderstorm warning that has been put in place for areas like Colebrook here in Essex County in Vermont. So this storm has not really fully crossed the border into the US yet, but it's getting there. And it's definitely going to bring that risk for some damaging winds and small hail. As what we can do here, which is pretty cool, is kind of slide this thing back and forth to take a look at our velocities. Now, unfortunately, we're slightly limited on some things that we can do, but we do know that we are looking at decently high in the atmosphere. This is about 2 kilometers or so, and we are getting some of those stronger wind values returned. You will see as we get further from the radar, this is now 9, excuse me, what are we looking at here? Okay, I see how this works. So we were looking from 7,000 feet to about 9,000 feet, so 2 kilometers until around closer to 3 kilometers here. So as we go obviously higher in the atmosphere, you're going to see some of those higher winds come into play. But we're going to be using this tool for a lot this evening. Any type of tornado risk that does develop, we will definitely be using it. What you will notice is a couple other areas where we do have cumulus starting to fire off and form some general thunderstorms in the area, possibly some other areas of interference with the radar, just some smaller targets where we could see other cumulus clouds starting to get going in those regions as well. It's a little difficult to take the most deep analysis into that without seeing satellite imagery, which I don't have at the moment. But we are seeing certainly a couple of pop-up thunderstorms beginning to get going, and these are going to be the types that could become supercellular in nature, especially in the later evening hours here over the next couple of hours. All right, I'm going to go through some of the folks in the chat. Just give a little shout out to everybody that we've got here tonight. As we do have Ben, we got Mikey, we got Derek, we got Pettis, we got Ja, we got Blake, we got Josh, we got Tufts, we got Trey, Michelle. Blake actually joined our membership program and as a Cirrus member, so that's awesome. That's a brand new thing that launched this morning. I haven't even formally announced it, and a bunch of you have already joined us as members. So really, really grateful for that. I think we've got like 10 members already or something like that. It's just an extra way that you can support the channel. Not at all required, but does come with some cool perks. Let's see, what do we have? We got Michael from Brandon, Florida in the chat. I see we got Logan out there saying still no watch. We actually did have a watch that was in place in Canada, but they did lift it. To be determined if they're lifting it to put down an updated one or a different type of watch, as that happened just not long ago. Let's see. So we got Cylindrop in the chat saying, I've been enjoying your streams. Whereabouts are you based roughly? I'm based in St. Louis. Adrian out there in the chat, electric tornado storms weather in the chat. Caleb out there as well. Amber Patrick saying, we got a large gap in instability, only 100 instability and almost all the 10% risk. I'm assuming you're saying something about 100 joules per kilogram of some type of cape, whether that's your surface based or whatever it is that you're talking about. There's going to be enough instability. I'm not really that worried about the instability. There will be enough to get storms going. It's just whether or not we're going to have any type of a discrete storm mode, or we're just going to have clusters of storms that fire off. If we have clusters of storms, we're not really going to have as much of a significant risk. But the wind risk is also not going to be quite as significant, with the fact that our low-level lapse rates are probably not quite as steep as were initially forecast due to that limited heating that we're getting. I see my grandfather in the chat. I see Scott Caseman in the chat. Sharon Conklin out there as well. And Song Cover Yup out there. So we got all sorts of folks in the chat. So I do really appreciate everybody tuning in. Definitely make sure to vote in the poll if you feel like it. If you think today's going to be a bust. Today's one of those weird events. And we did just get a new member joined us as a Cirrus member. So that's Cylindrop Unitatious. I probably butchered that, but thank you so much for joining us as a Cirrus member. That's awesome. Amber Patrick talking about 4 to 5 Celsius per kilometer lapse rates in all of the main tornado risk. Well, and one thing I will say is that it is 5:26 p.m. Eastern time right now, and those values are going to go up as peak instability isn't really forecast until like 10 p.m. Eastern time. So we have a long ways to go. This is expected to be a little bit more of a late afternoon into evening type of event. Will they ever issue a tornado watch in the U.S. portion? I would be somewhat surprised if they didn't, unless things really look pretty grim on the Quebec side of the border here. Obviously, there's not a ton going on right now, just some general thunderstorms popping up. And of course, we do have our severe thunderstorm warning that is in place here in Vermont. And that is Essex County. You can see some of these storms starting to make their way on through into the United States. I do want to quickly highlight that we have a bunch of, we have a quartet actually of considerable flash flood warnings down here in Texas. So I don't know if any of you have seen this. I know I didn't talk about it in my forecast video this morning, but there is a high risk for excessive rainfall down here in southwestern Texas. So we are expecting, and is already ongoing, a very, very significant flooding event going on down here in the southwestern Texas region. So if you do happen to be down there, do not drive through flooded roadways. It is absolutely not worth it. Just turn around, find an alternate route, And stay very vigilant if you're down there. This is really just west of San Antonio. We did get another member in the Cirrus membership program, which was my mom. So thank you very much to that. I can just call you Cylindro. Got it. We got the Common Historian clocking in from New York. We got East Coast Paddler saying alive in central Maine and waiting to see what happens here with thunderstorms and winds. Awesome. Make sure you're staying safe out there. Caleb talking about 1 to 1.5K joules per kilogram of CAPE. It depends what we're talking about. If that's your surface-based CAPE, that might be a little bit on the low end. But I will say it really doesn't take that much when you have a forcing mechanism. I mean, when you think about your wintertime events, for example, a lot of the time you're looking at, and especially down in Dixie, you'll be looking at like significant tornado events that are running on 2,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE. This is not a super unusual thing. You don't have to have large amounts of CAPE to get tornadoes. It does help, obviously, in a lot of scenarios, but it's not a complete, like, full stop requirement. Calamity just saying, as someone who works outside, I'm really enjoying being under an extreme heat warning and an air quality alert at the same time. Yeah, that sounds miserable. I feel for you and appreciate the work that you do, whatever it is. They also upgraded tomorrow to a high risk of excessive rainfall. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. Amber Patrick saying the cloud cover should cause subsidence and make storms under the cloud deck struggle. Not necessarily. I mean, yes, sort of, but not entirely so. But yes, it can absolutely lead to not necessarily subsidence, but more of just inhibited, like, brewing of more instability. So essentially just less rising motion. It's not necessarily going to lead directly to subsidence unless it creates a temperature inversion, and that's a whole separate story. If you get a much deeper warm nose, but I'm not really expecting that to happen. So far, it looks like people are expecting it to be a bust in the poll. Yeah, it looks like yes is winning by 59%. Cast your vote if you think today's going to be a bust or not. Oh, let me do this the better way. All right. Let's see. I can't recall the last time we've seen a significant tornado outbreak with storms insisting under a cloud deck. It happens. It happens a lot. Logan saying you could probably have CAPE below 1,000 and still get a tornado. My winter storm watching from Finland. Happy to have you here. Wildfires in Canada. Wildfire that appeared out of thin air. That's pretty unfortunate out there in Canada. And again, that's where all this smoke is coming from, by the way. These fires are north of, or a lot of them anyway, are north of Minnesota up in this region. And all that northwesterly flow has brought those, all that smoke, all that soot, and those aerosols, those lithometeors, all the way down into the New England and Quebec region. And that's what is causing one of the possible fail modes for our event tonight. I'm curious how the smoke will affect this event, though. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting case study at the very least. And then Hockey Dad Wife with the $5 donation. Thank you very much, Larry. I very much appreciate that. Or no, that would be Kathy. Hockey Dad Wife. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate that. Hayden in the chat saying, am I going to be okay in Stony Plain, Alberta? Probably, yeah, because I'm not really terribly concerned about anything going on around the map really today, except what's going on in the northeastern United States and Quebec. I will say I haven't taken a very deep dive into what's going on in Alberta, though. The problem is that it's a summer event. Low CAPE events usually occur in the winter when we have incredible kinematics. Well, this is true, but again, you're looking at 50 knots of, or 50 plus knots of shear in this environment. There's a lot of things going for the setup this evening here. This is pretty synoptically supported. We're going to get storms and some amount of severe weather. It's just whether or not we get a bunch of tornadoes or a strong tornado or two. That's kind of the question. My COVID lungs do not like this smoke. Yeah, fair enough. Hockey Dad in the chat. Good to see you there. It's Larry's money too. Yeah, fair enough. Storm chasers are literally purposefully not chasing because it's New England. Well, it's not necessarily, I don't even know if I would say purposely. It's more of they don't want to drive 24 hours to get there. Also, the worst radar hole of the year. Well, we do have a couple of radars up here. One between Drummondville and Quebec, out near Trois-Rivières. And then we have another one. I thought we had another one in Montreal. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we have another radar in Montreal as well, or just outside of Montreal, across the river. And there is another radar up here as well, near Saguenay. So there's enough radar coverage here for what we need for this evening. What's happening now? Question from Matthew McIntosh. Not much. We are in that early initiation phase. We have a couple of early thunderstorms, one of which has been severe thunderstorm warned in the United States side, up in the northernmost corner of Vermont here. And that's Essex County. And then we're watching for other storms to begin firing off, like this one near Drummondville. A bust is usually considered nothing happening with the risk at all. I don't think that will happen even if this event underperforms. No, yeah, we're going to get some severe weather, whether it happens or not. When I think of a bust, though, I'm more so, and it's a stupid word we use in meteorology, to be 100% transparent with you. I think it's a really stupid word that probably shouldn't be used. But when I think of a bust, what I'm thinking of is an event that doesn't do what it's expected to do. Like whatever the forecast was did not really come to fruition, whether the forecast was too low or too high or whatever it was. There's one chaser I follow that lives in Maine. Oh, live in Maine. He flew there this morning. Wow. So flew out to Maine and hopped in a vehicle, huh? France is out. Yep, I caught the end of that match. Spain with the 2-0 victory over France. You know, I will say it didn't shock me that we saw Spain win that match. The thing that surprised me was that they won 2-0 over France. France hadn't been shut out in this World Cup, of course. And that, I don't know, that just really surprised me with the firepower they have. I mean, Dembele and Mbappe. And I mean, it really surprised me they didn't score at least once. But I'm not horribly shocked that Spain won because Spain is an unbelievably talented team. I honestly would be shocked if today doesn't underperform. With that said, I don't think it will bust either. Amber Patrick saying a single EF1 occurred in a 60% SIG-3 tour. Oh, if a single EF1 occurred in a 60% SIG-3 tour risk, would I consider it a bust? Absolutely. Yeah, I would consider that absolutely a bust because that is, I mean, it depends how big the region is. If the 60% region was very, very small, then technically no. Although the SIG-3 part would probably be a bust because you said an EF1, a single EF1 tornado. Because what the percentages indicate with our tornado outlooks, it's the percent confidence that a tornado will occur within 25 miles of any given point within that region. So essentially, I can just show this. And you can view all this on our website. So in this 10% region that we have right now, what that means is that for anywhere here in yellow, there is a 10% confidence that a tornado will happen within 25 miles of any point in here, right? And this is not a huge region in terms of square mileage. This is only 6,623 square miles here. So you have to, there's a lot of different things you have to consider with these. And that's one of the things that scientists really struggle with is actually communicating really effectively with the public. That's the number one issue, in my opinion, in meteorology right now. And this is a good example of that. Most people have no idea that like a 10% indicates what I just said it indicates. And, you know, meanwhile, a lot of people also, and this is not just the public. This is a thing with meteorologists and people who talk about the weather a lot. 10% is not a very confident number. A 10% confidence means that 1 in 10 events will verify perfectly, statistically, right? So that is still a very low confidence, right? That's basically a 10% implies, statistically anyway, that if this event were to happen 10 times, one of those times it's most likely to verify perfectly. And every other time it's likely to verify not perfectly. Now, whether that means, a full on bust where nothing happens or we get a full fledged outbreak or something like that, that's a different story. The type of verification, varies for lack of a better word. But yeah, there's so much nuance with all of this stuff. Will the presidential range and orographic lift be a factor? Honestly, I wish I knew a little more about the geography of this region. I've actually never covered a severe weather event in this area. Now I have covered and not on broadcast of course, but I have covered winter weather up in the Northeast. But in general, orographic lift is generally going to be a factor uh in any scenario um where you have winds interacting with mountains. Of course, the presidential range, in this example anyway, is a little further south than a lot of our convection is going to be initiating. So what we could see happen is any supercells that form, especially later, like into the late evening hours. I'm talking as we get closer to like 10 to 12 p.m. or 10 p.m. to midnight, I should say, 12 a.m. Eastern time, as some of those residual supercells begin to move on out through Vermont and into New Hampshire. That's the type of area where we could see any established supercells interact with the different orography going on there. And as a result, have a little bit of artificial vorticity ingested into them. And you could see enhanced low level rotation with those. So that's always something you have to think about. But it's not going to, like, the presidential range is not going to impact where our storms fire off in any type of way, because they're firing off all the way back into Quebec. What radar software are you using? I don't recognize it. Can't be GR2 because you have a satellite background. Yes, I'm actually using a friend of mine. I'm using his radar today, his platform, because he has all the Canadian radars. And I just put that link in the chat. And I just see my grandfather has joined us as a serious member, a Cirrus member, as a Cirrus member. So thank you very much for that. Scott, that's a really interesting question, though, about the presidential range in terms of like the convection for the latest hours of this evening as it moves off in that direction. It'll be interesting to see if anything happens with that. Look at the storm in Arkansas. Okay. I didn't know there was really anything going on in Arkansas, but I'll give it a look. I'm going to assume, I don't know which one of these you're referring to. We do have, again, and this is going to remain a very common theme out here in the South right now. Oh, on the camera. Yes, we have a very beautiful photogenic storm out there near Lake Village, Arkansas, on our traffic camera right now. That's in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. You can see a nice little beaver's tail on this traffic camera. So definitely a pretty photogenic one down there. Pardon me, I thought you were looking for something on radar. I will say down in the southeast, we are going to continue to see this trend of these daytime thunderstorms all the time. And it's just because we have all this high pressure. We have high pressure both in the tropics and then in the north where we have our ridging going on. So we just have this general system that's just stuck here, just spinning in circles, producing rain over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And that's part of the reason we're looking at such a significant rainfall event down in Texas also. I don't see any way we overperform today. Most likely we will not overperform today. No. It's definitely possible. We could get some weird mesoscale interaction for sure. As storms fire off, we could get, unlucky with some mergers and things like that and get a lot more tornadoes, than you might be expecting. But most likely today will not overperform. That is correct. The location of today's setup is very interesting on its own. Says MRMK. Don't really recall the last time we had an event like this in the Northeast. Well, it was actually in June of 2024 was the last time we had an event like this in the Northeast. We do have these storms fully crossing the border now into Vermont here, where we do have that Dorito chip for Essex County, 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail tagged on that one. And here's what that looks like from the point of view of the Quebec City radar. I guess it's not really in Quebec City. Kind of outside of it. It's really halfway between Quebec and Trois-Rivières. I've had Aguacero open for like 2 hours and I've not heard a single beep. I feel like I'm living in an alternate reality. Yeah, does it? I don't know if Aguacero will do Environment Canada alerts, so maybe that's why. But Juan, I see you in the chat. How you doing tonight? Cylindro saying, I went to the summit of Mount Washington in the presidential range back in early May. It was crazy up there, whiteout conditions, but basically no wind. Yeah. I want to go to the Northeast. I've never even been to the East Coast. Tell us the Nebraska lore. The only lore behind it really was just like we were sitting there and I was like, man, am I the only one who thinks that Nebraska looks like a clothing iron? And everybody was like, I don't know what you're talking about. So I pulled up a picture and it was identical. And I was like, it's Nebraska. And then now it became a big meme. And we have a Nebraska emoji in the chat now. Give me some Nebraskas in the chat. We officially have Tropical Depression 5 in the Eastern Pacific. Forecast to be a Cat 2. Interesting. I did not see that. Let's see. Last I checked, Arkansas strictly prohibits redistributing their traffic cameras. I don't believe so. Not as far as I'm aware. Anything happening in the middle of West Virginia? Most likely not. I can give it a check. Could be some general thunderstorms out there. But probably nothing. Yeah, nothing going on out in West Virginia right now. Okay. The tour guide said people go up there to train for Mount Everest. Yeah. Crew saying, should I become a member? Man, that's up to you, dude. We'd love to have anyone who wants to be a member supporting what we do here at WillBrattonWx, trying to do our part to reverse the negative effects of fear-mongering that you see in the weather space, and also use our platform to try and make a positive impact on as many people as possible. That is our number one goal. Do I think this will be it when it comes to storms? No. No. We are going to be seeing all sorts of storms beginning to fire off back into Quebec. And now it just depends what we're going to have. Are we going to have a lot of discrete supercells printed off, or are we just going to have a couple clusters of storms that fire off? Um, that's going to be the kind of the question. I love that that part of Vermont is shown as the Northeastern Kingdom. It is? On what? Okay, what I missed. I've only been to the East Coast once. Yeah, I've never been to the East Coast. I've been to a lot of states. Never been to the East Coast. Got a lot of Arkansas in the chat. They're not even issuing new discussions. Yeah, I assume they're just going to wait and see how things pan out. And a Nebraska t-shirt. Yes, we do have a Nebraska t-shirt. Highest wind gust ever recorded was there. 231 miles per hour. Whew. Whew. That's crazy. You heard a beep. What beep did you hear? For what? Oh, I thought I disabled squall warnings. Why are those back on? Oh, I disabled squall advisories. So that's what it was. We got a squall warning that was put in place. This is just gusty winds essentially along the water. That's all that is from Environment Canada. Good. I have friends in West Virginia for the rest of the month. Yeah. Why do people keep saying it's a bust? If it is, then those people are saved. Thanks to the smoke. Yeah, no, we always want a bust. I hope every single time I broadcast, I'm hoping that we end up with no severe weather. That's like the number one best case scenario. I've been to the West Coast only once. Yeah, I've been to California once. I've been to Arizona a handful of times. And I haven't been to like the Pacific Northwest or like Utah or Nevada or anything. We were supposed to see storms from 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Well, we did have some. I mean, there's still some storms ongoing that have persisted for a little while now. We're getting a couple other storms trying to fire off as it is now getting closer to 6 p.m. Eastern time here. Does that mean there just is not going to be a watch until they know? Yeah, they're probably just going to wait and see what type of convection we actually get before they issue a watch. Maybe they might be waiting on possibly some in the field last minute weather soundings if they have anyone out there launching balloons. Known as Northeastern Kingdom. It was an updated severe. I got you. Most of the people I know or have experience with don't take it as seriously and then say that's Midwest stuff. It's not going to happen. Yeah, it's dangerous up there. It can be really dangerous when people who don't get a lot of severe weather have it come their way for the first time. I mean, it really can be dangerous. Looks like we did get a new or an update on our severe thunderstorm warning up here for Vermont, for Essex County. It's just been shaved down a little bit. It's got 9 minutes remaining on it to be determined if the next office over is going to issue a new severe thunderstorm warning downstream as it moves into New Hampshire here. All right. There's a new tornado watch in Alberta, apparently. Interesting. Scrub Hunter says, just want to help everyone be safe in severe weather. Yeah, absolutely. Mount Washington, worst winds. Yep. That's what I hear. StormNet has very low tornado probabilities today. Yeah, I will say in anomalous events like this, your models and AI, and we did just get a new downstream severe thunderstorm warning, by the way. I missed that. So we got a new downstream severe thunderstorm warning in New Hampshire here for Coos County. That's going to include Colebrook, North Stratford, Groveton, and west of Errol. So they did opt to issue another downstream severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail there. What I was talking about with StormNet, though, is when it comes to anomalous events, so essentially things that you don't see all the time, such as, for example, winter weather in the south, or I don't know, like a tornado outbreak in Maine, things like that. your models are not going to handle those well, especially your AI driven models, because machine learning has to train on something that's already happened. And this hasn't really happened. So you can't rely on those models in these types of scenarios. You can't rely on them in general. They are good tools, they're good supplements, but you can't rely on them in general. But especially in this type of scenario, yeah, you can't look at like, your AI driven models and for an anomalous event like this and expect it to do well. It's most likely not going to do well. Now it could definitely surprise us and it could do perfect. But in general, those AI driven models are never going to do well because it hasn't been able to learn from any event like this in the past. They're really good at those types of AI models are really good at handling stereotypical events, things we see all the time. Like, your fall and winter, like severe weather outbreaks in the South, for example, or your standard, hail producers off the Rockies in Colorado, like those types of things, it's going to handle pretty well because you see it all the time. I'm from Maine, or wait, hold on. I was like, MA is Massachusetts, right? Yeah, okay, Massachusetts. I was tripping. I was like, wait, what is Maine? I think Maine is ME. Yeah, it is ME. Okay, I felt like I was losing my mind for a second there. Okay, you're from Massachusetts and you like to chase here when it actually happens, but if it's impacting people, then I don't really enjoy it. Yeah, Mother Nature is one of those things, man. Um, it's like it's fun to admire its beauty, but at the same time, there's a price that comes with enjoying looking at something so powerful like a damaging tornado, and that's when it impacts people, it can be completely devastating. It can rip someone's life apart or even take their life. Skies have been an eerie yellow from smoke today in New Hampshire. That's what I've heard. I haven't seen any pictures of that though. I'm at 96% RAM used. Am I cooked? Yes, you're cooked. I've never been anywhere west of Tennessee. That's fair. We need rain in New Hampshire. I believe it, especially now with all the soot to wash all that stuff out as it starts to settle. Scrub Hunter saying mid levels are unstable and destabilization is underway. There's many other things in play here where you don't really need daytime heating, I'm assuming is what you meant. And I absolutely agree. This is a very well synoptically enhanced event here. You have the upper level support, you have a jet streak in play. Like you have the ingredients that you need to get some convection. It's just what is our storm mode going to be? How many storms are going to be able to sustain themselves? All right. It doesn't look like the National Weather Service thinks there's going to be many tornadoes because they're not issuing tornado possible tags. Well, that's, to be fair, that is entirely based on different forecast offices. Some of them will use tornado possible tags like crazy, like the Pueblo office in Colorado uses them more than any other office combined. There's a great case study on this from a friend of ours, Jake Reed. I've been in 3 tornadoes, one in South Carolina, 2 in New Hampshire. That's a crazy spread. That's awesome. Or if you were there by accident, then I'm sorry that happened. But if you were there because you were chasing them, then that's a pretty cool spread. That's crazy because Ottawa is good for confirmed tornado at least every other year. Yeah, they get them in Canada. They absolutely do, especially back in the Canadian prairie. Dylan Moon saying, I don't rely on StormNet, but I will say it usually verifies, but you're right when it comes to machine learning factor. I mean, absolutely. I took an entire class in college on this, on the way that these programs like are able to do their neural network and all the machine learning and all your nearest neighbor stuff and the different algorithms they use and all that kind of stuff. And you got the giant conclusion that you can take away from any of that is that you can't learn much, or you can't rely on them, I should say, on those types of models for anomalous events. It's never going to work until they've seen a bunch of anomalous events. And at that point, it's not so anomalous anymore. Let's see. Where was the tornado we saw in South Carolina? It was in North Charleston. Nice. Yeah, Maine is ME, right? Yeah. John Folsom in the chat. Good to see you. We had warnings every day. It's okay, Will. I confused New Hampshire and Vermont on the map for 3 days. Man, the way I remember it is Vermont looks like a V. Vermont, bang. I guess I can center the map. Vermont is shaped like a V. That's how I remembered it since I was a little kid. V stands for Vermont. And the other one has to be New Hampshire if it's not Vermont. The last time there was a 10% tor risk, I chased the only storm that produced a tornado near Keene, New Hampshire. Yeah. Will, my chat is very delayed. Are you scrolling all the way to the bottom? Well, okay, I'm playing catch up. So like for me, the latest chat right now was that's actually smart LOL from Dylan Moon Music, but I'm just trying to I'm moving slower than the chat is. Because I'm trying to make sure I read every message. Bro, I would not survive with 16 gigs of RAM. Fair enough. If it wasn't expensive, I'd already have 64. I have 32 in mine, but I got all that RAM before the RAM prices shot up. I built this PC 2 years and a couple months ago. Let's see. I shared a video of 75 mile per hour straight line winds with you. Where'd you send that to me on? 96% RAM rookie numbers. I was at 99% a few minutes ago. That's crazy. Exactly. You can't just look at one parameter. You have to look at mesoscale features. Yes, absolutely. California girl here, San Diego for the past 32 years, but I've done field work all over the desert southwest. That's cool. I've lived in those states. Yeah, it's actually smart. The only severe weather I see much of is heat and occasional monsoons. Yeah, there you go. Out in the desert southwest, that is kind of the standard, huh? As far as I can tell, it's a bit late and will perform if it does for the nighttime. I think the later evening hours are going to be for sure where we see the majority of our severe weather tonight. Like I'm talking like 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern time. So like 3 hours or so, 3 to 4 hours from now. When did I see a tornado in North Charleston? Ask from North Charleston. Oh, you're not talking to me. That's funny. You were like two to 3 minutes behind at one point. Yeah, I know. I think I'm finally caught up though, actually, because I'm like 4 messages from the bottom. Tough saying, yeah, it would cost like $500 for me to buy 32 gigs of RAM right now. Check iMessage on my phone. Okay, I can't pull that up. Let's see. Oh, wow. That's a pretty crazy video. I can't show it on stream, or maybe I can do a workaround for this. Hang on. I'll see if I can show you guys this clip here. Give me a second. Yeah, that should work. All right, let's try this. Here we go. I can sort of show it on stream here. It's a little bit of a lower quality video, but that tent that you see in the background rolling around here is a like 10 by 10 foot tent. This was out in West Virginia. Looks like it's like in slow motion, but it's not. This was on July 31st, 2023 from Straight Line Winds out in West Virginia. So I appreciate you sharing that with me. The Abilene, Texas camera is boogieing. Yeah, I saw that was shaking pretty bad a little bit ago. Just a warning for going forward, Canadian radars do not do well with velocities. As we progress through today, I'm sure velocities will fall apart fast. Good to know. Hayden is the developer of this website, by the way. You guys should give it a try. Hayden, feel free to drop that link in the chat every so often. Scrub Hunter saying, do you think there's a possibility of another shift southwest towards the Massachusetts and New Hampshire border? Most likely not. I don't think we're really going to see any significant storms like terribly far south of this line, really, especially. It would definitely surprise me. It's possible that into the overnight hours, one of them is able to remain pretty potent and strong as it makes its way. But most of them are really going to be going, out towards the southeast anyway. They're not really going to be coming down towards the Massachusetts area. You should be good down there. I'd expect kind of the edge of our severe weather region to be something kind of similar to this, where something like this, where all of our storms are going to be rolling through this corridor here for the most part. I got my CPU, RAM, and motherboard for $600. Micro Center is great. Yeah, Micro Center is awesome. Yawn fest. Well, it's very early. Say what, Blake? Oh wow. Yeah, okay. We have an awesome camera up on air here where this is really insane. This is a really, really cool shot coming out of Abilene in Texas here. I'm gonna leave that up on the screen. I'm gonna go to that storm in just a minute here. I forget exactly where at. There it is. It's like it's in central Texas somewhere. See if I can get some data. Okay, so there's that storm at the very bottom of your screen below the camera. You'll see where that storm is. A very, very gorgeous storm there that we're seeing on radar. Really, really photogenic. We got Cruz Haynes joining us as a member. Thank you for joining us as a Cirrus member, Cruz. I really appreciate that. Just share it to yourself by sending it on your Discord. Yeah, that's what it did. As Tropical Depression 5 formed in the Eastern Pacific. Yeah, I think it did. I think someone said that in the chat earlier. You bought 32 gigs of RAM for $220 about 2 years ago. Now it's worth $514. Man, resell it. No, I'm playing. Bethany in the chat saying, can you look at Hinesville, Georgia, right by Savannah? Sure, we'll take a quick look over there. Hinesville is, of course, where we were looking at yesterday, or a couple of days ago, where we had that random tornado warning that spun up right over Walterville, right over here. I don't think we did get a tornado from that, but we are looking at some general thunderstorms really, really slowly crawling down to the southwest through Hinesville. So definitely going to get some thunderstorms there out here to the southwest of Savannah, Georgia. Do you need a 10% risk for F2 plus tornadoes to get a possibility for a violent tornado in that 10% hatched area? I live in Ottawa. Yeah, you can get a violent tornado even without a hatched risk necessarily. I mean, it just kind of depends on, what happens with the atmosphere, of course. Mother Nature doesn't care what the Storm Prediction Center puts necessarily. We did get a new severe thunderstorm warning in Florida for Osceola County here that I want to talk about quickly. This is just east of Kissimmee. So in the general Orlando area, we're southeast of Orlando. So you can see a stronger storm here tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and that's it. 60-mile-per-hour winds here. On our terminal radar that is local here, you can see some really strong winds near Narcoossee. These are pretty low to the ground, so only at like 100 feet here, where we'll definitely be seeing up to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It wouldn't even shock me to see an isolated 70-mile-per-hour wind gust in here with how bright these colors are getting. Some of these values are actually coming in at around 100 feet above 60 miles per hour. So obviously by the time you mix down to the surface, those values drop a little bit, but that's definitely one to watch. I'm going to leave these velocities up while I keep reading through the chat here. I just looked it up. It would be 400 by 32 gigs of DDR5. Yeah, that's what I have in my PC right now, and I did not spend 400 on it. I don't remember exactly what I got it for, but nice structure on that storm. Absolutely, yeah. Beautiful structure there. Good. I'm terrified of storms. My pit bull used to hide in the bathtub. That's kind of wholesome and adorable, but also sad at the same time, The latest scan on velocity here, I'm trending just a little bit, just north of St. Cloud. We could definitely see an isolated 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, kind of right in the area between St. Cloud and Narcoossee. Another shout out to Cruz Haynes, by the way, for the Cirrus membership. I really appreciate that. That video in West Virginia that we showed earlier was near Tiny Glen Jean, West Virginia, at the Summit Bechtel Reserve, is what I'm seeing. Yeah, Cruz, thank you very much. W. Cruz Haynes in the chat. My weather forecast, should I give you... Say what, Blake? Oh, yeah, okay. Let's full screen that. We have a ton of wind on this camera out here now in Abilene, Texas, where that storm is now rolling through. You can just see the sheets of wind just flying across the highway. This is crazy. These are some absolutely insane winds. That's genuinely pretty insane. You can just see the sheets of rain flying across the highway. Um, this is definitely a pretty strong storm here near Abilene. In my weather forecast, should I give you credit in my description when I show your outlooks on my website? Yes, yes, please. We do own the copyright to everything. Got a Florida severe before a Maine one, literally. I will when I get some money. Man, you do not have to join us as a member. That is never required. That camera's going through it. Yeah, that camera is getting walloped right now. We can keep that full screen if you want for a little while here, Blake. It looks really, really cool. See, a lot of vehicles out there are being smart. They're slowing down. Some of them have their hazards on. That's what you should do in a situation like this. Never stop in the middle of the roadway. Don't stop under overpasses. I'm impressed. Most people at least hesitate with Walterville and Narcoossee. Yeah, fair enough. I like to read the town names. Cruz, you just spent over 1,000 on a camera. Nice. How about that? Yeah, there's a lot of Wayne. I don't know why. That's actually the second time that I've done that today, and I'm not afraid to admit it. That's the second time that I said like Wayne instead of rain today for some reason. My surprise, there's still like nothing happening. Not really, to be honest with you. I mean, the longer we wait, it's just like it's just pressure's just building essentially. I mean, it's like you're filling a balloon with water. Eventually, it's gonna pop. We're gonna have storms that fire off without a doubt. Is this the first poll? Yes, this is our first poll we've ever done, actually, believe it or not. We don't have to keep it going forever. Like once storms start to fire off, we can end it off and lock in everybody's bet here. Blair Witch Project camera. Yeah, fair enough. This is a cool view coming out of Abilene, Texas. Again, what we were looking at earlier, just a beautiful rain shaft that we can see in all of its glory. A lot of vehicles on the roadways down there as well, where there isn't really any precipitation coming down just yet. You can see that rain shaft off in the distance here. Don't worry, I say rind whisk. Yeah, I've done that too. I have done that too. I've done that while filming forecast videos, and I have to redo like that whole part because I said like the rind whisk or something like that. It's happened many a time, and I'm not afraid to admit it. The cap will not be overcame, and storms will not fire IMO. I mean, we already have some storms. Like we're going to have storms. It's inevitable that we'll have some storms. It's just a matter of what type of convection we're able to get. Every time I've read it, I start slowing down. Oh, fair enough. Wayne, go away. For some reason, my plants like the rain. Well, they kind of need it to survive. It's like, that's just like saying, for some reason, I like to eat food. Scott saying, I seem to recall a forecast for convective activity picking up later tonight in Maine. Yes. And I talked about that in our forecast video this morning too. The later evening hours definitely concern me. And especially really back into this region where we could see the later evening hour storms be especially posing that tornado risk. Whereas back into Maine, the later evening hour storms are going to be posing more of that clustered storm damaging wind threat and less of a discrete storm mode with a tornadic risk. My stream was a YouTube featured live stream a few days ago? When did that happen? Dylan Moon is saying, check the 21Z mesoanalysis and we have a good bit of shear in place. Yeah, I mean, we have that upper level support. We have the upper level jet streak. There's a lot of things in place synoptically here that will help. A little lower cape than originally expected. That makes perfect sense. That's the main thing that's going to change with that smoke. Now, I will say we will, with any supercells, have a little bit of an increased hail risk than I originally expected. Because when I made my forecast this morning, I actually hadn't thought about the smoke and the wildfires going on. And one of my friends from college, Aubrey, they pointed out to me the smoke that was in that area. And I knew about the fires north of Minnesota. I just hadn't really thought about how all of that upper level flow has just been bringing all that soot down to this region. And so we're going to have more lithometeors in the air. Essentially, a lithometeor is just anything that isn't water that's floating around in the atmosphere. So, like a tiny speck of ash, for example. And it can serve as a nuclei for supercooled water to freeze on. So, supercooled water is water that is below freezing, but is still in liquid form. So, as soon as it contacts a surface or a lithometeor, in this case, it could be a tiny piece of ash, it'll freeze on contact. And so that's how you can start growing hail, essentially. So the more of those lithometeors you have, the more likely you are to have more hail growth. And also, when you have more soot like this, you're also more likely to have higher rain rates. There's literature that supports that. So if you have more supercooled water in the air and you have more lithometeors in the air to serve as nuclei, you're definitely going to have an elevated hail risk. So that was something that I talked about on Twitter this morning after our forecast video had come out. And I was like, that's actually a really great point. And I wish I had thought of that before. A really, really good, insightful thought there that came from a friend of mine from college who's actually based in New Hampshire now, I believe. As far as I remember, I think that's where they're at. Let's see. I think I'm just going to mute this and be on standby for a while till it starts. That's fair enough, dude. Do what you got to do, man. I'm going to start growing hail in my backyard. Be right back. Yeah, dude. Man, start that hail growth region right in your backyard. Nothing's stopping you. You have free will. Become ungovernable. Nothing is stopping you. Right now, I could literally go behind me and try to do a backflip. I have the free will to do that. Now, I would fail miserably, break my back, and you'd never see me again. But I could do it. We all have free will. Apparently, I'm featured on YouTube right now. As Braden Oswalt has just joined us, one of our incredible staff members, our director of development, has just joined us as a Cumulus member. W. Braden in the chat, bro. The GOAT. Go do it, then do a backflip. No, I see. Here's the thing about free will. I also have the free will to not do something stupid like that and hurt myself. Huge W from Braden in the chat. Yeah, our membership program is going to be fun, dude. I'm really excited to put out like extra exclusive content and try to make it worth it for you guys, because this is how we're going to be able to fund the work that we do. It's also going to help us be able to do charity efforts later on. Once we get a little larger, we're going to start a nonprofit that's doing real good for the community. It's not going to be like one of those shady nonprofits that you might see in various aspects of the world. A lot of those exist these days. We got a new camera on the screen. This one is going to be down in Heth, Arkansas. Whoa! Braden with the 5 gifted. Oh my goodness. Claim those up. I don't know who gets those. I don't actually know how this works on YouTube. It's like, okay, so it's random. I'm hearing apparently it's random people in the chat who don't have a membership. So apparently 5 of you just got a gifted subscription. No one has accepted. Okay, so apparently everyone has to manually accept it. Interesting. Yeah, I have no idea how this works on YouTube, actually. Cool. It usually shows who gets it. Wonder why it did not. Maybe people have to accept them, and then it'll show up once, like, as people accept them, or once 5 of them are accepted or something. Yeah, right. What got me into meteorology? So I was 5 years old. We had a funnel cloud above my house, and that is what got me into meteorology. And it's been what I knew I was going to do ever since I was a little kid. I've never really had any doubt. Yeah, and you can actually hear all about it in our first video that we ever posted. Ben can drop the link in the chat for us on that one, so you guys can check that out if you haven't seen it. Talks about the full story on why we're doing what we're doing here. We did have this severe thunderstorm warning shaved down quite a bit here in New Hampshire, by the way. It's still just including Coos County, which is, you know, the entire northern part of New Hampshire. So there's that link in the chat. You shouldn't have to accept them. You've gotten gifted ones before. Weird. Okay, I don't know. I don't know how this works. Oh, send gift memberships free of charge. I have 10 that I can send this month, apparently. So, okay. Apparently, I've sent 5 gift memberships as well. I didn't know I could do that. That's cool. I have no idea how this works with YouTube, to be honest with you. This part's kind of new to me. No observed sounding since 8 a.m. this morning. Yeah, sounds about right. That's the number one issue that we've had in meteorology. Apparently, yeah. No, I don't know. I'm just clicking buttons and things are happening, dude. I was like, maybe I need to accept it so that you guys can get your gifted memberships. Oh, there we go. See, that one showed up. Song cover, yep, got a gifted membership from me. So what happened to Braden's? How does this work? This is hilarious. It's supposed to always show that. So I think if the people who got them don't accept them, then it gets refunded. That's what I'm hearing from Blake. That's so bizarre. Yeah, I don't know. But apparently there's 9 gifted memberships just floating around out there just to be claimed. So definitely, you know, be on the lookout for that. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. You have to spend money to accept a gift? I don't think that's true. Minus 25 for nothing. No, I'm sure it'll work. I mean, surely, right? Everyone, either they'll get refunded or they'll get accepted, hopefully. I will say that those wins, we can really watch that progression. I'm going to even pull a few more frames back. Down near St. Cloud and Narcoossee, we've seen these stronger winds. This was the frame that looked the most concerning to me, where I was like, maybe we could see an isolated 70-mile-per-hour wind gust in there. And you can see those winds really started to spread out and diverge here, as this storm is not quite as strong now as it was before. And as a result, that severe thunderstorm warning has just been lifted right on cue. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Don't throw that too many. You won't have any cash left. I assume you're saying don't give too many gifted subs. They'll probably send in 2 hours randomly. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure it'll work at some point in some way. All right, I'm going to check in and take a look at what's going on out here. Looks like we have 15 steps, so we can get 15 frames in our radar. Looks like we have a couple of different storms that have been trying to fire off just across the river here. So some of them have been unsuccessful, but this one here looks like it might be able to get going. And again, any of these storms that can get going and fire off are just going to move off to the southeast and remain relatively discreet, and most likely will become supercellular. So we have to watch for those storms pretty closely. Very odd. Every streamer I've seen, it's instant. Yeah, I have no idea. I genuinely have no idea what's causing that. I haven't spent any money on gifted memberships. Apparently, I get 10 of them to give away for free every month or something. Okay. What? Okay. So I'm reading right now. By default, Your YouTube account is opted out of receiving gifts to prevent spam. To be eligible to receive a gifted membership, you must opt in. You can opt in via the live chat by looking for the pinned membership gifting message or tapping allow gifts on a gifted announcement. So if you guys see that gift and type allow gifts, it might work for you and you might get a gifted membership. And then, yeah, that should work. I guess. Maybe. Oh, yeah. So there we go. Jason Thresher just got a gifted membership. So a couple of them are working, I guess. Is it okay if I voted no in the poll? Dude, absolutely. You can vote whatever you want. We also have storms somehow firing in the west like Utah and Nevada. Caleb, there's one. Yeah, so Jason Thresher just got one. So that's 2 out of 10. There's 8 more memberships floating out in the air, so you guys can accept them. If you didn't check, go back to those gifted messages from Braden and I and click on the allow gifts thing and see if you were selected. Because apparently by default, it doesn't allow them for everybody. Morning storms have significantly taken most of the Cape away. I don't think it's the morning storms. I think it's that smoke hindering our daytime heating. But again, peak Cape is peak instability in general isn't expected until like almost 10 p.m. tonight. There we go. Caleb Caseman's other account and Kelly Fossey all just got gifted subs. Those ones came from me. So I think that was all 5 of mine have now been given out. Yellow skies from smoke in Surrey, Maine. I believe it. Where is Surrey, Maine? Okay, there we go. Yeah, some of them might be getting redistributed from people that, like, I guess they timed out from certain people who didn't accept them originally. So there we go. We got Storm Team 41, T-Grans OG. Both got gifted subs or gifted subscriptions or memberships. What I did was turn off allow memberships and turn it back on depending on what you already have enabled. There you go. If I can use John McKinney, he's live in Maine. I cannot use John McKinney. I'd love to. I've met him. Really nice guy. I really enjoyed talking with him. I bumped into him in, I think it was either Nebraska or South Dakota. I think it was Nebraska though. I bumped into him and we chatted for a while. We were out there picking up some hail, following a hail core in, and he was also out there, stopped and chatted with us for maybe 10 to 15 minutes. Very kind of him. Yeah, W. Braden's in the chat. I will say the gifted memberships that I sent out don't cost me anything, so don't thank me. Braden actually paid for those, so thank him. Will I get John McKinney eventually? I don't know. Maybe one day. So do I pay for this? How does it work? I'm really confused. So you're going to get a month of it gifted for free because someone gifted you one. In this case, it was myself or Braden. And then if you want to continue being a member, it'll cost you some amount per month, depending on which tier it gave you. The cheapest one is only $2 a month. That's a Cirrus tier. The Stratus tier is $5 a month, and the Cumulus tier is $10 a month. So, oh, there we go. Tufts Weather just got gifted one too. That might be the last one. Yeah, I think that was the last one. So that's cool. So you can either opt to continue your membership. Oh, there's still 2 more apparently. Okay. We got a couple more coming. So you can continue the membership after your month is up of your gifted one, or you can cancel it and it doesn't cost you anything. Completely optional. Have I ever asked John? He's great with letting people use his stream. As far as I know, he's on an exclusive deal with somebody right now. So I don't think I can use him. But I have not asked him directly, no. I actually don't have his contact information. I really should have gotten it from him when I met him. This is a really, really cool shot here from Forest City, Arkansas right now. Look at that shelf cloud. You can see that raggedy shelf cloud on the left-hand side right above the highway. That's just a beautiful looking shelf cloud there. Really, really cool stuff. Great find on the traffic cameras here from Blake, who is manning the cameras for us in the background right now. Yeah, so if you go to the memberships icon in the bottom right, look for the three dots, click on it, and you should see the membership settings, and you can control all that stuff there. The educational opportunities from this stream abound. Had no idea about gifted memberships. I didn't either. I knew you could do that. I didn't know that I got free ones to give everybody, and I didn't know how they worked when you gifted them. Now I know a lot more about it, which is probably important. Yeah. Free agency. Yeah, dude. We're trying to make our storm chasers like feel as special as they deserve to feel because they do a lot of incredible work, and they're putting potentially their equipment and their bodies even on the line sometimes to help us get good, accurate warnings on severe weather. So we try to make cool signing announcements for them and really make them the stars of the show as much as we can because they do incredible work and deserve it. Turned it on and off and gave it to me. There you go. I wonder if your severe storm will leave an outflow boundary for other storms. It might, especially if it dissipates, if it kicks anything back north. It could initiate a little bit of an outflow boundary back to the north as it dissipates. That could sit there and allow any other storm that interacts with it, because those storms are going to be moving this direction. So any storm that interacts with that boundary, it'll be pretty perpendicular, and it'll get a lot of artificial or vorticity ingested into its updraft as a result. So that is definitely something to look out for. I think memberships boost your chats a bit. Yeah, they absolutely do. Alberta is currently more active than the setup in Maine. I mean, I can check in on what's going on in Alberta. I haven't really honestly paid much mind to it because in our forecast this morning, at least, we weren't, looking at it. We got a couple severe thunderstorm warnings out here. A couple of just kind of discrete cells out here. Environment Canada never ceases to make me laugh with the giant polygons they issue, man, for severe thunderstorm warnings. Yeah, we can stay focused here on these cells out in Alberta right now. So this is going to be to the southwest of Edmonton, home of the Edmonton Oilers. Oh, yeah, there we go. Adrian got a gift, and then Lisa STL Missouri got the last. So those were the last gifts, I believe, that were available. And our New Hampshire severe thunderstorm warning has been lifted, by the way. Watch possible mesoscale discussion in Montana before Maine. Yeah, I know. That's kind of funny. I'm not going to lie. Janet, to answer your question, yes, I do know of that. Yes. Logan saying storm chasers are like football players where they have certain contracts. Once they expire, they can move to new people. Sort of. Yeah. It depends. Like all the exclusivity stuff it is what it is, it makes it kind of complicated, but why did they just issue it for the whole county? Yeah, dude, Environment Canada cracks me up, bro. They love to issue those giant warning polygons. Okay, so why do some chasers say backup next to their names? I'm not sure I know what you mean. I guess this is a one-time deal where we cover Canada as of now. I mean, we're going to try to cover Canada when we can. I'm just waiting on a really cool project so that we'll be able to cover Canada more properly anyway. I will say in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, you are going to be seeing near Kenansville, Florida, where we do have a stronger thunderstorm going on down there. Some dark skies, pretty cool looking in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Let's see. Boo, go Canes. Yeah, fair enough. Dude, the Canes winning the cup this year made sense to me. It made the most sense to me of any team. I was surprised to see Colorado crash out the way they did. But honestly, like the Canes winning just didn't surprise me. In my opinion, they don't have any like, they don't have a superstar. They don't have a Connor McDavid or an Austin Matthews or a like a Sidney Crosby or an Alex Ovechkin, but they don't need one. They're the most well-rounded and well put together top to bottom team in the league, in my opinion, and it's not even close in terms of last year. So it was not really surprising to me that they were able to get it done in the playoffs because a superstar can steal a game for you, but a well-rounded team will win 4 out of 7 games in a 7-game series. Is Cruise going live? I have no idea. Storm-based warning. We're meant to come this year, but that got delayed again, so hopefully next year. Fair enough. Most likely a backup feed if their main one is down. Oh, yeah, that's definitely possible. Man, almost like everybody in this chat has a membership right now, which is so cool to see just because of, a handful have gotten their own memberships and then a bunch of them have been gifted out. So super cool to see. We just have a better depth chart. Yeah, no, I mean, the Carolina Hurricanes are a really strong team. What are my stickers? Well, we got a bunch of them. Everyone's spamming them in the chat. Who do I think is the most well-rounded MLB team? Honestly, I don't know. I don't have enough expertise on the MLB right now to give you a good answer on that question. Probably the Dodgers, though. I mean, they're basically a super team. The MLB has a lot of work to do with fixing up that whole issue of just, no salary cap, building these ridiculous teams. See, I'm waiting a bit because I'm still only in like my first couple months of adulthood. Fair enough. The Montreal Canadiens can also be a very good team like the Canes in the years to come. They've got some good young players. It's going to take a couple of years for them, just like it will for my Blues. The Blues, I think, they could easily be a playoff team this year, but they're not going to be a contender for another like 2 years. And then they're going to be probably really good for like a good like 5-year span. They're going to have a long cup window, man. This prospect group that we have in our good, we have a really solid young core, man. Like this team is going to be so good in a few years. I'm so excited to be a Blues fan right now. Okay, so for some reason, these chasers that say backup are also seen on contractual streamers. I think you all know I don't want to name drop. Oh, well, yeah, fair enough. For me, the Pittsburgh Pirates, because we don't have any super good players. So there's bias in there. That's your team. You are a Pittsburgh Pirates fan. I see. Aiden saying, I'm assuming you don't know what the EC Environment Canada color-coded system means up here. So I'm going to send you a graphic and a bit of explanation so that you can understand the alerts for up here. I mean, I know yellow is severe thunderstorm and red is tornado because I turned on legacy alerts. The Blues are going to have potential soon. Oh, yeah. They're going to be fun to watch this year. Electric Tornado Storms Weather just joined us as a member with a Sirius membership. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. I'm sure there is an MSU professor who appreciates your assessment of the LA Dodgers. Yeah. I would agree. Mr. Greg Nordstrom is probably loving it. Is that cycling radar below my face custom? Yeah, it is. It is with a good friend of a friend of ours. He has allowed us to use his back end stuff for it. It's really, really cool. Thanks for the guide. Just turn memberships on. Yeah, make sure everyone in the chat, by the way, turn membership availability on. And I'm not saying you need to buy one. I'm saying in case someone gifts them again so that you guys can get them. I may gift out. I have 5 more apparently I can gift this month. Maybe I'll do that tonight or save it for another broadcast. I'll probably save it for a different broadcast, but at least you're not a Cardinals fan. I am a Cardinals fan. What do you mean? I'm from St. Louis. What are we talking about? As long as it's not the Cubs, I don't really give a crud who wins in baseball. Fair enough. It's actually nice to see someone from the States talk about hockey. Hockey is so underrated in the USA. I completely agree. It's the best spectator sport in the world, in my opinion. Give me my Blue Jays. Caleb, bro. What are we doing? Caleb is a Toronto Blue Jays fan. That's what you want me to believe? Joel Sloan in the chat saying tornadoes are allergic to South Georgia. It's definitely pretty rare. What do I use to stream? Yeah, I use OBS. I love the RGB outlines. Yeah, those are our the severity slider that you see at the top of your screen where our logo is in the middle representing that risk level at the moment. All of our branding is tied into that DBZ color palette that you see when looking at radar. One thing, by the way, I wanted to point out really quick here is that we most certainly have hail going on with this storm out here to the southwest of Edmonton, kind of due south of Edson here in Canada, where in Alberta, we are looking at a handful of these stronger storms, but this one specifically, you can see that hail spike coming out of it. So we have that 3-body scatter hail spike going on here and most certainly have some damaging hail with this storm. I feel like baseball is an underrated sport. I mean, it's one of the more historic sports in the United States. It's declining because people's attention spans are getting smaller and smaller. Was I mad when the Rams left for LA? Yeah. Very mad. Sure, they were originally from LA, but St. Louis deserves an NFL team. It's a heck of a sports town. I mean, we're turning out at the UFL games for the Battlehawks, we're turning out like 30 to 40,000 people. Like, come on. Oh, yeah. Okay. You can see some beautiful rain shafts on this camera that we're pulling up here near Carlisle, Arkansas. So those dark gray areas at the horizon, those are areas where precipitation is falling down. Really, really beautiful looking rain shafts out there. There's a big name storm chaser in Alberta today. I believe it. I definitely believe it. Bills fan here. I like Bills Mafia. They're cool. My channel is awesome. Just had to say, well, thank you very much, Storm Team 41. I appreciate that. See, I've seen some Nebraska emojis in the chat. Please join us for a Met Tuesday at Casa. Dude, I can't. I'm not in town yet. But Caleb, I'm going to be back soon. I'm going to be back. What is it? Today's the 14th of July. I'll be there in less than a month, man. We're going to be tearing it up. Oakland absolutely exploded when they lost all their sports teams. Yeah. Man, Oakland, the fans in Oakland are good. They've been really screwed over by sports owners, I will say. Now, the fans have had, not amazing moments for sure. But overall, Oakland fans are great. They've kind of they've drawn the short straw. Yeah, Caleb's a big Bills Mafia guy. Are the storms in Maine coming tonight? Yeah, they're coming eventually. Man, a lot of Bills Mafia people in the chat right now. Caleb, I'm counting down the days till I make my return too. We did just get one of those severe thunderstorm warnings lifted, it looks like. I think we had a second one here a second ago. Yeah, we did. So one of those severe thunderstorm warnings in Canada, in Alberta, was lifted here to the west of Edmonton. Does Canada use the same NEXRAD radar as the United States does? I actually don't know the answer to that question. I don't know. I'm going to Google it. Does Environment Canada use NEXRAD 88D radar units? They do not. Interesting. So they have a different radar unit that they use. I don't know anything about Canadian radar units. I definitely need to learn about that. That's like a research thing I 100% need to do because, like I said, understanding the limitations of the radar unit is one of the most important things for doing real-time radar analysis. I've been told that Canadian radars do not handle velocities well. What's my favorite team? If you're talking about the NFL, I'll be honest with you, I really just don't care that much about the NFL. I don't know. I like the team that's got the best story. Like a couple years ago, man, I was loving the Lions. They had such a good story. They had really likable players, a really likable coach. I don't think we'll get a tornado watch at this point. I think it'll just be a standard watch, says Logan White. We could still see a tornado watch. I mean, it's not. Again, you have to remember this event's going to roll into the like late evening hours here. It's not next rad. If it was next rad, that'd actually be good. Fair enough. Okay, Hayden, I see your message. I appreciate you. Huh. Interesting. Very interesting stuff that Environment Canada does. I appreciate that message, Hayden. That's really, really helpful for me. All right. The Lions. I do think that it could go either way for tonight. Yeah, no, it definitely could. It's a low floor and high ceiling event. It's a tough one to predict because especially with that smoke. That's definitely one of the most interesting pieces, and that's why tonight will make for a really good case study. And maybe a month or two from now, I might take a deeper look at what happened with this event and see if I can take a look into just how things impacted, or just how the smoke impacted things tonight. Norman with the Cirrus membership, thank you for joining us. That's awesome. Norman's one of our incredible storm chasers. W Norman in the chat. Is the smoke making a cap? Sort of. It could be creating a little bit of a temperature inversion in theory. Most likely, what it's going to do is trap more heat at the surface. So when that cap erodes away, we'll have a little bit more explosive thunderstorm growth, despite having a little bit lower cape. That's what I see to be the most likely scenario. However, if that cap doesn't really like thoroughly erode, where it's still going. I mean, I don't know. Today is still going to perform. I kind of lost my train of thought there, but we're still going to get storms today. The smoke is like creating like a lack of surface heat essentially, because it's blocking off some of that radiation. And so less storms may fire off, and thunderstorm growth may be a little less like explosive at times. But it's, again, like I said, it's kind of like filling up a water balloon, because that instability is still going to be there, especially into the later evening hours here towards like maybe 9 or 10 p.m. Eastern time. And keep in mind, it's only 6 p.m. Central. It's not even 7 or it's not even 8 p.m. Sorry, it's not even 7 p.m. Eastern time. Let me see what 5 plus 1 is. Let's figure this out, guys. What's 5 plus 1? Jeez. Caleb saying, oh, let's be honest, if the Storm Prediction Center thought today wasn't going to perform as expected, we would have dropped to a 5% at 3 p.m. That's definitely possible. Definitely possible. It's not all cape. You can solve tornadoes even with low cape. Exactly. Think about Dixie Alley. You get them all the time down there in 2,000 cape environments. Sometimes even less than that. The storms have huge hail spikes in Western California? Am I reading this correctly? Surely you're not talking about like CA being Western Canada, as in you're talking about these hail spikes that we're looking at right now. If you mean Western Canada, like we're looking out here in Alberta right now, where we do have a couple of these three body scatter spikes that we've been watching for a few minutes here. I will say the storm kind of due west of Alberta looks the most concerning for sure. CA as in Canada. Okay, I was like, Western California does not make any sense to me. I was like, all right, bro. The Canadian radar model is the Leonardo Meteor 1700S, apparently. Interesting. I don't know anything about the limitations of that radar. Again, that's some research that I need to do. I think that's really important for any coverage I do in Canada. I'm glad that somebody brought that question up. Things are going to be mostly in Quebec. Absolutely. Yeah. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and check in on what's going on out there in Quebec. Okay. Do I really have to select? Oh, no, I don't. I'm just blind. Sick. So we have seen one of these, a couple of these storms actually been able to get themselves going and remain sustained here. So we're starting to see some storms beginning to print off. Any of these that can get especially organized, like the one down here that's to the west of Quebec City, those storms that get organized are going to pose that greatest risk. Again, we do have plenty of convection going on back up into the like just north of Maine kind of region in eastern Quebec, back towards the Atlantic. Those are not going to pose the greatest severe weather risk, though. We're mostly looking at storms that are going to get themselves going in kind of this corridor here. Anything that ends up in there and comes this direction, and especially like storms that go through Montreal too, and eventually cross the border into the U.S. It's really like, from what I was looking at this morning anyway. Of course, a lot has changed since then, and models are also not going to be handling the influx of those lithometeors and that smoke. But what I was looking at this morning, my biggest area of concern for a strong tornado or two was really going to be in this circle, kind of near the Canada-US border, really. So we do have storms rolling on through Montreal right now, or about to roll through Montreal, I should say, as we do have more convection beginning to fire off. We actually have another radar unit up here. We can kind of look at this. So we are getting some convection out here, which is a sign of things to come. This is only going to continue through the night. Yes, I did read that 20Z update from the Storm Prediction Center, by the way, where they did specifically highlight that we have the smoke in the atmosphere here, and also cloud debris. But they still believe that the previous forecast remains largely on track. And again, that was as of 2:49 p.m. that was published. So that was like exactly 3 hours ago. And I tend to still agree with that. I would have said the Providence, but I forgot that one. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I'm not going to act like I have my Canadian provinces perfectly memorized. We do actually have 0 severe thunderstorm warnings on the map right now, which is kind of funny. Um, I'm worried about the trailer parks in NE. I'm assuming New England, because I'm sure you don't mean Nebraska. um, but yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, that's always the greatest concern. Unfortunately, a trailer is not the safest place to be in a tornado. Phased array radar. See questions about in the chat. Radar velocities are likely contaminated in the southern storm in Alberta. Yeah, the velocities. So to my understanding, anyway, in Canada, is that the velocities do not typically render out very well at all. We can show these velocities here. as it looks like there's crazy rotation going on with this storm. But of course, we don't really have any way to know that for sure. One thing we have to think about too is we're also looking at where this rotation would be is 9,000 feet in the air. So this is not exactly low level rotation we'd be looking at. It's very, very mid level stuff. Cap's ridiculous. Storms with hooks in San Antonio. What you talking about? Yeah, it does look like you might have hook echoes showing up here, but I don't think we have any rotation really at all with these. Let's find out. Yeah, there's not really much of any rotation going on with these at all. They may look hook-like, but not really much of any rotation going on with these, as far as I can tell. One of those considerable flash flood warnings was lifted a little while ago, by the way. I think I mentioned that, but just to reiterate, the considerable flash flood warnings are in place for Medina and Uvalde counties right now in Texas. I'm on the border of New York and Canada. Sounds like it'll be an interesting night. Yeah, it especially depends where along that border you're at. What website do I use for the USA radar tracking? I'm actually not using a website. I'm using GR2 Analyst. We are also not used to tornadoes up here. Yeah, they happen in the Northeast, but not common at all. Definitely hail contaminated velocities as well. Yeah, I would love to say I fully agree with you, but I just truly don't fully understand how the radar units process data in Canada. So it's hard for me to make assumptions like that and like detailed analysis. I don't want to speculate and give possibly untrue information, but definitely within the realm of possibility. Yeah, we did get a severe thunderstorm warning for Pinal County, Arizona, where we do have a stronger thunderstorm popping up out here near Dudleyville and Mammoth. This one's going to be tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds. Turn on those velocities, and not anything crazy that we're seeing on radar. But we're looking at around 5,000 feet in the air. I'm near Montpelier, Vermont. It's going to be nasty here later tonight. Yeah, you'll most likely be getting some storms, some significant storms. It just depends on what that storm mode is going to look like. All right, let's check in on what's going on back into Canada. This is quite the hail spike really showing up on this cell here. This one definitely looks decently concerning. It has not been upgraded to orange. So what orange indicates from Environment Canada is that severe weather is likely to cause significant damage, disruption, or health impacts. So these impacts are major, widespread, and /or may last a few days. Orange alerts are uncommon, is what it says. So that's interesting. I'm going to jump back over to Canada, though. Or to Quebec. Take a look at what's going on out here with some of these other storms continuing to try to fire off. You are going to notice some clustering beginning to develop near Montreal, and all of these are moving out towards the southeast. A new mesoscale discussion. Okay, let's see if I can get a hold of that and give it a read here. Uno momento, if I can get to it. Storm Prediction Center alerts. There we go. Got a new mesoscale discussion. Let's take a look. So here's what the Storm Prediction Center has to say about it. Severe, they have a 40% probability of watch issuance. So severe potential remains evident over parts of New England through this evening, both with ongoing storms and new convective development in southern Quebec. The need for a watch is unclear, but trends are being watched closely. The regional visible and radar imagery. Okay, I'm going to skim through this myself really quickly. Okay, so they're talking about the wildfire smoke limiting the diurnal heating, resulting in lingering inhibition evident from terrain induced stable billow clouds. Okay, interesting. So that's a regional thing that I would have never known for this forecast. Just to the south of the primary baroclinic zone, a much warmer air mass remains relatively undisturbed. I see. Second cluster of storms evident over portions of southern Quebec. Okay. Wow. Okay. Very interesting stuff from the Storm Prediction Center there. So essentially, what they've said is kind of what we talked about, where all of that smoke in the area out here in Quebec and into New England has lowered the amount of diurnal heating that we were able to get today, which was expected. But what we didn't expect was the additional lowering of our instability caused by the rolling clouds, which were more of a regional orographic feature. So essentially, the topography of the region kind of forced some other clouds to fire off in this environment, which stopped even more of that heating. So that has lowered our instability and created enough of a cap that is going to definitely stop some of our storms from firing off. Now, again, we're still expecting more storms to fire off. There is full confidence in that, but just what our storm mode is going to look like and whether or not storms are able to survive as they tap into the favorable environment near the border is to be determined. So essentially, south of the river here, again, this is that the really favorable environment still does exist, but storms have to be able to fire off back up here into Quebec and then move into this space if they're going to get to where they're going essentially and begin to fire off and really take advantage of that environment. Pierre Dubois saying, hello, Will. Thank you for the coverage. I'm 45 miles north of Montreal and Joliet. Hope the models are wrong. Me too. Always hoping for a bust. Yeah, they do have a tornado intensity of up to 125-mile-per-hour winds, but only a 40% chance of issuing a new watch. Oh, Michelle has just joined us as a Stratus member. Thank you very much for that, Michelle. W. Michelle in the chat. Yeah, we are continuing to watch things very closely. I'm going to play the radar loop here. As we do still have a bunch of storms that keep trying to fire off, just little bits of cumulus, but a lot of them are just not able to sustain themselves so far. So to be determined if we're going to get enough significant storm development. You will notice these storms near Montreal are decently strong. And if they can survive and tap into this environment down here, south of the river, they will definitely intensify. No storms, a blessing from the storm gods. Absolutely. And I hope that trend continues. I really hope we bust. As unfortunate as that would be for my own forecast, that is the best case scenario. I will always swallow my pride when we get a bust event. That's the best thing that can happen. Very cool stuff. Is there a friends and family? Is there a friends and family membership option? Technically, no. So, still a lot going on in terms of a lot of discussion to be had. I'm the first Met I've ever seen hope for a bus, but much respect to you for that. Man, a lot of people forget why we're doing this. We don't want tornadoes. Like, I mean, if they're going to happen, we want them to happen in open fields where nothing's going to get damaged. I think a lot of folks see some money come in and really lose sight of why we're doing things. The thing that we're doing is trying to provide good weather information to try to save lives. We're not here to take advantage of people when they need weather information and make a dollar off of them. Obviously, there has to be a financial component of things in order to do this for a career, right? You have to make money doing it. But I think a lot of people lose sight of why we're doing things and just get too locked in on trying to make money. Still looking at some maybe very weak rotation in a couple of parts. More of really just an inflow looking situation with this little cluster of storms down here. You don't want to profit off of people though. Well, I mean, yeah, again, we have to make money in order to pay our staff, in order to do this for a living. But we don't, our job is not to, like hope that people experience horrible things for us to make a dollar. Like that's horrible. It's not ethical for one. And it's just horrible from like my own moral compass. And really anyone who disagrees is really lost the plot. A lot of people just care too much about the money. I'm doing this because I want to make a difference. That's why we're doing this channel. I had no intention of ever doing any type of broadcast meteorology. But I felt like I could make a difference, and I had a lot of people around me who could help make it a reality, and I thought, why not? Let's do it. But yeah, I think it's been pretty common in the meteorology space these days where a lot of folks have lost sight of why we're doing what we're doing, and they just really care way too much about the money and not enough about the people. And some people that will only go live if like there's going to be a giant tornado outbreak or something like that, because they're like, it's not worth my while otherwise. And by not worth my while, it just means they're not going to make much money, and they don't care about actually keeping people safe as much. Like all of them do care about keeping people safe, but it becomes their second priority instead of their number one priority when they start focusing on the dollar. And we're never going to do that ever. We are here for the people. We do have a considerable flash flood warning, by the way, out in Utah. I'm going to show this really quick because we did have storms firing off in the Great Basin. We have a lot of convection going on, a lot of pop-up storms out here. What we'll see is it looks like most of these are, just these pulse storms aren't really moving much. Just like slowly tracking to the north here. We have this considerable flash flood warning just to the east of Beaver in Utah here. And it is for Beaver County. People are more important than money, without a doubt, man. Without a doubt. That is, again, it's just one of those things. I'm not willing to sacrifice my morals for the dollar. That's just not going to ever happen. We have some photos. Okay, bet. Can show some photos here in a minute. We do have some cool cloud photos coming in out of Alabama from Cruise. We can go ahead and show these. Why not? A couple of nice little cloud photos out here. Nothing crazy, just some very beautiful little pillowy cumulus clouds. Perhaps a little bit of a stronger tower beginning to build up there where you have some of those taller cumulus clouds. But this next photo, especially, just some really beautiful pillowy cumulus clouds out there. Nothing crazy, but Cool, really cool stuff sent in from Cruz. So I appreciate that out in Alabama. Evan, Severe Weather Center in the chat. How you doing? Kevin saying, yeah, honestly, this enhanced risk is kind of cooked. No good destabilizing. Poor photographs cooked from this morning. Honestly, I still think we're gonna have severe weather. We might not see a significant tornado risk, but we're gonna see a severe weather threat that's going to develop tonight for sure. Again, we're expecting peak instability to be in like 3 hours from now. So like there's still a lot of time here. I know traditionally we're more used to your peak storm, action going on around like maybe 7 to 8 p.m., sometimes even 5 or 6 p.m. But in this case, it's going to be a later evening. And I know we're live super early for this one. I wanted to give plenty of time for people to make sure that they could tap in and find out multiple ways to receive alerts and all that type of business so they can stay weather aware, because this area is not used to getting these storms. It happens on rare occasions, but they're not used to that. Large hail will probably verify, but too many were hyping the tornado threat. Yeah. I mean, the large hail threat is definitely not going to verify if we don't get any supercells. So to be determined. I mean, again, our storm mode is going to be everything here. Are we going to get like a couple of supercells that fire off, break through the cap, and you get a couple of strong storms that are able to persist enough to move into the most favorable environment in this region? And then, those storms will become very strong at that point. Or are we just going to have a couple of Boeing segments that roll into there and produce damaging winds? Or are we not going to have any storms at all? Like there's a lot of different options here. We could also have clustering like we have right now. And this cluster will definitely intensify as it moves towards the US-Canada border as well. Evan saying, I'm having an awesome time today. Good to hear that. This morning determine the risk. Yeah, I mean, again, the models are never going to fully accurately handle an anomalous situation like having wildfire smoke blanketing your environment. It's just one of those things. It's not possible for the models because they have to train their AI, machine learning models. They have to train on something. And when you have anomalous events, the model's never seen that before, and it's not going to perform well with those. Like, for example, winter weather in the South. The models are never going to do good with that because it requires like training, the model does in order to get it right. The photos have never been bad. I mean, honestly, nothing looked bad when I forecasted this morning at 6 a.m. Nothing looked bad at all. Everything was looking pretty good. The main concern was just storm mode. Let's see. Logan saying, I expect at least a couple of tornado warnings, maybe a PDS still, and then a bunch of thunderstorms. Yeah, I mean, it's a little too specific. I wouldn't say that necessarily, but there's the potential for those things to happen for sure. Yeah, the models can't handle smoke well because they don't, I mean, they don't know what that is. Like, they've never been trained on that. It's like, it's kind of like Ted Lasso. You're putting you have a coach, right? A great coach, but when you try to put him in a soccer environment, it's not going to work out the way you want. He's a football coach. He's not made for soccer. The models, for example, are made for stereotypical events. That's what they know how to do. They're not going to do well when you give them an anomalous event, such as a severe weather day in the middle of summer in Maine. Ashley saying, I saw some storm chances on the weather this morning. Is that true? Because I heard we could get some storms in the next week because they said the heat will break down early into next week. It depends on your location. You got to give me a little more detail on where you're at, and I can help you out, hopefully. The weather radar doesn't even know what smoke looks like. Well, to be fair, the weather radar doesn't know what anything looks like. The radar doesn't, it has no idea what it's hitting. It only looks at how much energy is being returned to it. Her actually has a parameter for it, but I don't know how much it weighs in, and it's math or a product. Okay, for smoke. Yeah. It's not going to weigh. It doesn't really matter how much it weighs in because it just can't really handle it properly. We did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning here in Canada to the northwest of Montreal. So this is going to be near Papineauville, Saint Andre, Avalon, and that's really at Thurso, Grenville, Lachute, Montpelier, and Lac Simon. Also Rigaud and Saint Placide, Hawkesbury. I don't think I missed any that are in here. Oh, there's a bunch of smaller towns. I don't know if I need to go that specific. But again, this is out here in Quebec. Ashley, you're in Iowa? Yeah, we could see some storm action in Iowa, but we're not going to be seeing like severe weather in Iowa over the next few days at least. Things are generally pretty calm around the United States for both tomorrow and Thursday. Now, Friday is where we could potentially get into a little severe weather, but to be determined on that. Like this weekend, we could be seeing a little severe weather. Everything is still a little far out. A special weather statement for freezing rain in Alaska? That's crazy. Is that what this is? No, that's Florida. Oh, sorry, I'm clicking on special marine statements. What am I doing? We still have this severe thunderstorm warning in Arizona, by the way, in Pinal County for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds north of Mammoth near Dudleyville. Some rain going on in that camera in the bottom left of your screen as well. That's down in Florida. It's been hot all week in Western Ohio. Yeah, it's been hot all week for the majority of the United States. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Did I see that the pattern shift could break down next week? Because where I live, we could get back down into the mid 70s by next week, like Thursday. And then I saw some severe weather. I will say it's impossible to know this far out. Any meteorologist that tries to tell you exactly what's going to happen a week from now is lying, because no one knows exactly what's going to happen. Now, we can definitely tell you trends. I'm not calling your local meteorologist a liar at all, by the way. I'm just saying that we have no way to know exactly what's going to happen in terms of, when exactly we might see storms and exactly what's going to happen with your heat going away a little bit. Our ridging pattern is expected to break up a little bit. So your local meteorologist is absolutely right in that regard. And that will definitely change the way our weather is going to operate in the Midwest. But impossible to know exactly what's going to happen. Pierre Dubois saying yellowish sky all day here due to the smoke. Yeah, I believe it. Caleb saying you and Trey are the only people I hear who call it the her. Everyone else calls it the HRRR. Yeah, I don't know. I've always called it the her. I mean, it just makes more sense. Why would you say so many extra syllables? I can say her, or I can say HRRR. Like, that just doesn't make any sense. Why are we saying so many extra syllables? Do I think we'll see action by 8 Eastern? I mean, we're already seeing a little bit. In terms of crazy action, maybe. I think it's definitely likely that around 8 is when things start to go off a little bit more. We did get a new severe thunderstorm warning in Montana, so we'll jump to that in just a minute. Real telescopic. That's Isaac in the chat. How you doing tonight? Yeah, like Logan said, the meteorologists that are saying those things, I'm not calling them liars at all. I'm just saying that they can't tell you for sure what's going to happen. There's a lot of uncertainty with our models as they go that far out. And we can look at good trends, but anything beyond 3 days is going to be pretty uncertain. And we can figure out general ideas of things that might happen, but all right, out in Montana, we are looking at Winifred. This is going to be for Blaine and Fergus counties, where we have what appears to be a pretty decent hail core going on. This is north of Suffolk, where we have ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with this storm. We are going to take a quick look at the hail core on this guy here, and you can see that we are getting those magenta values above 25,000 feet. So definitely a decently strong hail core here, with your reds getting above 30,000 feet. So those are your 50 and 60 dBz values respectively. And getting those above 30,000 feet is decently impressive. So we are looking at a relatively strong hail core here. Definitely could be producing that golf ball sized hail. Oh, we hit 1,600 subs. Thank you guys very much for that. I really appreciate it. I think the West is trolling us. Yeah, fair enough. Isaac says I'm in the gym with the stream open. That's crazy. Working out to the severe weather coverage is crazy. I respect it. Everything's going great so far. A great example is we had a day 7 slight risk on Virginia just a few days ago, and now it's disappeared. Storm Prediction Center dropped it. Yeah, absolutely. There was a lot of long range signaling that we may have some explosive severe weather on this Friday out in the mid Atlantic and back into the Ohio Valley. And we still could see some severe weather on Friday in that region. I'm still watching it, but it's not going to be like a crazy outbreak or anything like that as of right now. Golf ball sized hail makes the world my driving range. That's real. Lorian said, came to see how you're making it, Will. I'm just now almost home from hiking. I hope the hike went well out there. I think you said you're in Alabama, in the middle of nowhere, apparently. Oh, the chat's always popping here. And again, we are just going to go back and forth. We did just get a new downstream severe thunderstorm warning here, placed by Environment Canada. So now this is going to include areas like Plantagenet, Alfred, Van Cleek Hill, Saint Isidore, Castleman, Embrun, Russell, Clarence, Rockland, all sorts of areas. St. Bernardine, St. Eugene. Why the large polygons? That's just how Environment Canada does it, man. That is just how they do it. Hayden had said they were looking to introduce storm relative polygons next year, so that'll be good. Storm Team 41, welcome back. Lorian, your meteorology powers, that's awesome. Yeah, a couple of storms out here near Greater Sudbury. What is this? Atika Meksheng, Anish Nabek. Okay. Atika Meksheng, Anish Nabek. Anish Nabek? Atika Meksheng, Anish Mobik. Cool. Cool town name right there, huh? Yeah, a couple of stronger storms firing off out here back towards the Great Lakes. Not terribly far from Huron. See what's going on out near Ottawa. Some other storms firing off in Quebec. Still need to watch out for. See various little areas of cumulus starting to bubble up all over the place. And again, these are going to be the areas of concern. Any storms that fire off will just continue to move off to the southeast. Anything that stays discrete and can move towards like kind of this region especially is going to pose that greatest risk for being tornadic or producing that large hail. That's where the best conditions are at. Looks like this is a pretty tall storm here near Saint Tite. Saint Luc de Vincennes. Vincennes. Maybe it's if you pronounce it the English way, it might be Saint Luc de Vincent. Trois Rivières as well. I practiced some of these names to try to not butcher them, but obviously I didn't get a lot of them. I tried a handful of them though. Oh man, I missed a lot of chat messages. It's been delayed for like 4 years in a row. Yeah, fair enough. I think the fruits and vegetables are in the fresh produce section with the setup. What does that mean? that mean things are where they should be? Went bowling today and beat the whole family. Nice. Is Arkansas going to have storms today? Yeah, pop up storms, but nothing severe. Maybe an isolated severe storm just for some, severe hail or gusty winds, but nothing that's going to produce like significant damage or anything like that. I'm excited to watch you grow your channel to maybe 3 million or more subs. Yeah, I appreciate that. I would love to grow that large. I mean, the more people we can reach, the better impact that we can have. I mean, our number one goal is to make a difference out here. And we're never going to lose sight of that. We're never going to choose the dollar over the people, ever. Would I recommend any good websites to read or learn about meteorology? I get so bored at work. Ooh, that's a tough question. I might have to think about that. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Pinal County, Arizona. This is just downstream of the Dudleyville and Mammoth storm here. Still capable of producing a 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds there. Websites to read or learn about meteorology. I mean, there's a lot of outstanding literature out there. So many different people have written their own thesis about meteorology, and I'm going to be writing my own soon as well. But those are higher level things, might be harder for entry level meteorology. I don't know if I know a good place for like entry level meteorology stuff. If anyone does, definitely drop that in the chat for Tigelands there. Yeah, there's Storm Chaser coaching is a decent option. Yeah. We're watching the beginning of Will's struggling to pronounce town names era. It's just the French names. I'm not French. We're in French Canadian territory up here in Montreal. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Is this my own app? That tool I use to x-ray the storms is awesome. It is not my own app. It is GR2 Analyst. Storm Team 41, I appreciate the kind words. You have First Nations and French names. Yeah. Canadian radars do not have echotops natively, but in the next few weeks, we'll have a solution to have CanRad echotops. Small teaser for a huge update coming to the site. Yeah, so this website we're using here for Canadian radars is Hayden's website. He's kind enough to let us use on broadcast. Here you can see at the top left of your screen where it says Canada weather. You can go to canadawx.com to visit this website. Check out Canadian radars. He is going to be algebraically resolving echotops to add that feature here soon. So that's really cool. You can literally access public National Weather Service training courses for their employees. That's fair enough. Yeah, you could do that. I watched a little video on YouTube that gave me the basics, but if you go to libraries, there's a ton of books I've read about them. I will say one thing for the educational side of things, we are going to be putting out our own educational videos, which are going to be shorts where I just like explain different weather concepts. And we actually have, I think we have our first ones already out, right? Yeah. Yeah, we just had we have a couple of them out, I guess, now. So if you check those out on YouTube, you can look at those educational ones as well. I'm going to do my best to try and teach as much as I can. I'm not trying to gatekeep knowledge. That's kind of silly. Kind of looks like a Ouija board. That's kind of funny. I think if you do Spotter Network, you can also get some basic training with Spotter Network as well. Meanwhile, my last name is completely obviously French. Wimet. Yeah. We is pronounced we. Correct. Yes, in French is what that would mean. Is the rest of this my own format? Yeah, I mean, the overlay and everything is our overlay. It's just the website here. Like I can pop out the website and you can see what the overlay is, of course. Everything else is all our stuff. Yeah, as of right now, Hayden is the reason that we can cover Canada in terms of our live coverage. Oh yeah, Convective Chronicles is a great one as well, but that's really hard for entry level stuff, I will say. Convective Chronicles is a little difficult for someone who's super new to it. But yeah, really educational stuff. Convective Chronicles, Trey does a phenomenal job with those. Really good analysis. 99.9% of the time. Spotter Network and NWS weather spotter training are a great way to learn more about the weather. Yes, absolutely. Spotter Network is definitely a good one for the basics. Um, to be 100% honest with you, I thought the Spotter Network course was going to be way more difficult than it was. So I waited a really long time to do it. Like I didn't even do that until like 2 years ago. But it's really basic stuff. So you can spend some time to learn that stuff. For someone who's new, obviously it's not going to be super basic to you. Um, like someone who's brand new to any type of weather and meteorology, but it's pretty simple stuff that it won't take you terribly long to learn it. Are we going to put a stop to the Skywarn epidemic? I mean, I don't know what you mean by that. Are you saying just like that everyone is getting Skywarn certified? I don't know if I know about the Skywarn epidemic. Local libraries have basic books. Yeah, that's how I started when I was a kid. I went to my elementary school library and checked out all the books they had on weather. That's where I started. Tough saying I just started self-learning meteorology early spring last year because I can't go to college yet to get a degree yet. Fair enough. Yeah. Hey, you got to start somewhere, man. And you don't have to have a degree to be a great meteorologist, but it is extremely helpful to go to college and get that experience and be, trained by a lot of folks who have been doing it for a long time. But you don't have to have a degree to be a great meteorologist or a great storm chaser. Oh, are you talking about like the false reports? Yeah, that's fair enough. If you're talking about the false reports, that's been an issue, but yeah, that's definitely an issue. I know what you're talking about. Okay. That's fair. I learned a lot growing up under a sea breeze. Yeah, sea breezes are really educational because you have to think of, I mean, it teaches you on a micro scale a lot of different things about the atmosphere, convergence at the surface, divergence aloft, diurnal heating, the differential heating of land and water. It teaches you so many different basic fundamental principles just learning about the sea and land breezes. Caleb said, I think if you can't make realistic reports, don't make reports until you know what you're doing. Oh, I completely agree. Also, email a local meteorologist and ask them for a tour, and they can give you a little help to start your journey. Yeah, dude, man, your local National Weather Service offices are oftentimes, especially in quieter seasons for your region, man, they love to have people out there and help educate. Send them an email. They're always so kind. I've never had a bad experience with anyone with the National Weather Service. Knock on wood. All right, we did get a new severe thunderstorm warning in Montana for Fergus and Judith Basin counties out here. So this is the one down near Stanford and Wyndham. As we did have this earlier severe thunderstorm warning where we looked at that hail core, and I can take another check in on that. There is a little bit of a sister cell right next to this one now. So we do have a couple of hail cores here. Definitely the one that is further to the south is a little bit more sheared. You can see it's very strongly tilted with height. So definitely could see some solid hail with this one. This one that is a little further north is much younger here. Actually, that kind of seems backwards. No, that's right. Okay, yeah. That's right. The one further north is a lot younger here. And then our new severe thunderstorm warning is down near Stanford. So this is, for a little bit of a reference point, down the highway to the southeast of Great Falls here in Montana. So this is tagged for 1-inch hail, 52-mile-per-hour winds. Our original severe thunderstorm warning still tagged for golf ball sized wind or golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Excuse me. Bethany saying, "Yeah, I realized I wanted to be a Met when I grew up at 31 years old." Yeah, no, that's fair, and it's never too late to pursue what you love. It is never too late. Yeah, that's a cool camera here. Can we full screen this camera for a second? This is kind of cool. We have this camera here in, what is this, in San Antonio, I think? Yeah, in San Antonio, where it says drive smart, drive safe on there. That's pretty cool. Or drive smart, arrives alive, excuse me, not drive smart, drive safe. Drive smart, arrive alive. As you can see, all sorts of rain on the highway there. So much um mist being kicked up by all the vehicles out there, plus more rain falling in that area. That's pretty cool. Good find there from Blake. The nearest National Weather Service office to me is I'm pretty sure it's in Maryland Heights, Missouri. It's like 25 minutes from me. It's not far. Yeah, golf ball sized wind. Yeah, I'm making up new stuff. New severe weather threat just dropped, and it's called golf ball sized wind. All right, let's check in a little bit further along and see as we progress in time here. You're going to notice some more cells beginning to train off and more other cells beginning to fire off. So we might be getting closer to more convective initiation here as our severe weather starts to try to ramp itself up. Some of these storms becoming electric as well out near Drummondville and then north of Montreal. So we could easily be seeing some of these storms fire off and again move into this favorable environment. The most favorable environment on the map is in this white circle here. So any storms that exist in that environment are going to be the most likely to produce a tornado or two, especially if they can remain discreet. Looks like there was another severe thunderstorm warning in Montana. Yeah, we did just get a new downstream one for the younger cell up here. This one's headed towards Leroy in Montana. So again, this one's for Fergus and Judith Basin counties. And we also have Blaine, Chateau, and Fergus counties included in warnings. Actually, I think this is the one that's for Blaine, Judith Basin, or Blaine, Chateau, and Fergus, actually. Yeah, it should be. So I'll keep that on in the background. Keep checking in there. Yo. Sure. Yeah, go for it. Whatever you feel like, feel free to throw them all up. All right. Drive friendly the Texas way. Yeah, that's funny. Little Rock is down the road from my job's office. Oh, that's Isaac. Yeah, well, of course. Mr. Little Rock himself. When's the next threat for golf ball sized wind in Northwest Alabama? Now. Just kidding. Golf ball sized wind, of course. Not a real thing. Unless we want to make it a thing. I mean, we can be entrepreneurs. We can be innovators, pioneers, if you will. Bro, I just spilled my lasagna on my pants. That's an awesome chat message. I have two different confirmed reports via traffic cam, one from Texas, one from Columbia, South Carolina. Nice. The cell near Rocky Mountain House, Alberta is going crazy with hail. Let's take a look-see at it. Oh my. Dude, that's a crazy hail spike. Oh my word. That is actually a monstrous hail spike here. So we are looking at a very significant hail spike coming out of the storm near Rocky Mountain House. This is to the west of Red Deer and kind of between Calgary and Edmonton here in Alberta. I'll zoom out a little bit so we can see where we're at. So, I mean, you can see that even when I'm pretty zoomed out here. So you can see Calgary and Edmonton on the map. You can still see that hail spike clear as day here. So a really significant hail spike on this storm. This one definitely posing. I'm surprised this isn't an orange warning, but I don't really know how Canada does their warnings and upgrades. We're still seeing a pretty significant hail spike on the storm to the west of Edmonton as well, or just slightly southwest. Pretty big hail spike there. And that storm is out near pretty much nothing. It's south of Knighton Junction or west of Drayton Valley. On our camera, look at this camera that we've got here coming out of Arkansas. Let's see. Let's go ahead and full screen this. Yeah, we got it full screened here. So we got a really crazy camera with a lot of lightning this storm here in Arkansas. You can see folks driving with their hazards on all over the place down there. I'm going to go ahead and jump down there radar wise. Bear with me. Where is this camera at? This is at Lenote. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So this is the storm at the bottom of your screen. You're going to see that storm producing. Oh man, that was some lightning that lit up the screen right there. So some big time lightning and a heavy thunderstorm going on near Lenoke. I'm going to turn on lightning on the radar at the bottom of your screen here. What you're going to see is a lot of lightning beginning to populate on the map. I can do the last 5 minutes as well. So a lot of lightning starting to show up down on the map here, just to the east of Little Rock. I don't know why I said it like that. Little Rock. So a lot of lightning with this storm. This is to the west of Carlisle near Lenoke and east of Little Rock. Oh, I don't see where is that at, Blake? Oh yeah, you can right below the AR Arkansas Department of Transportation logo in the top right, you can actually faintly see a McDonald's sign off in the distance there. That's kind of funny. Who's hungry? Hungry for some storms, perhaps. Hopefully we do not get any. So that's a cool view. We can go ahead and continue to show that in the bottom left-hand corner for a little while here. But here's a look at that storm in full screen, sort of here. That's where we're looking at. Near Lenoke, this is again between Carlisle and Little Rock. So a stronger storm down there. And again, lots of hail going on out here in Alberta, where we've had a handful of stronger cells printed out. It looks like we actually just lost that camera. Here's another camera in the area. All right, I'm going to take a little bit of a scroll on back to the Montreal area. We did get a couple of new severe thunderstorm warnings here. So that one's going to include Salaberry to Valleyfield, Vaudreuil-Dorion, Saint Eustache, of course, Montreal, Blainville as well. So a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings still in place out here. Let's try the Montreal radar. Maybe some more cumulus trying to fire off, it looks like, to the west of Grenville here. And again, the more that does, the more likely we are to see more significant severe weather as it moves into this more favorable environment just to its southeast. As these storms coming out of Montreal, or they're really rolling through Montreal right now, and they are going to be headed down to the southeast, eventually towards areas like Newport or Lancaster in Vermont and New Hampshire, respectively. You just uploaded a cool time lapse to my Discord. By the way, thank you, Blake. I'll show that in a second. I did want to just really quickly, I want to go back to, there's no good way for me to get up there. All right, we're just going to have to do some traveling. We're going to take a flight all the way back up to the northeast. From the Burlington radar, what you're going to notice here is that we do have a bunch of cumulus starting to bubble up in our region of concern here. So any of these storms could become supercellular in nature, as this is the most favorable environment for supercells to develop. So we are getting right around initiation here. So we're probably going to be focused mostly into Canada for the rest, or into the northeast, into like the New England and Quebec region for the rest of the evening. as it looks like things are going to ramp up. I am going to quickly show here. We did have a pretty cool time lapse. I open the media. Okay, it's just going to make me download it. Whatever, that's fine. That's okay. So a pretty cool time lapse out here. Storms going up on the sea breeze, it looks like. Sent in by Beth O. So a really, really cool time lapse here. You can see the collision of all these clouds in the middle of your screen. Perhaps a little bit of collision-induced vorticity in that area. And man, you can just, this is cool at the end of this time lapse. I especially want to show this end part again. You're going to watch this cell here really start to tower up near the end of this time lapse right here. Look at that, the way it builds up. That's really cool. And also, is that a plane that just, yeah, there's just a casual plane that flew like really low to the ground here, right in the middle of the time lapse. That's kind of cool. This is a really cool video from Beth O. So I really appreciate you sending this in. I don't know exactly where this was taken from, but oh, look at that. There's a clips from the forecast video we filmed this morning. How about that? Yeah, this is definitely a pretty significant hail core out there, or a couple of them out there in Alberta, by the way. Yeah, that was a really cool time lapse from Beth O. I really appreciate you sending that in. As the camera in the bottom left of your screen, by the way, is still getting blasted. Beth saying that one ended up with a rotating wall cloud report in Charleston, South Carolina. I see. Yeah, you live right at the airport. Okay, I guess that makes sense with the plane going right over it there. That's funny. One of my coworkers made gnocchi, homemade, and just sent me a photo of it. And now I'm jealous. So again, we are looking at possibly a pretty much initiation time here. We are in that mode. So a lot of storms beginning to fire off out here in southern Quebec and into New England as well. I want to go ahead and take a look-see here at the Vermont radar near Burlington. When we look at composite reflectivity, what you're going to notice is a bunch of cells that are firing off that aren't being detected at the lowest tilt angles yet, as these cells are going to become more surface-based when they move into slightly better moisture content. And also just because they're a little far from the radar. Okay. Yeah, I think I just change it to soon. Is it going to be a discrete storm mode? That is still to be determined. It looks like we're having clustering near Montreal. So like this area might definitely see a more clustered storm mode. But any of these storms that fire off out ahead of that line could remain discrete. Any storms behind it could remain discrete. Any storms in a slightly different area near Trois-Rivières or Rivière could remain discrete as well. So a little bit of a to be determined scenario here. Snow is cold and rain is wet. Thank you for those facts. Do I think that the bushfire smoke has limited the tornado potential? Definitely. It is, but okay, so it does two different things. So it lowers the amount of our instability, right? Because we're not getting as much daytime heating. So with less instability, we're less likely to get explosive thunderstorm growth, which means individual storms might not be quite as conducive for tornadoes. But what it also means is that if we have less thunderstorms that fire off in general, we could have a more discrete storm mode. So less storms clumping together into clumps. So when you get those individual cells that fire off, you're actually more favorable for tornadoes in that situation. So still something to pay attention to. It's a little to be determined on exactly what's going to happen with this. This is a really unique setup here, as it looks like we got an upgrade to an orange warning with one of these. All of these still show, oh, there we go. This one down here for Rocky Mountain House has been upgraded to orange by Environment Canada. So this is going to be for that pretty significant and damaging hail. And this is a massive hail spike that we're seeing here. And I think I can read about it, huh? A dangerous thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, golf ball to tennis ball sized hail, and very heavy rain. So they've got it tagged with up to tennis ball sized hail. And I think that is not the worst thing ever, given that we have such a significant hail spike here. Now, I will say I didn't forecast in this region. I have no idea what our mid-level lapse rates look like with the storm. Some big lightning flash, by the way, there on our camera on the bottom left. We did get a new severe thunderstorm warning put in place in Florida, so I'll check in on that in just a minute. We do have another hail spike, by the way, to the west of Edmonton as well. South of Edson here. But the majority of our storms are going to be, where our main concern is, of course, back into the Quebec and New England region here, where we're definitely seeing storm initiation. So if any of these storms can get going and really remain themselves sustained, we're going to be seeing things get active here. I know a lot of people were thinking that today would actually not do anything as a result of that extra smoke in the air, slowing down our daytime heating and inhibiting it. But and I'm actually not sure if that was a new severe thunderstorm warning in Florida. There it is. Yeah, okay. I was like, this thing is still not come in. So this one's out here on the eastern coast of Florida. So the Pacific coast, excuse me, the Pacific coast, the Atlantic coast. Apparently I've teleported Florida to the other side of the continent. The Atlantic coast here of the peninsula. So areas like Sebastian, Roseland, Mico, Orchid, Indian River Shores, Gifford, and Vero Beach. This one is going to be tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds here. So just a stronger thunderstorm rolling on through. And it's not moving that quick, but it is tracking to the southeast, we can see here. Is that tornado possible tagged? I don't think so. I doubt it. No, it's not. I don't think we have any tornado possible tags on the map right now. Oh. We just had an upgrade on a severe thunderstorm warning, looks like. That was in Montana. So it looks like we're going to have an upgrade to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Montana. That is going to be for up to golf ball sized hail. So we have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in place. I'm kind of surprised that happened for the Stanford storm before it happened for the Winifred storm, as that one looked more concerning earlier. But there's one near Stanford producing up to golf ball sized hail. Let's take a little volumetric look at that hail core here. You can see a decent hail core is in place, and it is very well sheared. So you're noticing a very tilted updraft, but it's not too tilted. One of those other storms to the north was a little bit more tilted like this. And so when you have a environment that's that heavily sheared, you're more likely to see that updraft fall apart and that storm get ripped apart, as you have the winds are just moving or the wind shear is just too extreme in those scenarios. The winds aloft are too quick compared to the winds at the surface, and the storm gets literally pulled apart. In this case, we have a nicely sheared updraft here with this storm. So we're also seeing those 60 dBz magenta values getting lofted above 30,000 feet, with your red 50 dBz values getting lofted to about 40,000 feet. So a pretty strong hail core associated with this storm out here near Stanford, Montana. Easily could be producing that golf ball sized hail. Is considerable the US version of orange? Sort of, yeah. It's slightly different, but yes. We are starting to see some lightning off into New England here. So things are becoming a little bit more active. I'm going to navigate myself back on over that way on GR so that when things cross the border, we can get back to those US radars a little bit better here. Man, this is quite the trek. A beautiful camera, by the way, in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen is some of that beautiful amber-colored sunlight is starting to peek through beyond this storm on those wet roadways down there. That's pretty cool stuff. Yeah, definitely a couple of storms out here. They're not super surface-based at this time, but are storms dying? They're just starting to fire off right about now. So we are getting in, and again, like I said earlier, we weren't expecting peak instability until close to 10 p.m. Eastern time, which is still 2 hours from now, or excuse me, an hour from now, right? No, what am I talking about? I don't know how to do math. 2 hours from now. What's crazy? 5 severe thunderstorm warnings, and all of them are not in the main risk. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, again, it's a matter of time here as of right this minute. Not even raining here. It should be pouring. Where are you at? Your name's Ryden, Maine, so I'm assuming in Maine somewhere. Storms aren't quite your way yet. Maybe in yeah, nothing really in Maine just yet, but they're coming eventually. Can do the hard math for meteorology, but can't do the basic math. Yeah, I know, right? I can't add like 7 plus 2, apparently. Storms are different day by day. Texas got bad flood again like last year. Yeah, they're in a high risk for excessive rainfall down there in southwestern Texas right now. You're near Skowhegan? Yeah, there's nothing out there just yet here in central Maine. But again, you'll be getting storms eventually. It's kind of a matter of time and exactly what type of storms that you're going to get. So definitely make sure you stay with us this evening to make sure that you can stay safe and weather aware. And if you haven't already, by the way, liking and subscribing is the number one way to support the work that we do. Completely optional. It doesn't cost you anything. We did get a new severe thunderstorm warning out in Montana for Fergus County. So I can jump on over there, and that should show up on my map here in just a second or two. I'm assuming that's going to be a new downstream warning for this Winifred storm. It'll look something like this, is my guess. Let's see how close I can get to this. Nice little guessing game here. Fun little game. Oh, I was wrong. It's for the southern storm near Lewistown. How about that? All right, so we have a new severe thunderstorm that is on the map now. This storm that is rapidly developing near just south of Lewistown here in Montana and Fergus County, tagged for $half sized hail. We do still have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball sized hail out here near Stanford and Windham as well. A bunch of storms out here are going to develop that risk for that damaging hail. So we got to watch things pretty closely in Montana. Of course, that's not our number one area of concern right now, but yeah, out in New York, I'm not expecting anything crazy in central New York. Trying to remember where Charlie Guy is. Is it not like right in front of my face somewhere? I bet it's on my screen right now and I'm just forgetting exactly where it is. Anyway, I'm pretty sure. Why do I think it was closer to the border here?
A new tornado warning.
We just had a tornado warning that has been popped up in Texas, of all places here. So that's not exactly what I was expecting, but that's fine. We can get down there to Texas. Looks like I'm going to assume it's the storm near San Antonio. Where, yeah, it's definitely this. Where we definitely had some localized rotation spin up here at the surface or at the low levels. Oh, yeah. So we have some decent rotation going on just to the northwest of San Antonio. So our first tornado warning is in effect here. And it's in Texas. So this is going to be for Bexar County out here in Texas, where we do have strong rotation or somewhat strong rotation, at least for the low levels anyway, as we're looking at around 2,000 feet in the air here. And this is right over Castle Hills or what is that? Balcones Heights? Balcones Heights? So first tornado warning of the night is in place here in Texas. And you are going to see a camera in Castle Hills, Texas in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. So you can follow along with it there. And obviously San Antonio, home of the Spurs, is a massive, massive area. I mean, you can just see the network of highways that surrounds it. So again, if you're in this area, you need to be taking this one very seriously. We do have low-level rotation present. There's most certainly a couplet there just around Castle Hills. So definitely make sure if you're in this polygon that you're getting to the interior-most room of a sturdy structure, or maybe getting in the bathroom, a basement storm shelter if you have one. Do as much as you can to put as many layers between you and a possible tornado as you can. We're going to see an update on these velocities here in just a second. Whoop. Didn't do that. Sorry about that. That was probably loud. All right. Should be in about 10 seconds here. We should have that velocity scan updated, as we do have a tornado warning in San Antonio right now. And it has downtrended a little bit, I would say. But this is a smaller storm. There is definitely still rotation there nonetheless. See if I can get a look if we've got a bounded weak echo region with this guy or not. Okay. We are going to be pulling up a 3-cam view here, try and get a better view on this. What you are going to see in the middle of your screen is what looks like possibly a low precipitation bounded weak echo region in place, where you have this rainbow of colors going on here. So definitely something to pay close attention to, as that would be indicative of a strong rotating updraft, which of course we do expect that we have one given the rotation on the map. What were you saying, Blake? Okay. Yeah, we do have 3 different cameras on the map right now. All of these are going to be out here in the greater San Antonio region. One of them actually in Castle Hills itself. As it looks like our camera operator, one of the camera operators, is trying to find something right now in San Antonio. Whoever's operating that camera. I'm not sure what they're looking for. Right now, they're kind of looking at nothing. Or maybe they're looking at, I don't know. There's definitely strong winds going on here, and this camera operator in the bottom left is zooming in on something. We also got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Montana, but we're going to stay with this tornado warning for now. Yeah, I saw that too. While it's zoomed, you don't have to worry about it yet while it's still zoomed in. If they zoom back out to where that possible wall cloud was on that San Antonio camera, see if we can full screen that one. We're going to try and get you guys the best look that we possibly can here on what it looked to be possibly a wall cloud on that bottom left camera there. We're going to full screen it if we can see anything, but the camera operator zoomed in on something. Clearly saw something here. So again, this is a tornado warning in place for Bexar County in Texas. So if you're in the San Antonio region and just north of San Antonio near Castle Hills, you definitely need to be in a basement or some sort of a storm shelter immediately here, as this one could definitely produce a tornado, and it's a low precipitation cell. Camera in the top left. I'm not sure exactly what direction this is looking. I need to pull up. Give me a second here. I can find out sort of where it's looking in a second. Okay. This one. I think this camera is looking, it's on the right side of the road. I think it's looking south. I think camera slot 1, I think, is looking south. So I think it's looking the wrong way. It said like Bear, apparently. Bear County. Okay, I apologize for that. Bear County, interesting. All right, so we're looking at Bear County in Texas here. Again, this is the greater San Antonio area, just north of town, near Castle Hills, Hill Country Village, Hollywood Park, and Chavano Park, or Chavano Park. And again, we're looking at a little bit of a lower precip cell here, where I will say that rotation has significantly dwindled, at least from what I can detect here on radar. Looks like the camera operators are kind of trolling us here. We're trying to get this. We're trying to get a good camera view on this. Oh, this guy's lost his mind. We're doing 360s on the camera. I don't know what direction we're facing here. He's looking at something. We're looking at a heck of a. Oh, there we go. Okay, so now we're looking at a little bit of a lowering here. Okay, which camera is this? Which slot is this? Camera 1, slot 1. Okay, got it. Okay, so we are looking at a little bit of a lowering on your screen here on the right-hand side. So possibly what could possibly be a funnel cloud here. Doesn't look like it. Looks like a couple of our other cameras are being rotated now. So again, if you're in this polygon north of San Antonio, you got to be taking this seriously, as there is definitely a lowering cloud base here, where we could definitely be seeing tornadic development. That rotation does look a little bit weaker on radar on the latest couple of scans. But again, this is a lower precip situation, so it's hard to get the perfect picture on it. Okay, we're switching back to 3-cam mode because everything's moving around like crazy. It's definitely a bounded weak echo region in place. It's just not the prettiest radar imagery, but look at that low precipitation hook forming right over Castle Hills. So if you're in Castle Hills, this could definitely produce a tornado here. You definitely need to be in the basement as quickly as possible. Again, this is where Castle Hills is, where we can see we've got a faintly rotating couplet right over Castle Hills, but on reflectivity, that morphology looks pretty concerning here. So we got 3 cameras on the left-hand side, all looking at these clouds. Okay, camera slot 3 has just been updated to show a little bit of a. They're still they're moving it around still a little bit. Nope, they're taking us in circles. The joystick's a little sensitive. All right, so the camera operators are trying to get us a good picture on these storms near San Antonio. If you're in Castle Hills, you're not cooked. Make sure you just get to a basement immediately, or some sort of a sturdy structure, interior-most room of a sturdy building. Storm shelter or basement if you got one. You can get in the bathroom and put a mattress over yourself if you need to. Get in the bathtub. If you don't have a basement, get to the first floor of a sturdy building as quickly as possible. And yeah, keep in mind that we're also within a considerable flash flood warning in place here. We've already seen up to 2 inches of rain with up to 4 more inches coming. So this is definitely a dangerous situation down here north of San Antonio. That's fine, Blake. You are going to be okay if you guys are out here north of San Antonio. Just make sure that you take it seriously and put yourself in a safe position. You want to be in the interior-most room of a sturdy building. Get to a bathroom. If you're in a public building, there will be rooms that are marked with a tornado symbol. It's required by law as a storm shelter. Make sure you find that room and try to get to it. Near the airport, I think the airport is good. The airport should be south of the area of concern by just a little bit here, I believe. Okay. Oh yeah, okay. Actually, never mind. I lied. Airport is right here. Okay, so if you're at the airports, definitely don't go outside. I will say where the tornado would be if we had one would be just to the west of the airport, right over Castle Hills, essentially. But definitely do not go outside. Make sure that you're getting to a storm shelter if you're at the airport there in San Antonio. And again, the storm is kind of heading almost due north here, slightly northeast. It's kind of moving kind of like this. And I'll zoom out a little bit so you can see a reference point here. This is downtown San Antonio, where you have your main highway networks that make your circles around the city. And we are north of downtown San Antonio here. So we're out near areas like Alamo Heights and Castle Hills, Hill Country Village as well. And that rotation is still there. Do I think we'll get a new tornado warning to the north? If you mean the north of this tornado warning polygon, it's definitely possible. If we do get a downstream tornado warning, it would look something like this. So if you're out, maybe that's slightly accurate, something probably like this. So if you're out in that area ahead of this warning, definitely be prepared for the possibility of a continuation of a tornado warning on this supercell that is right over Castle Hills right now. It's definitely rotating. And on the left-hand side, you can see that lowering, especially in the top left camera there that's coming out of San Antonio. Looks like we're getting some more panning of our camera operators here. Yeah, so now you can see that lowering in the bottom left too. Nope, why'd you go away from it? My goodness. You're zooming in on something. Yeah, it looks like Scud to me. The camera operator is zoomed in on something. It looks like from what the camera operator in the bottom left is looking at, oh, there's a plane. If we had a tornado, it would be to the left of where that camera is looking in the bottom left-hand corner. Oh, they're moving again. That camera operator is indecisive. What's that middle camera got there? Is that possibly a funnel on that middle camera? Maybe a possible funnel cloud on that middle camera on the left-hand side of your screen there. Yeah. It could definitely be Scud. Again, we're looking at traffic cameras. It's difficult to tell. So again, this is definitely a threatening situation near a very populated area around Castle Hills. So if you're in this tornado warning polygon, especially if you're like north of Alamo Heights or in Castle Hills, Hill Country Village, definitely make sure that you're getting yourself to the safest place you can. Get to a bathroom if you're in a public space. Find that storm shelter wherever you're at if you're in a public building. The storm is not exactly moving fast. It's going like 10 miles an hour about. Yeah, it looks like in that middle camera on the left-hand side, that looks like Scud to me. Bottom left camera doesn't look like it's looking at anything significant. And that middle camera, or the top left camera, excuse me, is a little further away, but it is definitely staring right at that lowering. So it would be kind of in the middle, slightly to the right in that top left camera where we would see the tornado if it was going to be there, that lowest point there. Yeah, definitely still a concerning situation here. Again, this is not a confirmed tornado on the ground, but what we are looking at is a lowering in the cloud base in the top left-hand corner of your screen from this camera in San Antonio, which is a little bit further away from exactly where we're at. Again, we're north of San Antonio near Castle Hills and Hill Country Village right now. But this is definitely a cell that could produce a tornado. So if you're in this polygon, you gotta be paying close attention here. Get to a bathroom, interior-most room of a sturdy building. Find that storm shelter, whatever you got to do. And I will say it does seem like our atmosphere back into the Northeast is really starting to ramp up. I'm going to get back there as soon as our tornado risk here is gone. I know that's our main focus for coverage tonight, but we've got a tornado warning on the map and we cannot ignore it by any stretch. So again, if you're north of San Antonio, out towards Castle Hills, Hollywood Park, Hill Country Village, excuse me, you got to make sure that you're in a sturdy building, interior-most room, get away from windows. Bathrooms are usually a good option. Lowest floor of those buildings as well. As this storm could definitely produce a tornado. I will say the rotation doesn't look crazy on radar, but we're seeing a lowering on the traffic camera in the top left-hand corner of your screen. So we got to continue to take it seriously, even if the radar presentation doesn't look outstanding. We're going to see an update on our velocity couplet in just a minute here. And that might tell a better story for us, to be determined. And I'm just going to sit here and stare. There we go. That rotation has actually ever so slightly uptrended on the latest scan. So a slight increase in our rotation here. I don't believe so. That brightness is making it really difficult to tell. On the third camera there in the bottom left of your screen, it looks to me like Scud, but everything being backlit by all that sunlight is making it really difficult to tell what we're looking at exactly. And that second camera actually looks like it's looking right up where that bell would be. The middle camera there. It almost looks like you can see the dimple right next to that droplet of water that's on the camera on that on that middle camera there. So if we were going to get a tornado, it would probably lower right from that point. And again, your top left camera is a little further away. It does look like it's frozen though. Oh, that's me. It's not frozen. Sorry. It's not frozen at all. I'm losing my marbles. The bottom left camera is... Okay, so my stuff wasn't updating, Blake, so I was just straight up lying to you because my camera wasn't... My thing was frozen. Anyway, we're looking at definitely a rain shaft in the bottom left camera now over the highway, where those dark gray areas are that are just solid a gray wall, it looks like. That's definitely a rain shaft. We're going to have... so our tornado warning was just lifted north of San Antonio. So no tornado warning in place. The cell does look to be significantly weakening, but that rotation did uptrend on the latest scan. So I'm gonna stay with this for at least the next velocity scan. Okay, it is a lot weaker still. It looks like this storm is completely collapsing at this point. So most likely our tornado threat is mostly going to be mitigated here. So again, we've watched this storm really start to fall apart here towards Hill Country Village, right near the airport. So if you're in this area, make sure that you're staying very, very vigilant here because you could definitely see things recycle a little bit. And it looked like we did have a funnel cloud on that camera earlier. It's hard to tell if that was Scud or not, but this thing definitely tried. So if you're in this area north of San Antonio, for a little bit of a zoom out, this is what we're looking at here. Down here is downtown San Antonio, and this is the cell we're worried about. So if you're near that cell, near the airport, you got to make sure that you're staying very, very vigilant here in case this thing does manage to get new life injected into it. So continue to watch it very closely. I will say I'm going to keep those cameras up on the left-hand side for now, but we're going to jump back over to Vermont, where we do have a bunch of storms starting to get going back into the Northeast near Quebec and New England, where action is starting to get going here. And there are some generally strong thunderstorms back in Texas as well. So just make sure you're staying vigilant if you're out there. Plenty of flash flooding in place. So we're going to take a quick look at what's going on back into Canada. As in Montreal, we are looking at a couple of stronger storms beginning to make their way towards the border. So again, this is where we're starting to get a lot of this convective initiation here. We're getting all sorts of storms firing off, even back to the northwest of Ottawa. So any of these storms that can remain discrete or semi-discrete as they head towards New England, again, this is going to be the most favorable corridor. That's a bad circle. This is going to be the most favorable corridor for tornadic development here in that white circle. So any storms that can remain somewhat discrete and make their way into that area are going to pose the risk for a tornado and possibly even a strong tornado. So we need to make sure, of course, we're going to stay very, very attentive with everything here. But even if you're not going to stay with our broadcast, that's completely okay. But just make sure that you're staying very vigilant about the weather this evening, as this is definitely a dangerous setup here in New England. Back towards Quebec City, you are seeing more cumulus starting to fire off, more of these little thunderstorms trying to get going. Any of them that can fire off and really begin to sustain themselves are going to pose that risk to become supercellular in nature, producing those strong to very strong wind gusts, possibly some tornadoes, and possibly some large to very large hail, especially with discrete storms. Okay. I'm just north of the airport in San Antonio. It's hardly raining now. Cloudy, a bit windy, no thunderheads. Yeah, there's not been really any lightning with that storm just north of San Antonio. Definitely rotation was present, and we're still going to continue to monitor it in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen there. But yeah, we're looking at a severe thunderstorm warning here in Vermont for Caledonia, Essex, Lamoille, Orange, Orleans, and Washington counties. It looks like we're covering a bunch of counties here in Vermont. There is no tornado warning on the map at this moment. Just so you know, for Vortex edits out there saying you're in the tornado warning. There's no tornado warning on the map as of right this second, which is fantastic news. All right. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Try that again. In San Antonio, yes, you did have a tornado warning in San Antonio, but there is no longer a tornado warning in place in San Antonio. Yeah, Maine's a big state. Yeah. Maine is a very large state. So yeah, we are definitely looking at some stronger storms out here into Vermont, especially the northern part of Vermont here. And again, this is pretty normal. This is kind of what we were expecting. So the main concern here is what's going to happen with our storm mode. Are we going to have discrete thunderstorms that are able to persist in this region, or are we going to get clusters of storms or even Boeing segments of storms? That is going to be the thing to watch for. If we get those Boeing segments, we're going to be looking at more of a wind risk. If we get discrete storms, we're going to be looking at more of a hail and tornado risk. Yeah, Maine almost as big as Florida land-wise. I actually didn't know about that comparison exactly. And for those of you who tuned in from San Antonio and are now leaving us, make sure you stay safe tonight and make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts in case that storm does recycle or another one hits your direction. There's plenty of flooding going on in your area as well. So if you see water on the roadways, just turn around and do not try to go through it. It is never worth it. No, there is no tornado warning on the map right now. Anywhere in the United States. Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay. So we were definitely looking at a funnel cloud in San Antonio earlier. So it definitely tried, but no tornado touching the ground at any point, as far as we know. And of course, there is no funnel cloud, no tornado warning, or anything like that going on right now. All right. I'm still going to keep looking around out here in Canada as much as I can. Back into Ontario, I will say there are some stronger storms beginning to fire off. Not these storms could definitely eventually make their way to impact the northern part of New York. And again, it's all of these clusters. We're expecting things to really peak out in terms of our intensity and how many storms we're going to have over the next couple of hours. A lot of times you're going to see your storms really peak out, around in their intensity anyway. A lot of the times you're going to see that around maybe 5 to 8 p.m. In your local time, but in this case, we're looking at more of like 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern time. And again, it's only 8:24 Eastern time right now. Now, we did get a severe thunderstorm watch. I'm seeing. Okay. Yeah, lots of stronger storms up here to the northwest of Ottawa. Back towards Montreal, still looking at stronger storms as well. A couple of these are severe thunderstorm warned by Environment Canada, and they are beginning to cross into the U.S. side of things. As some of these storms near Burlington are especially looking a little bit stronger, especially the ones near St. Johnsbury and near Hyde Park. Surprised it wasn't a tornado watch. Yeah, I mean, it's just the way it goes. There's a little bit lower confidence in that tornado threat. But yeah, look at all this lightning on the map here of these storms just north of the border. These are south of or southeast of Montreal and near Sherbrooke as well. Some stronger storms out there. Is that a better case scenario since we didn't get a tornado watch? Yeah, that's absolutely a better case scenario. I mean, we never want tornadoes. We want people to stay safe. This Burlington radar always really struggles to see storms. I don't know what the elevation change is like in this area. I know eventually it goes up pretty high. From the presidential range, I'm in Lucien, Auburn, Maine. There's nothing going on truly. Yeah, absolutely nothing going on in Maine right this second. But again, storms will move into there into the overnight hours tonight and in the next couple of hours too. If it did form, what will it be? EF1 or something else? If there was a tornado, it's probably going to be an EF0 or an EFU. I highly doubt that there was a tornado to begin with. All right, I'm going to check in on our severe thunderstorms in Montana as we did get an upgrade to a destructive severe thunderstorm. So that one's going to be producing up to 3-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds on this guy as well. And this is just a radar indicated scenario here. As this looks like a pretty ridiculous hail core near Ross Fork. Wow. Look at this hail core here. So we are looking at a very, very strong updraft with this storm. A lot of hail being suspended aloft up to 30,000 feet. And you're seeing some of those silvers into there as well, where we are getting some of that much larger hail that is returning large amounts of radiation to the radar unit. So a very, very strong storm here. Thanks. All right, so a very strong hail core here. And again, this is in Montana. We are looking at Fergus and Judith Basin counties. There's also a considerable severe thunderstorm warning underneath this for the same counties, Judith and or Fergus and Judith Basin. Excuse me. My goodness. All right. Currently getting my food situation taken care of because I do have to eat dinner. Obviously, our coverage is not ending. I'm just going to eat in the middle of it. Scarfing down some Culvers here. All right. Sorry for all the paper crinkling noises. I could have muted the microphone, but I figured it's... You know what? Why not? Okay. Sorry for all that noise. We should be good to go on that front now. So again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning going on in Fergus and Judith Basin counties right now. Still watching the storms back into Canada as well. Still storms out near Ontario, in Ontario, excuse me. A lot of stronger storms really starting to form out here in Ontario. So again, I think our severe weather threat is still going to ramp up here a decent amount. Now, I don't know how our tornado threat is going to necessarily fare, but we're definitely going to be seeing a severe weather threat. We don't want it to overperform. No. We definitely do not want things to overperform. Yes, the Storm Prediction Center, with their watch, has indicated low confidence in a significant tornado threat this evening. However, tornadoes definitely cannot be ruled out. Yep. we are looking at the later evening hours here in the Northeast. So local time, we're looking at, maybe 9 p.m. to like 11 p.m. as kind of our peak in New England, local time. What is this business up here? I didn't even know this was on the map, really. A couple of stronger storms near New Carlisle and Chandler up here into the Atlantic region of Canada here. I apologize. I'm scarfing down this food as quick as I can so we can get back to the coverage in full. I'm eating Culver's. What from Culver's? I got me a double bacon butter burger with Swiss cheese. I got onion rings with the Culver sauce as well. All right. All right, we are back. I still got onion rings, but I'll just keep snacking on those as we go here. Okay. North Carolina, you call it boom boom sauce, cocktail sauce. Yeah, I've heard both of those terms. I mean, at Culver's, they just call it Culver's sauce. Three big booms. We have an absolutely beautiful sunset. Let's full screen this for a second. We have a beautiful sunset here on this traffic camera down in, where are we at? Jefferson, New Mexico? Is that what that is? Or no, that's New Hampshire. Jefferson, New Hampshire, excuse me. I can't read. That would be an H. Wow, yeah, really, really beautiful sunset down there in New Hampshire. Really, really cool stuff here. Just a beautiful view. We did get a new severe thunderstorm warning in Arizona, in an area that's had tons of them recently, north of Coach Ice. This is going to be for Coach Ice and Graham counties here, south of Safford. 60-mile-per-hour winds on this guy here. Genuine question, why did they issue an enhanced for this when there's been 0 tornadoes? Meanwhile, the Arizona has had 20. Well, there's a lot of factors that go into it. In Arizona, you're looking at these pop-up mesoscale event thunderstorms that are very difficult to predict. Whereas in Maine, in New England, what we've been looking at is a much larger scale, synoptically driven event. So essentially everything in the atmosphere came together to produce severe weather in Quebec and New England tonight. And we're still going to get severe weather. It's just not happened yet. It's still going to happen this evening here. This is not a bust event. I think I personally agreed with the Storm Prediction Center's forecast a lot. I didn't really disagree with anything that they said for this forecast, to be honest with you. The only thing that they didn't account for necessarily was the smoke from the wildfires, and I didn't account for that either at first. Not until around what was that, like maybe 10 a.m. this morning or something when I first started thinking about that. But yeah, we are not done. We are certainly not done with severe weather. I mean, I might be live for another 4 hours. And we've already been live for 3.5 hours. It's a long, severe weather day today. All right, I have to reply to something really quickly. Give me a second. Okay. Whoa, Mommy Max with the $5 super chat. Thank you very much for that. She says, Chad, I think God is trying to smite me with a tornado. That's a crazy chat message for a super chat. I don't think that's how that works. But I greatly appreciate the $5 super chat, and I really appreciate you tuning in tonight. Was the 10% necessary though? Hindsight's 2020, man. Hindsight is 2020. And again, the night is nowhere near over. This morning, I would have been fine with a 5%, and I would have been fine with a 10% too. When they issued that 10%, I was okay with that. Now, I will say, in terms of once things, developed a little further and we got a little closer to the event, they could have potentially downgraded that 10% back to a 5%, but I don't have an issue with them sticking to with their original forecast. There wasn't significant reason for the forecast to bust. The problem this evening is just that the smoke. When's the next shot of severe weather for southern Wisconsin? I'm not entirely sure. Probably not till this weekend. We're into next week. All right. They could, excuse me. They could download to a 5% for the 19. I think you mean the 20Z outlook, but yes, they could have downgraded back to a 5%. But again, I don't have a problem with them sticking to their gut, because you have to remember that a different forecaster makes each subsequent forecast. So if whoever comes on at the 11:30 Central Time outlook, the 16:30 Z outlook, puts down a 10%, right? And then the person who comes in at 20 Z comes in and downgrades it. It's like, man, the second forecaster really doesn't trust the first one. You kind of run into that issue. There's a lot more layers to it. Hey, I'm in Keene, New Hampshire. Any chance of storms making it down to us? Keene, you might get some general thunderstorms, probably nothing crazy. What's up, Adrian? Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, we do have the next Storm Prediction Center update coming out very soon. That's a good point from Adrian there. Talking to us, one of our incredible storm chasers. We will get that next update sometime within like the next 15 to 20 minutes. A lot, especially on days like this, they've been pushing them out a couple minutes early. So to be determined. But yeah, down in Keene, New Hampshire, most likely not going to be seeing any severe weather, but could see a couple of like a stray thunderstorm or something, especially into the overnight hours. Our severe warning has in fact expired out here in Vermont. So a lot of our warnings are down on the map right now. And all of our warnings that were in Quebec are now down as well. We actually don't have a single warning, I don't think, in Quebec as of right this second. Now we do have to the northwest of Ottawa in Ontario, just literally on the border of Quebec. We are still looking at these severe warned thunderstorms up here as well. We never get it in Keene. Yeah, I feel you, man. I am going to tap into what's going on in Arizona with the cell in Cochise County and Graham County. Still producing up to 60 mile per hour winds. It doesn't really look crazy. Might have some cool structure. Our destructive severe thunderstorm warnings in Montana have been downgraded. Also, all of our considerables out here were downgraded too, as these storms have, I guess, weakened a little bit. They issued a new severe thunderstorm warning downstream. This one may get upgraded as we go forward in time here, as it still has a decently strong hail core. I'm surprised this isn't a considerable. I agree, downgrade from a destructive for sure. I'm kind of surprised this isn't a considerable though for golf ball size hail. A lot of areas in southern New Hampshire need the rain. I see. I believe it. All right. We do have a quiet moment, so if anyone has any questions about what's going on this evening, or questions in general about anything, this would be a good time to ask them. Anything from Montpelier, Vermont? Yeah, definitely could see towards the capital there. I'm going to make my way back. You know what? I'm just going to Environment Canada. I'm lazy. So Montpelier definitely could be looking at the especially the southernmost edge of our most significant severe weather this evening. And if Montpelier is going to get anything, it's most likely going to be into like the overnight hours. So later, 2-3 hours from now, and then rolling into the overnight hours out there. So definitely make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts and you have your phone turned on if you're out there in Montpelier. Because these nighttime storms are often the most dangerous. People are sleeping, they're not paying attention, they don't want to wake up, they're, don't want to go to the basement because they're sleeping, whatever it may be. Or, maybe not a basement, but a storm shelter. especially if you don't hear it with the mountains around you. I didn't think about that for tornado sirens, to be honest with you, how the mountains might impact to that. You would think they might reflect some of that sound back to you and it'd actually be even louder, but I don't know. Looks like possibly I'm seeing at the bottom of the overlay here. Maybe we saw an upgrade to a considerable back on our Lewistown storm, to be determined on that. We'll see if that'll show up or not. I am going to quickly go ahead and play the cycle on the overlay to roll through everything going on with the Storm Prediction Center's day one outlook. This is right before we're about to get a new update. So that's kind of why I wanted to show this right now. So you can see that it's going to roll through all the risks, your enhanced, your slight, your marginal, and it's also going to roll through your tornado, wind, and hail outlooks as well. We don't have sirens in Maine. Severe weather is so rare. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah. That doesn't shock me. Looks like this was not upgraded, by the way. I'm not sure what that was that I saw. All right. I'm going to center us on the storm here. Blake, if you can slap like 3-cam mode up real quick. I got to take a quick restroom break. I'll be back in like 30 seconds to a minute. Oh, I just stubbed my toe. Oh my God. That was brilliant. Oh, that was utterly brilliant for me. Just incredible work. Things you just love to see, huh? That was just brilliant. All right, on this third cam on the bottom left, we do have a ton of lightning showing up here, by the way. Where is this at? It's in Florida? Okay. Was that painful? Nah, I just made those noises because it felt good. Man, that felt awesome. All right, anyway. Sorry about that. I'm going to check in on the storms that we've got out here in Canada. So it looks like we're not really seeing much more cumulus firing off right now. There are some cells beginning to fire off. I'm a little surprised we're not seeing more than this, though, at this point, as we're getting close to 9 p.m. and peak instability is going to be around 10 p.m. And keep in mind, I'm talking in terms of Eastern time here. So I'm slightly surprised that we haven't seen more storms firing off to this point. But again, we still have another hour for storms to really get going. Hmm. These storms to the northwest of Ottawa will definitely be moving into a more favorable environment again as we get towards like the northern corner of New York and into Vermont, New Hampshire, and like Western Maine. I'm just really honestly pretty surprised that we haven't seen a little bit more convection to this point. But again, we still have another hour before peak instability, as was forecasted anyway. So we're still not done yet. What's with the weed whacker thing? What do you mean it's addicting? Oh, the wildfire smoke is 100% the biggest factor in the forecast not coming to fruition today, without a doubt. Yo, B-Pit W joined us as a Cumulus member. Thank you very much for that. That's awesome. Welcome to the program here. Thank you very, very much for doing that. I really appreciate that support. What did I just type? This is awesome. Super, super grateful for that Cumulus membership. We only got to 82 in Lewiston. Yeah, again, that that smoke really inhibited our daytime heating. Yeah, it's the smoke inhibiting our heating and our brewing of instability is really what's been causing the decrease in like significant threat for tornadoes and really just storms in general. We haven't had a ton of storms firing off. Oh man. Unhealthy air quality too. The rain can really help with filtering the smoke. This is true, yeah. Well, if you think about it, right? When you have like hazy conditions, what is that, right? It's different lithometeors that are in the air, whether it's like tiny little pieces of ash, pieces of soot, tiny little pieces of burnt debris that are floating around in the air. It could be anything. All of those lithometeors get collected by droplets of water as they fall down in a vertical column of the atmosphere. And so that rain, if you get a lot of rain, can really eliminate a lot of that soot and bring it down to the surface, and it'll just sit on the surface, right? It gets collected in the rain falls to the ground, and then you get puddles of sooty, ashy water. But we didn't get a ton of precipitation, but we did get a lot of cloud cover on top of that wildfire smoke. And that really inhibited our diurnal heating today in New England, which has significantly limited the amount of instability it seems we were able to get, because it also enhanced the warm nose, because a lot of storms have just not been able to actually fire off. The storms that have fired off have been able to do okay, but it doesn't necessarily matter if you don't, you can have the best environment in the world, but if you can't get storms to fire off and take advantage of that environment, then you don't have anything. You're not going to get severe weather. So there's a lot more to consider than a lot of people realize with these types of setups. And unfortunately, I guess for the Storm Prediction Center so far anyway, this is not a bust yet. We still have an hour before peak instability. But unfortunately for folks like myself, for example, my forecast this morning, when I originally forecasted, I didn't even think about the wildfire smoke, which was a mistake on my end and definitely a learning experience. I also didn't think about the presidential range and how that could impact things later into the evening. That's a geographical thing that I'm just not familiar with because I don't really know much about the Northeast. So there's a lot of nuance in every single severe weather setup. There's way more to it than just looking at, the significant tornado parameter says we're going to have values of 10 and everyone's going to blow up. It's like, it's not really what it means. Those are all of those algorithms and those indices and the AI driven models like your StormNet and your NATOcast and all that kind of stuff. It's all of those things are, one, like the indices are arbitrary, and two, the machine learning models, they have to learn from something. And these types of events haven't happened before. The model can't train on a severe weather event in Maine and New England where there's also wildfire smoke, because that's never happened before in recorded history, right? So as far as I'm aware anyway, it's possible that it's happened, but as far as I'm aware, that's never happened before in recorded history. So inherently, those models are going to perform poorly because this isn't a stereotypical weather event. It's an anomalous weather event. So I don't fault the Storm Prediction Center, nor do I significantly fault myself. However, I'm disappointed in myself for not considering the smoke, because I knew about those wildfires that were going on north of Minnesota. And I also knew that we had northwesterly flow. So, when 1 + 1 = 2, it means that wildfire smoke is going to be transported down towards the southeast with that northwesterly flow. And as a result, would impact today's severe weather. So I'm a little disappointed that I didn't think about that and consider that with my forecast. But again, these are all learning experiences. It's not, meteorology is a science that we don't know like a ton about. So we're not going to be able to get things perfect all the time. Every single weather day is a big learning opportunity for meteorologists. All right, let me catch up on some of the stuff in the chat after my really long tangent. I mean, it was pretty obvious smoke was going to hurt today given the thickness and widespread mess of it. Well, sure, but how many forecasters do you know that were dramatically incorporating that into their forecast as of last night and the early AM hours this morning? Because I don't know a single one. I only know my friend Aubrey, who pointed it out to me, who lives in New Hampshire. And they only knew because, they were looking at how hazy the conditions were, and they're a meteorologist also. So, the Storm Prediction Center didn't even take that into account in their original forecast. There's so much nuance. It's really difficult to get these things right. Why did the Storm Prediction Center not take the smoke into consideration before the 10%? Honestly, by the 1630Z outlook, I think that should have been considered by that point. But again, mistakes happen frequently. I make them. We all make them. We're human. And especially in a science where we don't know everything about it, there's a lot of mistakes to be made and a lot of learning experiences to be had. And there's nothing wrong with that. And this is a phenomenal example, by the way, of a learning experience because it resulted in a good thing, which was a bust event. Those are the best events because we can learn from them and nobody gets hurt, right? That's literally the best case scenario. The wildfires were not forecasted Sure, but we knew they were there. I mean, yesterday and even maybe the day before, but I think especially yesterday, like, I mean, they were there, very much there on satellite imagery. Like, I knew about them yesterday. I just didn't think about how they would impact today's severe weather. You think that the storms are going to stay not firing? I'm not 100% sure. I don't have the best answer for you. We could definitely still see strong storms develop as peak instability is going to happen over the next hour or so. So we could still see a few more storms develop like crazy, but it's pretty conditional. Honestly, this morning I wasn't looking at satellite. I was looking at the HER runs, and then when I was bored, I looked at satellite and saw the smoke and realized it was going to be a problem. Yeah, no, I mean for me, I don't look at just one model. I was looking at the HER, the NAM, 3K, the RAP, the RAFs. I was looking at a bunch of different things. But I didn't look at, I should have looked at satellite imagery. I was looking at too much modeled guidance on what our cloud cover might look like, and I didn't even think about the air quality. And again, that's a mistake. I personally think New Hampshire and Vermont has a higher tornado risk. For this evening, yes, like Western Maine, Northern Vermont and New Hampshire, and the northernmost corner of New York. That's the area that I'm looking at for possible tornadoes still this evening. Yeah, the Storm Prediction Center does usually look at the bigger picture in these setups, but this time they didn't consider it. Yeah, exactly. And again, this is a very, very weird setup. Maine is not known for big storms like that. Normally the storms break up as they hit the Gulf of Maine or Atlantic Ocean. It is unstable air. Sure. Appreciate your education you give us and honesty. Absolutely. No, I'm not here to lie to you. I'm look, my forecast video this morning, you can go back and look at it. All of my forecasting was genuinely sound. It was good meteorology, but there was one factor I didn't consider, and that was the smoke. And that's a pretty important factor for this event today. And again, mistakes like that are to be had. That's how we improve as meteorologists. It's an easy cop out for me to say, well, the Storm Prediction Center didn't think of it either. Which, that's a little bit of comfort for me, sure, but I'm here to do the best that I can. I'm not too focused on what other meteorologists or the Storm Prediction Center are doing. Obviously, the Storm Prediction Center is the best source of good weather information. So I read the stuff that they put out, but I also do my own forecasts really before I read the Storm Prediction Center's outlook the majority of the time. The weather is still not fully understood. Yeah, without a doubt. We know not that much about our atmosphere. Every single meteorological equation is a bunch of partial derivatives that is derived theoretically, right? Like we know that some of these things work, but we don't have enough weather data to actually plug in numbers, and we don't have enough computational power to plug in numbers and really run these equations and learn more about them and what it means in our atmosphere. The fires started up pretty quick over in Canada, plus the wind flow could have just started overnight. It's hard to tell because the lightning caused fires. They started yesterday. There was satellite imagery yesterday that showed how significant those fires were looking out there in Canada. Severe storms are rare here on the coast of down east Maine, Gulf of Maine, only 53 degrees. Yeah, it happens. You're doing a good job. Well, I appreciate that. But again, a good job is never good enough to me. I want to do the best job that I can possibly do. And I know for fact that considering the wildfire smoke is not something that is like too much to ask for me to have thought about before my forecast. So again, it's just ways that I'm always trying to improve to do the best that I can do. Again, I'm not in this because I just want to stream the weather and make money. I'm in this because I want to do my part in trying to save lives. And that comes with having a good forecast. So I have to hold myself to the highest standard possible to continue to try and make our forecasts the best that they can possibly be. All right, and that 10% tornado risk was dropped by the Storm Prediction Center, which is definitely good news. I don't have an updated map for that yet, but I can show it when I do. I might be able to get it here in a second. Okay, yeah. So I do still I have that updated map from the Storm Prediction Center. I don't have it with our own branding yet, but I have it on the Storm Prediction Center's website here. As you can see that the yellow area that was in our tornado risk has gone away. So we're just looking at a smaller SIG-1 tornado risk. So still the potential for a strong tornado tonight, but much lower confidence that we're going to see many tornadoes at all. And let's see. Looks like I'm not going to read through their entire discussion for right now. I'm gonna skim it really quickly here so you guys don't have to stare at the screen. I'll just move it back to my other monitor really quick. Yeah. Okay, so the Storm Prediction Center actually agrees with what I was saying earlier um, about the storms that are out here northwest of Ottawa. So these storms, as they continue, they're obviously not super clustered, and they're going to continue off in this direction. And as they get towards like northern New York and into Vermont and New Hampshire, and eventually maybe towards western Maine as well, this is going to kind of happen in the next like 2 to 3 hours here. That's going to be the greatest area of concern for that tornado risk to be realized. That's what the Storm Prediction Center is saying, and that's what I was talking about a little bit ago as well. The kinematics, again, the synoptic support is there. That's what the Storm Prediction Center is talking about. And we talked about this in our forecast video. None of this stuff is really unexpected. The unexpected part is the lower instability that was a result of that wildfire smoke. So we have that really strong northwesterly flow. We have plenty of wind shear to work with. So essentially, what we're looking at here is the environment's still pretty favorable for any storms that can fire off and persist. But the question is, can any storms fire off and persist? The environment is still decently favorable for any storms that are able to do that, though. We're going to continue to watch it. Looks like we did get an upgrade to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning out in Montana. Go ahead and check in on that. I'm assuming it's going to be the Lewistown one again. Nope, it's actually it's this one. Okay, I see. So it's going to be this storm down here, which actually has a little bit of rotation in there. So this one's got up to 2-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds with it as well. It's not tornado possible tag, but there is a little bit of rotation in there at around 5,000 feet. So that's something to watch. Huntersville storm has a large hail spike. I'm gonna guess that's Canada. Maybe you mean Huntsville, Ontario here. Yeah, there is definitely a pretty good hail spike on this guy right here. We can see that here on radar. That's going to be your 3-body scatter hail spike here. Your TBSS 3-body scatter spike. So a pretty strong cell there, definitely producing some hail. And again, I do want to reiterate, confidence has not really decreased in the environment at all. The issue right now in the forecast and where the confidence is low is whether or not any storms are going to be able to actually fire off and sustain themselves. And again, we've got another hour or so for that to potentially happen here. Yeah, I'm going to stay with our considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the time being here. See if I can get a picture of that hail core. Whoa! This is probably the most towering hail core we've seen today. How about that? And you can actually see that bounded weak echo region here with this little cave that's forming here. You've got a very obvious cave. This is a really cool 3D profile here. So we're seeing a bounded weak echo region visualized via this this concavity of your magenta values, your 60 dBz values here. We're also seeing this updraft launching those 60 dBz values to like close to 45,000 feet. Yeah, closer to 45,000 feet, definitely above 40,000 feet here. And you'll also notice that in the middle of all of this, you're going to see that big old silver blob that's up here really high in the air. So we have some very large hailstones in the atmosphere as well. Yeah, a beautiful look here at what definitely appears to be a bounded weak echo region here on this storm. At least this was, I believe, one scan ago. And a pretty towering updraft here. So definitely a very strong thunderstorm capable of producing up to 2-inch hail. Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked to see this storm produce maybe even towards tennis ball size hail. Although I don't know exactly what the lapse rates are in Montana, as I didn't really forecast for Montana here. Yeah, a couple scans ago, we definitely had a little bit of rotation in this guy. I mean, we still do have some weak rotation in there, but there's a brief moment there where it actually didn't look terrible in terms of strong rotating updraft, I mean. Ah, through my onion ring. All right. Down in Cochise and Graham counties, we do still have this severe thunderstorm warning in place. Looks like some of these storms are firing off along a boundary here. One right along the New Mexico and Arizona border as well, near San Simon. So a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in place around the map. Just one in Arizona here. Could see another one with this smaller cell not long from now. And our Arizona one was actually just lifted. Yeah. Definitely a strong updraft with this storm here. Easily could be producing up to 2-inch hail. So again, all of our severe thunderstorm warnings on the map in the entire United States right now are in this circle, or on the screen here. I can draw a circle since I said in this circle. So we have two in Montana for Fergus County, and then one that's going to include Golden Valley and Wheatland County, which is our considerable severe thunderstorm warning here at the bottom. Apparently, we have a waterspout possible tag. Yeah, we do have a waterspout possible tag down here. Can I get the Miami radar, please? Yeah, okay. Possibly a storm that could produce a waterspout over the lake here. Down in Florida. I also want to point out, and again, this is kind of significant here. I'm going to go through, I'm going to play the animation on our overlay for the active alerts that we have. Because specifically with our flash flood warnings right now, we are looking at 7 considerable flash flood warnings on the map across Texas, Arizona, and Utah right now. So I'm playing those on the map now. If you're in any of those flash flood warnings, you got to be taking it very seriously. Like standing water on the roadway is incredibly dangerous. Turn around, don't drown. That's what they say. I do think maybe these severe thunderstorm warnings to the north may get lifted as these storms continue to diminish. The ones for Fergus County, they do have 12 minutes and 27 minutes remaining respectively on those. That's a lot of flood warnings. Yeah. It's not unusual to see 8 flash flood warnings on the map. What's unusual is seeing 7 considerable flash flood warnings at one time. That is kind of crazy. I don't honestly know if I don't know if I've ever seen 7 considerable at a time so far during like any of our broadcasts, I should say. Like over the last like month and a week that we've existed. I don't think we have. It's not something you see all the time. I've seen 4 or 5 at a time for sure. Pierre Dubois saying it all disintegrated. Well, I'm not mad. Well, depending on where you're at, make sure we're not done yet, depending on where you're at, because these storms to the northwest of Ottawa are again coming into a quite favorable environment here. So still something to pay attention to. Since the severe thunderstorm watch goes until 4 a.m., they're definitely taking into consideration of those storms near Ottawa. Oh, 100%. Yeah. This is the main area of concern for the rest of the night is when these storms, if they can persist and remain sort of somewhat discreet, they come into this environment. That's where the most favorable conditions are going to be. What did I just do? I refreshed the page. Oops. What direction are they heading? They are heading straight down to the southeast here. Something like that. Maybe they may eventually in like the overnight hours make it towards areas like Auburn and Portland, but they'll most likely be fizzled out by that time. Well, I don't know if I would say that, Logan. I mean, Vermont has the Burlington radar. Most of these storms would move into probably western Maine around 3 a.m. Yeah, these are into western Maine. They're not going to be nearly as strong by the time they get there, but still could have some strong storms that roll on through western Maine, especially southwestern Maine. I'd expect them to take kind of like this trajectory. Actually, those arrows might not be super good. Anywhere within like that cone. Yeah, anywhere within like that cone could definitely see some stronger storms here into the overnight hours in Maine. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning in New Hampshire for Carroll, Coos, and Grafton counties, where we do have a stronger storm out here. I'm going to go ahead and use the Portland radar. As we're getting a little bit of clustering going on near Twin Mountain. And definitely the mountains could definitely impact these storms here, enhancing some of that rising motion as energy is forced up the slopes of those mountains. So we can see a little bit of enhanced rising motion with these. And definitely, given all of the lithometeors in the atmosphere, that could definitely lead to an increased risk. An increased risk in hail development. Excuse me. Sorry. Some of that large hail. All right. Maybe broad rotation in there. I don't think anything is particularly concerning in here at all. I don't know if I would classify this as rotation. I need to see a few more radar scans to determine if that's a little bit of broad rotation. I did see that too. Yeah, don't be surprised if you wake up to a clap of thunder. Yeah, out in Western Maine, especially, for sure. I mean, even in Vermont and New Hampshire, we could still have some residual thunderstorms manage to fire off near Montreal and work their way back into this environment. And if we do see a storm, it only takes one. If we get one storm, I mean, this environment hasn't been used much because we hardly had any storms. If we get a storm that somehow manages to fire off like near Montreal and tracks to the southeast into this very favorable corridor here, we could still see an elevated tornado risk with a supercell that did that. Now, I don't think that's going to happen, but it's not impossible by any stretch. All right. Let's see. Casa was closed? No way. The severe watch in Quebec expired? Yeah. Don't be surprised. Oh, yeah. Okay. Your internet keeps glitching? Yeah, that's a bummer. Oh, I didn't even... Mr. Freiberger with the raid. Thank you very much, my friend. How are you guys doing tonight? I'm not going to lie. I've been live for so long, I didn't even know that you went live tonight. That's awesome. I'm glad that you did. We needed more coverage tonight. So, Evan, I really appreciate that, bro. Really good to see everybody tonight from Evan's broadcast. I know a lot of you guys are familiar with what we do here now. Is Evan has been so incredibly kind to raid me like four. I think this is like the fourth time. So I really appreciate that. Really good to see everybody. A lot of big things have been happening with us here, but not in terms of the weather so much tonight. Really good to see everybody here. Yeah, he said there would be food. Oh yeah, don't worry guys. I've still got a few onion rings left. Don't worry, from Culver's here. We're good. It's probably really loud crinkling that paper into my microphone. There you go. Culver's, bang. There's food, don't worry. I'm still sitting here snacking on onion rings. Evan, I hope you had a great broadcast tonight, man. Oh, yeah, my sister and my grandfather went to Culver's for lunch. I saw that. Or I heard about that, I should say. How's the food? It's great. You have golf this week. Nice. You got invaded by wasps on a traffic camera? Where was that, bro? Mommy Max in the chat with a $2 super chat saying, I'm going to get some Shake Shack tonight. That's pretty good. We have one of those not terribly far from me. Ah, was it in Florida? Because that's where Evan's saying. Blake's telling me he's been manning the cameras tonight. He told me in Florida they had he saw some wasps on the camera in Florida, but he didn't show it because we were talking about something else. Or he doesn't remember where it was. Sorry. Evan's saying in Florida. Blake doesn't remember exactly where it was. But yeah, Evan, thank you so much for the raid. And Cubs fans, welcome to the Cirrus membership. Thank you so much for joining us as a member. That's awesome. I really appreciate that. I haven't even announced this feature, and we have like almost 25 members. Like I haven't even announced or said anything about this. Everyone's just been doing it. I really appreciate that, guys. Like the amount of support has been just really overwhelming. I only eat garbage takeout once a month because I'm cutting right now. Fair enough. Had a warning by me unexpected. What are you in San Antonio? I think we had a funnel cloud on our camera in San Antonio. I'm gonna see if I can so we actually do have a clip of that when we had rotation here. It's gonna be really grainy, so I apologize for the low resolution. But what you're looking at, this is sped up here. So you're looking at the left side of your screen, more or less. You're going to be able to see some inflow with this storm here when it's sped up here. And you can see that rotation was clearly in place where you had that funnel cloud forming here. So it definitely tried. And this is when it about looked the best. It definitely tried to put down a tornado, but it was not able to do it, thankfully, because it's a very populated area. And we saw this on traffic cameras, and we weren't exactly sure if we were looking at rotation in that moment. But when you speed it up, you can tell it was definitely rotation. But it was hard to tell because of how small everything was. But definitely we were looking at a funnel cloud there. There was a dangly bit. I thought my eyes were going crazy. Yeah, man, I tell you, the traffic camera operators around San Antonio were panning those things around like crazy. Like they kept looking at like Scud, and then they would like zoom out and like shoot the other direction. And it was kind of funny. But they did a decent job. We were able to get good visuals on everything and help keep folks safe. We had an influx of like 100 people join in from the San Antonio area during that tornado warning, and we were able to help them all stay aware. So that was really cool. To be able to do that. And it's thanks to the people who operate the cameras down there when things like this happen. So I assume it's like local emergency management down in San Antonio. So really good on them for that. So what? Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Blake. I'm in Littleton. Storm is right above. Yeah, you are right in the midst of this severe thunderstorm right now, producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and up to 1-inch hail. I'm not really seeing much of a hail threat with this. I'd really just be more worried about a wind threat, though. Definitely lightning and a lot of rain, too. I know that a lot of areas in New England need some rain, so hopefully this is a good thing for you. I had that line of storms go through my part of northern Vermont, and all of the lightning on it was mostly clouded ground. Scary stuff. Yeah, absolutely, man. Lightning is an underrated part of weather in terms of like the risks behind severe weather. People are like, am I going to get a tornado? But man, like lightning from a non-severe thunderstorm can do just as much damage sometimes. I almost got hit by it. Wow. I never saw a strike dissolve in person until now. I've seen only a few of those in my life. It's terrifying. And the ones I've seen were actually none of them were during storm chases. All of them were by accident when I was younger. I literally, there's a crazy story, man. I was in 7th grade and I got off the bus getting home from school. I was in middle school. I was in 7th grade and I got off the bus and I turned the bus, like, so my house is here and then there's the street and then I got dropped off on the other side of the street. So like right across the street from my house. I literally get off the bus and I turn around, face my house and watch it get struck by lightning. And I was like, I literally, I could not believe what I just saw, or what I just seen. It was so loud. It was insane. I think that's the closest I've ever been to lightning. It didn't damage the house at all. It got redirected into the ground like it's supposed to, lightning rod stuff. But man, it was loud. It was so loud. And I saw that one dissolve. That one had a couple of return strokes too. It flashed like 3 times in front of me. It was crazy. What drink do I have? I'm sipping on some Dr. Pepper right now. Lightning has caused so many house fires and wildfires. Man, my buddy Max had his house burned down when we were pretty young from a lightning strike. I got hit by lightning underwater tying my boat up. Brother, how are you alive? You must have been like decently far away because otherwise you would be not in this chat. That's crazy. I'm really happy that you're okay. There's a burnt smell outside too. I wonder if it's the lightning or the smoke in the atmosphere. Honestly, it's probably all the soot. So you have all these lithometeors in the atmosphere, all this ash, these tiny little particles of burnt debris. And when the rain forms, those droplets collect all of those particles of soot and bring them down to the surface. So you're probably smelling outside right now all of that soot just being dropped down to the surface with the rain. I was setting an anchor underwater and it hit wasn't too bad. Man, you are a lucky duck. I have 2 rods in my back. I tell people to call me a lightning rod. That's kind of funny, actually. It smells terrible. I believe it. Yeah, I mean it's dirty ash. It's dirty, muddy, rainy ash that's been transported hundreds of miles. Ray Westman saying, when I lived in Florida, we were at Dad's on the Lanai and a lightning bolt hit the house. Went down the wall, came out the outlet, the TV was plugged in. That's crazy. That's terrifying. I will say our considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Montana, by the way, was downgraded. So we do not have a considerable severe thunderstorm on the map at the moment. Three severe thunderstorm warnings in Montana for Fergus, Golden Valley, and Wheatland counties. And then we also have our one that we're watching here in New Hampshire for Carroll, Coos, and Grafton counties in New Hampshire. Excuse me. My cousin was 30 foot away, acting like it really got him. Everybody wants to be the star of the show, man. It's also humid. The rain did nothing. Well, if anything, the rain is just going to help increase your surface moisture content. It's not going to get rid of it right away. After it rains, you got to give time with clear skies for all that to evaporate and move out of your area. So how hot will it be in Minnesota next week? Pretty hot. Pretty warm. We actually got another flash flood warning in Real and Bandera counties in Texas. Oh, yeah, I see that. Yeah, and again, this is going to continue for the record. Like, we're going to have, especially over the next even day or two, I mean, this whole area is going to be experiencing a ton of extremely dangerous flooding. And we are nowhere near through the flooding threat in this area. Not even close. It's just repeated rainfall. I mean, so much moisture in this area, just getting dumped. I had a couple times removed cousin killed by lightning. That's horrible. I'm really sorry to hear that. From Mandy Bailey Green in the chat. Yeah, anybody, no matter where you are, definitely make sure you guys are staying aware of the weather. Again, we're not looking at significant severe weather over the next few days. Maybe just a little bit on Friday, but we could have isolated bits of severe weather pop up for sure all over the place over the next few days. But in general, we're not expecting any type of severe weather events over the next 2 days. But there's still going to be a significant flooding risk, plenty of pop-up storms all over the place, especially in the southeast. So if you are in any of those places, just because there isn't a significant severe weather event that you need to be paying close attention to, definitely make sure that you are still staying weather aware and being very cognizant of what's going on around you. You got to stay, situationally aware at all times. That's not a good thing. Those 2 counties in Texas are actually decently populated. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I guess just a little bit of an update because this is just blowing my mind. We have 28 members right now. I didn't even announce this or like talk about it at all. Like it's crazy. I'm just really grateful for all the support. It's really cool to see people wanting to be a part of what we're doing. And then we get the raid from Evan and all of you guys coming in from Evan's broadcast, man. That's just really cool stuff to see. So I'm just super grateful. Really appreciate all the support. We do have some cool cameras going on. That one looks beautiful. Can we full screen that one, Blake? Look at that sunset. That's gorgeous. Wow. Like all the colors showing up at the top of your screen, all that raggedy, scuddy looking cloud stuff going on up there. So yeah, that's a beautiful one too. Look at that. Blake's giving us all this. He's giving us the cinematics right now. Look at that. That's a beautiful one there. I mean, it's like cotton candy in the sky out there in Arkansas right now. Really, really beautiful scenes there. Let me go ahead and make sure you can still see that severe thunderstorm warning. There you go. Yeah, some really, really gorgeous scenes in Arkansas there. Just cotton candy skies, you know, low hanging, scuddy, raggedy clouds that just look very photogenic. It's really, really beautiful. We are right around sunset, of course, in the middle of the country. Central time, anyway. Of course, we're after dark now out in the Northeast. So anything that we have at this point is going to be a nocturnal setup. And we are not out of the woods yet. These storms near Ottawa are still concerning. I'm going to go ahead and take a peek-see at those. Where the storms, it looks like actually perhaps even more have fired off ahead of our line here. Let's take a look. See if that's the case or not. Sort of. Yeah, we had one of those cells collapsed and we saw a new one develop here. So that's going to be your newest one here just to the west of Ottawa. And again, the further these storms can track towards like this area of the map, the more likely they're going to be to pose that tornado threat. But really, like this whole atmospheric region has not been tapped into for the most part at all. We haven't had that many storms take advantage of it. So the ingredients are still sitting there for the taking if any storms can fire off and exist in that environment. Still watching near Montreal for any possible storms that might try to fire off and do that same thing. Doesn't look like any of that's going to happen as of right this second. But again, we're still looking at another couple of hours where we could still see any storm fire off and take advantage of that environment. And if it does, we would see an elevated risk for those stronger supercells capable of producing all hazards, including tornadoes. So it's a low probability that it happens. Like it's a low probability that we get any storms to fire off like that. But if we do get one or two, they could be very significant ones. Kaysen, good to see you back in the chat. Ray saying I live in Harris County in Texas, so thankfully I'm far away from that. Yeah, that's good. What about the line of storms near Ottawa? Yeah, that's kind of what I was just talking about there. Sorry, I guess I missed your message a minute ago, but good thing I just talked about it. Those could definitely pose a concern, especially for like maybe central Vermont later on in the evening, depending on the exact direction at which they track. I'm assuming that they're going to track, something kind of like this. So maybe towards Burlington or just south of Burlington. So central Vermont, definitely at risk for those storms into the later hours this evening. Do you have any advice? Like I want to give up on my weather YouTube channel, but I'm very small and everyone watches this one other. Well, the thing I'll say is if you're young and you have the extra time, get the experience. You don't need to make it big when you're young. And you're most likely not going to when you're like super, super young. So if you're still in school, man, just take the time, have fun with it. Don't worry about the numbers. Find out what things work for you, what things you like to do. And then once you're ready to turn it into a production, invest the time into yourself and make that happen. Like in my example, for what we're doing here at WillBrattonWx, I had to take a lot of time to experiment with things for my whole life. I'm 22 years old, and now I decided, like, at this point, I have the opportunity to do something good, and I spent a large amount of my time in my life working hard and saving my money, and now I'm able to invest in myself and do something like this. So if you do that, you're going to have an advantage on everybody else, because while you're young, so you're saying you're on summer break, so while you're young, and while you're in school, you can spend extra time to get experience doing things like this. But don't worry about the numbers yet. Don't give up on it. But you don't have to make it a full-time job either. Just do it as much as it makes you happy. Don't burn yourself out. And then when you're ready to launch something larger scale, you can invest that time into yourself and really have that belief in yourself, because you'll have the experience to back it up. So that's what I would recommend doing. Anything going to come back down in the path of Sherbrooke and Newport? Probably not. But again, it is definitely possible that we see an isolated storm fire off somewhere near Montreal. And if it does, it's going to track into that direction. And that if a storm fires off in that environment, it's going to pose the risk for being the strongest storm of the night. But again, that is a very low probability option there. It's not something I'm expecting to happen. But if it does happen, this environment has not really been taken advantage of much. And there's plenty of atmospheric ingredient in place for a supercell like that to become a very robust updraft, capable of producing a tornado, or perhaps even a medium end to like strong tornado. I'm not expecting anything like intense or violent, of course, but maybe. I see Connor Croft in the chat. What's up, Connor? Good to see you, my friend. More brain rot in the call later, probably. I think this is actually the first time you've been in my chat, so I appreciate you stopping in and saying hello, Connor. It means a lot. Good to hear from you. Let's see. Oh, 22, younger than my son. Yeah, I'm pretty young, but look, I've got a ton of experience. I just graduated. I'm from undergrad, and I'm doing my master's as well. And I've got the background in it. I did sports broadcast. I'm like, I know I'm young, but I believe in my ability to do this, and I want to make a positive impact on as many people as possible. So I'm like, let's do this. Let's fire this thing off. I spent a lot of time building what you see here, all of the content and building a team. So we're locked in. We're in this. Yeah, Connor's surgery on the 29th. He says in the chat there. You guys remember that knee surgery meme? Well, Connor, I'm about to DM this to you right now, bro. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, but I got to. Yeah. So stupid. Connor, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna put a reminder in my phone to send you that meme on the 28th. That's actually the day that I leave town to go to Scotland. So I'm gonna be on the plane, like spamming you with knee surgery is tomorrow gifts. You're not gonna hear from me until then. I'm gonna make sure you don't remember that it's coming. Tornado warning in Alberta. All right, let's talk about it. I don't have notifications for those. Yeah, we do have a tornado warning out here in Alberta. Now, we'll say with Canadian radars, our velocity products are not going to be great. Unscheduled outage due to hardware issues. What radar? Is that this radar? It is this radar. Interesting. The radar goes down during the tornado warning. Outstanding. It's almost like Pueblo. Wait, where'd my thing go? There it is. Okay. So we definitely have a velocity. Where's the radar? Interesting. This data feels very contaminated. Interesting. I wonder if we have like a report or something of like a funnel cloud, because this is interesting. It looks anticyclonic. Yeah, okay. I don't know. But a tornado warning is in place here in Alberta. This is for really just Hannah. So if you're in this area, definitely make sure that you are Spending sorry, Connor reacted 6-7 to my GIF, and it made me laugh in the middle of talking about something very serious. So I apologize for that. But headed towards Hannah in Alberta, Canada right now. I'll zoom out a little bit so you can see where we're at. We're in southern Alberta here. Not horribly far from Calgary. We're off to the northeast of Calgary here near Hannah. So again, if you're out there in this region, definitely make sure that you're taking this one seriously. Interior-most room of a sturdy structure, a basement or storm shelter if you've got one. Do whatever you can to put as many layers between you and the tornado as possible if there is one. Okay, the radar is not down, I'm hearing. Okay, that's good. See if I can get better look at the velocities here. Okay, yeah. That makes way more sense. Okay, we definitely have a strong rotating couplet here for sure. Even lower res data, you can see that clear as day. It even was taking on, before the latest scan, it was taking on a little bit of that kidney bean shape. So again, definitely a rotating updraft here. Not sure if we have a bounded weak echo region or not without a cross-section viewer, but we definitely have a strong rotating couplet here for sure. And this is not terribly elevated in the air. This is only around 3,000 feet. So like low mid-level rotation here. It says is producing a tornado, where normally it would say is capable of producing a tornado. Yeah, it says that is producing a tornado. So possibly a confirmed tornado here in Hannah, or near Hannah, to the southwest of Hannah, I should say, east of Drumheller. Possibly a confirmed tornado on the ground here in Canada. So my understanding of the language here, and Hayden, help me out if I'm wrong, but I'm fairly certain that this would be a confirmed tornado here by Environment Canada. Logan, I'll let Connor answer that question one day. What's up, Adrian? Yeah. Okay, so Adrian's just giving me a little update in my ear, talking about how the area near Ottawa is definitely looking like it could ramp up over the next hour. It looks like we have another supercell out there. I'm going to stay with this tornado warning for now, and we'll go back over to that way towards Ottawa, which is in Ontario, and then also into Quebec and New England as well. We'll head back over that way in a little bit. But for now, we're going to stay with this tornado warning here in Alberta. This is, again, southwest of Hannah. Is producing is normally that it's observed. Okay, so I do believe this is a confirmed tornado by the language of Environment Canada, but I will say I'm not an Environment Canada expert here by any stretch. Do you need like a crazy setup to do severe weather live streaming like you're doing? In theory, no. If you want it to be done like really well, where you can effectively get like good communication out to people, then you're going to want to spend a lot of time putting a lot of good thought into your presentation methods. Cooper, I'm glad to hear that you've changed your mind there. I'll try to dig in Facebook/Twitter for a report. Okay, sounds good. Appreciate that, Hayden. Is the tornado threat still on for the upstate New York, Plattsburgh area? I don't know exactly where that is. Yes. Okay, Plattsburgh. Okay, that's not far from Burlington here. So, yes, you still have a little bit of a tornado threat as we go into the later evening hours here tonight near Plattsburgh. So definitely make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts. It is going to be a lower end threat. So again, I'm not expecting like any kind of a tornado outbreak or anything like that. but there is definitely a threat there. So make sure that you're staying vigilant about that. Have your phone turned on with EAS notifications enabled. And if you don't know how to do that, I definitely would recommend going into YouTube and looking that up. I do want to point out we do finally have a severe thunderstorm warning in the state of Maine for the first time. This is going to be including Oxford, Carroll, Coos, and Grafton counties across Maine and New Hampshire. Of course, it's going to be Oxford County in Maine, I believe. Yeah, Oxford County in Maine. So it's going to include Freiburg and Lovell. Freiburg, how about that? Evans Town right there. That's funny. Whoops. Yeah, it looks like we did have visual confirmation on a tornado about 33 minutes ago here in Canada, in Alberta. So again, to the southwest of Hannah, it looks like we did have visual confirmation. I can't show it on air. We don't have the rights to show it, but we did have visual confirmation on what appears to very clearly be a tornado to the east of Drumheller in Alberta, Canada here. Evan saying, I bought that town. Oh, it's Kuas? Okay. Or Coas. It's Coas. Okay, I got you. Coas. I got you. Alan in the chat, one of our storm chasers out there. Good to see you, Alan. Are we covering Canada every broadcast or just this one? I definitely want to cover it as much as I can. I'm going to do my best. Speaking of which, I think there's also rotation in Fergus County, Montana. We'll check in on it. Why not? Yeah. Whoa. Definitely have a little bit of rotation present at around 5,000 feet here. Some of this looks to be slightly contaminated radar data here, but definitely possible with the morphology of the storm. It definitely looks like we have strong inflow here. So we could easily be looking at some rotation to the east of Judith Gap here in Montana. So that's something to watch as well. Possibly another area of rotation with this notch in this storm to the west of Flat Willow in Montana here. I don't think either of these are tornado possible tagged. Yeah, they're not. Something to watch. I'm not particularly worried about a tornado threat in those areas, but definitely something to pay close attention to because the possibility is non-zero. Tornado Explorer Alt, I'd love to say, but I'll be out for the night. No worries. Thank you so much for tuning in. Appreciate you stopping by. Again, this is a confirmed tornado in Alberta as of about 30 minutes ago. Coas. I got to remember. Coas County. I think west of Edmonton will be the next tornado warning. That's where we were looking a lot earlier today. Let's take a look. Whoa. Still a very large hail spike going on here, by the way. Now you guys can't see this. A very, very large hail spike with a storm to the southwest of Edmonton, where you have quite the large hail spike going on. So definitely damaging hail with that storm. That is a yellow severe thunderstorm warning. Red. I'm not convinced on this one. But we're gonna watch it for sure. Again, I don't know the best practices for interpreting the Canadian radars because they are different than the NEXRAD 88Ds that we use in the United States, which I'm very educated on, but I'm not very educated on Canadian radars at all. But that didn't seem to me, that didn't really scream at me. But again, we did have a confirmed tornado. It looked to be a pretty large tornado out here in Alberta, Canada, to the southwest of Hannah and east of Drumheller. as of about 30 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm going to go over there. Which one are we talking about? The one like due west of Ottawa? The younger one there near like Calabogie? Okay. Yeah. Definitely looks like we may have a new supercell trying to develop here. It looks like we have a low precip hook starting to form here on radar. And again, this is a definitely a stronger storm, and any storms in this environment. In fact, it almost looks like the one, another one due west of Ottawa, closer to Arnprior. That one looks like it could be trying to what the world, trying to establish a little bit of inflow as well. Although I will say velocities are showing literally nothing with these two storms. But we also know that Canadian velocity radar data is not very great. But any of these storms, you're going to see a bunch of them starting to take on the morphology, suggesting they're trying to ingest clean inflow. So any of these storms, especially as they continue off to the southeast, will pose that tornadic threat. The most favorable conditions on the map right now are in this circle, and especially east in this circle, but we could still see any of these storms out here that head down towards New York and eventually into like northern or central Vermont and New Hampshire. Those storms could definitely pose the risk for a tornado threat should they remain semi-discrete in any type of way. And we're still looking at what was a confirmed tornado not long ago, about 30 minutes ago. And the last time it looks like it was confirmed was about 13 minutes ago. So it'd been on the ground for some time, at least some time. Will Smiley in the chat saying it's his first time here. Well, thank you very much for tuning in. I really appreciate that. And I appreciate the kind words as well. All right. So it looks like this tornado warning, by the way, is going to expire in about 15 minutes from now. We are still looking at rotation here, present on the radar, but it's not anything like insane looking. But again, the radar data just doesn't look that great from these Canadian radars here. I don't know if I should call them Canadian radars, but they're the ones used in Canada. I don't know if they're Canadian made or produced or like Canadian engineered or anything, but they are the ones used in Canada. So forgive me if they are not Canadian per se. Yes, the tornado in Alberta was confirmed, at least at some point. And it was last confirmed to be on the ground as of about 15 minutes ago on the dot, pretty much. And this is, again, to the southwest of Hannah, east of Drumheller. And for a little bit of a zoom out as to where we're actually at on the map, we are northeast of Calgary and pretty far to the southeast of Edmonton. Still looking at stronger storms, by the way, that are near Edmonton, especially to the west and southwest, where we have a couple of three-body scatter hail spikes still showing up on the map. One of them here on the left-hand side of your screen. It looks like actually the other one went away. So just one hail spike on the map as of right this second, I believe. right. They are made in Germany. We normally call them Canadian radars or the town name that the radar is in. For example, the Strathmore radar. I reckon that's the one I'm looking at right now. Yeah, Strathmore radar. Okay, cool. So similar to how they name them in the US, but German made and Canadian radar. Okay, interesting. Good to know. Okay. Let's see. Well, the other stream says there were no tornado. Okay, I mean, I did see a video of what very, very clearly looked was most certainly a tornado on the ground, at least at some point. Now, that video was taken about 35 minutes ago now, I believe. So definitely some time ago. So again, I'm not saying there's a tornado on the ground right this second, but there was most certainly a confirmed tornado with this storm. And the language that Environment Canada is using is that the storm is producing a tornado. They're tracking a severe thunderstorm that is producing a tornado. So, and again, that was about 20 minutes ago now that they last confirmed a tornado on the ground. So it easily could be lifted by now. 86-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Montana. I think it could be a downburst. Yeah, most likely is a downburst. They get those all the time up there in Montana. Yeah, Pierre Dubois, no worry at all. And by the way, it is very smart of you to check in with multiple broadcasts. It's very, very smart because you definitely always want to make sure you're getting the best weather information possible. So I commend you for that. We are still looking at a ton of flash flood warnings, by the way, in the United States. We're looking at 6 considerable and 2 just standard flash flood warnings on the map right now. Yeah, possibly a little bit of broad rotation on the back end west of Conway and North Conway out here in New Hampshire, but nothing that is going to be tornadic, I don't think. But this storm could definitely pose the threat for some stronger damaging winds as it continues off to the southeast here. I don't know. I'm going to see if I can. Conway's beautiful. I love the scenic railroad. Yeah, I really want to go explore the Northeast again. I've never even been to the East Coast. Let's count Florida. I don't even think I've ever been on the East Coast side of Florida, though. I mean, I've been to Orlando, but like that's not on the coast, you know. Anyway, I digress. I'm gonna see if I can get if I can send you guys this link in the chat so you can see the visual on this tornado that I saw earlier. Okay, I did just get permission to do that. So I'm gonna drop this link in the chat. Here's what I was looking at earlier for the confirmation on this tornado as of 7:20 p.m. Mountain Time. So that was about 45 minutes ago now. We did get an upgrade, by the way, to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning back in Montana again. So this was that 86-mile-per-hour wind gust, I'm assuming. But yeah, this is tagged for destructive winds here in Montana. And then it's also a considerable severe thunderstorm warning there as well. So this is going to be including Fergus for your considerable severe thunderstorm warning up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. And then it's going to be including Petroleum County, Montana for your 80-mile-per-hour winds. Areas like Grass Range, Winnett, Flat Willow, Cat Creek, Mosby, Tegan. Yeah, that was definitely looking to be a pretty I mean, whether it was a high-end tornado or not, it was, you know, it was like I'm saying, whether or not it was a strong tornado, I should say, it was definitely a very large tornado by the looks of it in that video. But again, that was a while ago. That was almost 50 minutes ago now. So whether or not we have a tornado on the ground right this moment is uncertain. Now, the last time that Environment Canada had confirmed that this was a severe thunderstorm that is producing a tornado was at 7:47 Mountain Time. So that was like exactly 20 minutes ago for the most part. Was that tornado directly on a mountain? I don't believe so. So again, the last time that this was confirmed was just over 20 minutes ago now. So we may or may not have a tornado on the ground this point to the at this point to the southwest of Hannah. Now, when we look at our velocities, you're going to notice that it's still there. I mean, like rotation wise, there is still rotation with this storm. Possibly rotation with this other cell too, more due south of Hannah. I'm having a really tough time interpreting the data that comes in from the Canadian radar sites here, just because it's a little bit unfamiliar with me of exactly what I'm looking at. But definitely some contaminated data with this, but we could be looking at two different areas of inflow with these two different cells here. Lucas, good to see you in the chat. Yeah, I have no idea if that tornado is still on the ground at this point. Again, that visual I dropped with the link in the chat was at 7:20 p.m. Mountain Time. So that was 50 minutes ago. And the last time that Environment Canada confirmed this on the ground was over 20 minutes ago. I'm still watching what's going on back into the United States at the New Hampshire and Maine border. And I'm also keeping an eye in the background on what's going on out here near Ottawa, as these storms are going to pose one of the most significant risks for that tornado threat. As it looks like we actually have a handful of supercellular type storms trying to fire off in this area. So if any of these can remain kind of discreet and sustain themselves as they continue to propagate towards the southeast, the environment will become more and more favorable for tornadoes as they head off in that direction. So for my friend earlier who was asking about upstate New York near Plattsburgh, you are definitely not out of the woods yet, but you've got a lot of time to prepare. So make sure that you're ready for this when it does come your way. And again, there's still the chance that nothing really happens with this in terms of a tornado threat. All right. Will my overlay show the warnings in Canada? No, our overlay is not built to show warnings that are active in Canada as of this moment. All right. That'll change eventually. Yeah, it might. Checking back in on what's going on in Montana, where we do have these damaging wind gusts here, up to 80 miles per hour out here in Petroleum County, associated with this cluster of storms that is kind of downbursting and just spitting out crazy amounts of energy into that region. I'm going to pull some frames back so we can take a little bit of a closer look at this guy here. We can get a really good view on this. All right, so what you're going to notice with this storm is as we go forward in time, this mass is continuing to kind of billow around, but you're going to notice these higher DBZ values really begin to fall off as we go a little later in time here. And then when that happens, you're going to notice these winds kind of spreading out in a swath in a bunch of different directions here, like really all like this. You're seeing these winds just pushing out kind of like crazy in a bunch of different directions here. Those are really just outstanding arrows. I mean, wow, I'm an artist. But yeah, so that's what we're looking at with those destructive winds rolling through petroleum up to 80 miles per hour. Yeah, so it has been actually a quiet day from what we expected. I will say that much. But we do have a what was a confirmed tornado in Canada, in Alberta, and that tornado warning has just been lifted. So we no longer have a tornado warning down here for Hannah. And I was wondering about that too, because I was like, I don't think I can interpret this data correctly because it just doesn't look like much to me. But the last time this tornado was confirmed was well over 20 minutes ago. In fact, it was almost 30 minutes ago. And we believe it has lifted since then. The visual that we got on that tornado that I linked in the chat a little bit ago was at what was that, 7:30 or 7:20 p.m. So that was like almost an hour ago now. So definitely good news on that front. We're still looking at a couple stronger cells out here west of Edmonton that are producing some damaging hail. You can see this one over here has a 3-body scatter hail spike in place. And then we're also watching back towards Ottawa. So back towards Ottawa. Again, we're watching all of these storms where we have various cells that are trying to become supercellular in nature. Any of them that can persist and head off to the southeast towards the more favorable environment are going to pose that risk for supercellular development as we go into the later hours here. But yeah, you'll see a bunch of these cells really trying to take on that supercell morphology here, that kidney bean shape starting to show up for numerous of these. So we have to watch them pretty closely here. And again, if they become more clustered, the threat is going to be more of a wind threat. And I'm still watching very closely, and whoa, where did this guy come from? Okay, so we may have a new developing cell. Okay, we possibly have a new developing cell near Sherbrooke in Cookshire. So this cell here, if it is able to get itself going and really have some explosive growth, right about now is our peak instability as was forecasted earlier this afternoon. So if this storm can really tap into these ingredients, what we're looking at here is an environment surrounding it that hasn't really been used. A lot of favorable ingredients where we just haven't had storms fire off. And so if this cell can get going out here, this one could definitely pose the risk for a possible tornado as well, especially as it crosses the border into western Maine here. So we need to watch that one pretty closely. Same thing goes for the one near St. George. I'm going to see about that St. George one here. If it's that one's really struggled to get going, the one near St. George. So if it can get going, then it could definitely pose that risk. But I'm not as worried about that one as I am about the one near Cookshire in East Angus. Cubs fans, I just dropped a command in the chat that'll explain to you what the DBZ values are. But essentially, The DBZs are just looking at how much energy is returned to the radar unit. It attempts to estimate, how much rain's falling. But obviously, the radar doesn't know what it's contacting. So if the radar contacts like a flock of birds, for example, the radar still would put some DBZs on the map thinking that it's seeing rain, but in reality, it's seeing birds and stuff like that. There's a lot of examples of this that exist out there. Oh, it looks like maybe we got a new outlook, or excuse me, a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. I'm going to get a hold of that really quick here. Yeah, so we got a new mesoscale discussion here from the Storm Prediction Center. I'm going to give that a read really quick on my other monitor so you guys can continue to watch these cells here. Okay. So essentially, that mesoscale discussion is just saying that for the region that I've been talking about, and I've circled like a million times on the map here, what we're looking at is basically this region ahead of this line of storms, where we definitely are looking at the risk for any semi-discrete cells to become pretty supercellular and print out a tornado or two. And then we're also looking at the most likely risk anyway of being a larger damaging wind and hail threat. Hannah's okay. Yes, there is no longer a tornado in Hannah, in Alberta there. So yeah, the latest mesoscale discussion is just kind of echoing all the things we've been talking about this evening. And again, we're still watching this destructive severe thunderstorm out here in Montana with up to 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Okay. The storm north of Uvalde in Texas. Yeah, perhaps very, very weak rotation going on with this storm. Or very broad, I should say. I'm going to pull some frames back on our radar unit. So we're looking out here west of San Antonio, north of Uvalde, by the way, where possibly some broad mid-level rotation is continuing to develop with this cell. I'm not really worried about it becoming tornadic, but it's definitely something to watch just in case. The Sherbrooke cell is still strengthening. Yeah, it definitely is. Okay, so that's the one near St. George, again, doesn't really concern me much. It doesn't look like that one's going to be able to get itself going. But this cell near Sherbrooke, that one intrigues me. Yeah, from both radar units, really. That one definitely intrigues me there. Let's see if I can... I guess there's just not even remotely a close radar to that one that I can see on GR. I can't even see that guy. Okay, that's fine. So, definitely a concerning one here. This cell near Sherbrooke. Again, the reason I'm concerned about it is when we zoom out, what you'll remember about this evening is that there hasn't really been a lot that's come through this environment. But what you will notice, if you remember from this morning's forecast, is that this environment is still looking pretty favorable for the possibility for a couple of tornadoes. So again, if this storm can really get itself going, none of this environmental ingredient, bowl here, this bowl of ingredients, none of it's been used. So this storm could take advantage of all of that and potentially become tornadic and supercellular as it moves off into western Maine. So we got to watch it pretty closely here if it's going to continue to uptrend. So we're gonna continue to keep a very close eye on it. We did get a new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, in Maine. So I'm going to show that really quick. This is a new downstream warning of our original severe thunderstorm warning, as this one's now going to be rolling on through Oxford, York, and Carroll counties throughout New Hampshire and Maine here towards center Ossipee, Keezer Falls or Kezar Falls, Limerick, and Ossipee. Eventually towards Sanbornville as well. Are the Cape values still high up there? Yeah, there's still plenty of instability. I mean, we're still seeing 2,000 to 3,000 joules per kilogram of Cape, especially back towards this part of the country where those Ottawa storms are coming towards. In fact, I think I was actually wrong. We're seeing mu Cape values of 3,000 plus joules per kilogram. So a lot of instability present actually ahead of these Ottawa storms as they move eventually towards like Burlington and areas like that. So plenty of instability for those storms. I don't know exactly what the environment's looking at or looking like in terms of instability ahead of the Sherbrooke storm, but I'm going to continue to watch it closely, and I bet I can find or let's see. Adrian is in the call. Adrian, if you could let me know what our instability is looking like downstream of that Sherbrooke storm, if you have a second, that would be awesome. Almost zero of the ingredients have been used because nothing has happened. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. You're still in the High Cape area then? Let's see if anything happens. Yep. Well, again, we're having these storms that are off towards Ottawa right now, and they're gonna be headed your way. It's just what are they gonna look like by the time they get to you? Are we gonna be seeing a bowling ball of storms that's gonna be bringing damaging winds? Are we gonna be seeing a bunch of semi-discrete supercells like we have right now, capable of producing tornadoes and hail? Or are we just going to see general thunderstorms? We don't know exactly what things are going to be looking like as they head your way. Appreciate you covering Canada. I'm glad it didn't take as long as you thought it would. Yeah, me too. Hopefully you'll be live for the next Winnipeg weather event for sure. Yeah. And again, I'm not like fully branched into Canada for like our forecast videos and things like that just yet. But I want to be. But I need to study up my Canadian geography a little bit better. But again, I'm working on those things every single day. So it's all part of the plan. We're grinding. We're trying to make it happen here. Logan saying, I think if any storm is going to produce a tornado, it's going to be the one near Sherbrooke. Well, it's got a long ways to go. If it can get organized, then that definitely could be the one to do it. But as of right this second, all of these ones are already pretty well developed and mature. Anything happens, also appreciate that you cover my part of Vermont. Our radar doesn't cover my area, but the Canadian ones do slightly. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, the Burlington radar is not ideal, but it can do the job. Okay, yeah, you're good, Adrian. Burlington radar is just essentially for Burlington and Western New York. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. The mountains kind of interfere with it a little bit. Has a really, really hard time in Burlington when you get to kind of central Vermont here near Montpelier. That's kind of tends to be the cutoff a lot of the time for that Burlington radar, which is fine. We just need another one in like central New Hampshire or something, but we don't have one there. Like a radar near like Plymouth, New Hampshire would be fantastic. Maybe even just south of there, like maybe Franklin. That would be great. We also need one up here near like maybe Stratton, Maine or something like that. That would be nice as well. But again, there's so many different radars that we need that we don't have. So, and these areas don't see severe weather often, so those are definitely not the priority. For radar in Pittsburgh, it goes all the way down into Maryland and Ohio. Yeah, different radars can do. It just depends on the terrain. Depends on the terrain. Depends on the elevation of the radar units. It depends on all sorts of stuff. I see a lot of folks have joined our Discord server tonight. If you are in here and haven't done that yet, I definitely recommend doing it. That link's going to show up in the chat for you from Nightbot here. So I definitely recommend that. It's a great way to get in touch with the community. And if you have a member role here or if you have a membership on YouTube, you'll get a special role in the Discord if you link your account to your Discord account. So just a great way to interact with us. Myself and our full team. Of course, we have such a large team, so. What are my thoughts on the discrete cells south of Plattsburgh? I've been looking at them, but I haven't really seen anything from them that impresses me. They're all very, very immature cells that would have a long ways to go if they want to do anything special here. I'm not really worried about them, though. The one that maybe I would be looking at the most is this one to the northwest of Tupper Lake. But I will say that one's not going to be headed towards Plattsburgh. It's going to be headed down towards like Elizabethtown or Middlesbury. Yeah, go ahead, Adrian. Okay. 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 And I will say, it actually looks like that Sherbrooke storm maybe is even falling apart. I'm going to check in on it here and see what it's trending like. Yeah. Maybe not. I mean, it's still there. Yeah. I see. Alrighty. Appreciate that update, Adrian. Good food for thought for me as we continue on with the broadcast this evening. What is this clip, bro, that you posted, Adrian? Oh, I just stubbed my toe. All right. So again, we are still rolling strong here, watching the storms out in the Ottawa area, especially the most closely anyway, for any possible clustering and the potential for any semi-discrete cells to continue to move into a more favorable environment out here in upstate New York. So this is what we're looking at. Massive hail spikes in Montana. All right, let's take a look at. Where are you seeing that? Maybe the Great Falls radar units. I'm not seeing any hail spikes going on here. Maybe it's the Glasgow radar you're looking at. Okay, I may just not be looking at what you're looking at because I'm not seeing any hill spikes anywhere in Montana. The severe thunderstorm watch was extended into southwestern Maine. Oh, yeah. That would make some sense here, as we do have literally a severe thunderstorm that's just kind of rolling into that area now. It looks like it's actually downtrended a little bit on the latest scan, so we may actually be seeing what could be a downburst forming with this storm, if it is dissipating here. Sorry, came in late, assuming with how slow this was to start. Unless we get a stray cell hits just right. Lebanon, New Hampshire, probably won't see anything until early morning hours if anything comes our way. Yeah, so you're going to be looking at the overnight hours kind of tonight here. So definitely make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts if you're in Lebanon, New Hampshire there, because it's going to be definitely a nighttime threat for you if you're going to get a threat at all. And again, we are watching these storms in Ottawa. So it's not necessarily a matter of if you get if these storms come your way, they are coming your way. The question is, what are they going to look like when they make it that far, towards the southeast? So essentially what we're seeing right now is a more semi-discrete, half clustered kind of mode where we could definitely see tornado genesis if these storms can continue to sustain themselves and get organized as they move into upstate New York and eventually towards Vermont, like Burlington. So that's definitely something to watch. But again, when it comes to like as far south as Lebanon, New Hampshire, these storms are probably going to be weakening by that point. And if they're still going pretty strong, they're going to be clustered. So you're going to be looking at more of a wind risk. But definitely make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts and have EAS notifications turned on your phone. You can find that in your settings. You can look it up on YouTube if you don't know how to do it, or on Google. And yeah, so that's just a really good way to make sure that you can stay prepared, since it is a nighttime setup for you. But yes, to answer your question, early morning hours, or like the late overnight hours, like 2, 3 a.m., 4 a.m., maybe something like that. I'm guessing you'll still be live for a while. Yeah, I'm going to be live for at least a little while longer here. The CC looks like it's south of that warning, but no hail. What causes that? What are we talking about, guys? Let me take a look. What radar unit are you looking at? Is this what you're looking at? That's just clear air, essentially. So you might have aerosols in the air, maybe dust, for example, associated with the outflow of this storm. And therefore the radar unit is just scattering back weird amounts of energy at weird wavelengths. And therefore you get these low CC values that would typically indicate like tumbling matter that is changing with orientation between scans or between pulses. But rather, what you're actually looking at is just clear air, possibly aerosols, things like that. The line. Okay, the line, if you're talking about this line, this is just completely radar interference here. This is just data being interfered with as it's coming back to the radar unit. A lot of times this happens as you get kind of further away from the radar units. Again, this is still a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Petroleum County, Montana. It does have 22 minutes remaining on it, and it's paired with a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that has 7 minutes remaining on it. I don't know if these warnings are going to last their full life cycles here. Okay. Interesting. Appreciate the knowledge. You are welcome. That's what I'm here for. My job is a communicator of information. So I will say that over the next 2 days, we're not really expecting, just as something to fill some time to talk about here. Over the next 2 days, we're not expecting a whole lot of severe weather. It's possible that I have like a random brief broadcast if we get like a pop-up tornado warning and I'm available or something like that. Most likely, we're not going to be looking at any kind of severe weather over the next 2 days. Obviously, again, the severe weather threat is still going on for tonight into the overnight hours here. But like in terms of what we're seeing on Wednesday and Thursday this week, not really looking at much. Now, Friday morning, we'll probably have another forecast video coming out, maybe a broadcast Friday night if we get severe weather. Saturday, I'm going to be MIA. And then Sunday, I can broadcast in the evening if we're going to have severe weather then as well. But yeah, Saturday, I will be completely unavailable. I won't be able to broadcast, unfortunately, as I'm going on a float trip. And but I'll be back for Sunday. Look at that water on that camera in the bottom left. In Florida, by the way, as some of these vehicles drive by. We can wait for one of them to go from left to right across the screen here, as there have like the amount of water that looks like it's on this roadway is kind of crazy. And this camera is down in Florida. See if we can get a vehicle to go from left to right here. There we go. Here comes one. See if it'll do it. Yeah, look at all that water on the roadway. That's pretty crazy. Just a lot of water being tossed up by these vehicles. Really, really cool. Really cool view there. Cruz, I appreciate the raid, my friend. Eric Compton saying, what's going on now? Right now, we have a bunch of storms out near Ottawa. That is the number one concern. We also have a couple of storms that are causing problems in Montana. We do have 19 minutes remaining on a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-per-hour winds that were measured. I don't know if this is going to be continued for its entire life cycle. They may get rid of it soon. And then we've been paying some attention to what's been going on out in Alberta as well, as we have had all sorts of stronger storms out there producing some hail. It looks like all of the hail spikes with these storms have mostly depleted. So not looking at quite as significant of a situation. And then we have these storms over here that produced a tornado not far from Hannah about an hour ago. So a couple of Canadian tornadoes, or at least one Canadian tornado covered for the first time in the history of our channel. So that's pretty cool. And I'm glad that it seems like it didn't hit anything at all. So that makes me very happy. Obviously, we never want tornadoes, but if we're going to have one, it better hit nothing. But definitely unique for me to do live coverage of Canadian tornado. Never done that before. But all these storms out here are really not looking impressive in terms of hail anymore. It looks like Alberta is going to be calming down. But we're watching the storms in Ottawa very closely because any of them could tap into this favorable environment out ahead of them as they move off towards upstate New York and Vermont, New Hampshire, and eventually all the way towards southern Maine. I did not. What'd I miss? Oh, Rutland, Vermont. Okay. I missed that. I apologize. It looks like our severe thunderstorm warning in Maine was lifted, by the way, which means I have to go across the entire map to get back over there. Bear with me while I jump around like a lunatic. Okie dokie. We made it back to Vermont. What am I looking for? Rutland? Okay, Rutland, Vermont. We could see a couple of stronger storms later on if one of these stray storms from Ottawa makes it out to your direction. Most likely things are going to stay just to your north, but it's definitely possible that we see one of those storms kind of clip your region there. So something to pay close attention to. I don't want to live in Vermont. That's a crazy comment. Man, you don't need to watch ads. The ads are supposed to show up so that they don't take away they don't take you away from the broadcast. They're supposed to exist so that like the broadcast still stays on the side of the side of the screen. Is that not what's happening? I'm assuming I hope that's what's happening because I don't want broadcasts in that are doing that are taking you guys away from the broadcast. Like if ads are I don't mind if an ad runs and it like makes me a little smaller on the side of your screen or something, but oh, look at that. Mason or Meso F7E has joined us as a Cirrus member. I really appreciate that. That is what's happening. It just mutes me. Okay, that's unfortunate. It should not mute me. We might have to look into that and see if there's anything I can do about that. It depends on the device. Okay, we did get an upgrade to considerable, by the way, for the southernmost storm here for 70-mile-per-hour winds being possible in Montana. This one's going to be for Golden Valley and Muscle County. And again, we're still looking at a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in place in Petroleum County in Montana for 80-mile-per-hour winds. That one only has 15 minutes remaining on it. Never does anywhere. Never does what anywhere? Yeah, Mason, you unlocked all of those emojis there from joining us as a member. I appreciate that. And if you join our Discord and link your YouTube account to your Discord account as well, you'll get a special role in our Discord server too. And you'll get special perks in there as well. So make sure that you join our Discord server if you haven't done that already. But again, still looking at a couple of stronger storms out here in Montana. And we're watching the ones out in Ottawa as well, as they are going to be, again, they're just creeping on towards the Canada and US border. I'm always on a phone, but no matter what YouTube does ads still. Ads usually pop up below and cuts off the volume for a few seconds. Yeah, it's annoying to me that it cuts off the volume fully. Like if it turns down the volume a little bit, okay. Like, but I'm gonna have to like look into that because we're providing like, pretty important information. It's like putting an ad before a CPR video, like that funny example people always talk about. I hope people aren't driving into the flood. Dude, me too. I mean, we have a bunch of flash flood warnings on the map, 7 considerable flash flood warnings and 2 regular ones. I'm going to go ahead and play through those on the overlay here. So what you're about to see on your screen is all of the flash flood warnings that we have in place. In fact, that's already what's happening. It's already going through that. Just an FYI, you can get the full weather stuff. I put you on my TV and I'm chatting from my phone. Yeah, that's a good option too. Yeah, you can watch it on your TV, chat from your phone if you want to put it on the big screen and still interact with us. It's a good idea. Are people muscular and muscle shell? All right. Aren't you funny? What's the most expensive or highest price super chat you've ever gotten? I want to up it. I think a $20 super chat, but that's not a big deal. It's it's not about the money. I don't need I'm not worried about the money. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't need to one up that by any stretch. Especially you're a young fella. You need to be saving your money for your own production, my friend. Don't be worried about what I'm doing. Is there a Buffalo Wild Wings in a small town in Buffalo? I don't know if there's probably a Buffalo Wild Wings in Buffalo, New York, I would think. There's also Buffalo, Montana that exists somewhere. I don't remember where it is. I think it's like right around here, actually. Oh, okay. It's literally right where I was looking. I bet it was on the screen before. Yeah, it definitely was on the screen before. Yeah, there's buffalo in Montana as well. I know it's not about the money, but I want to support you. Well, I really appreciate that. But again, you absolutely do not need to do that. That's an old meme, Tangy. The storm in Sherbrooke passed away. Okay, let's take a look at it. Yeah. Dang it, I'm looking at the wrong radar. Yeah, it looks like our Sherbrooke storm definitely fell apart. So it looks like our only significant threat for the possibility of any more tornadoes is going to be if we can get a random storm that fires off over in this circle, then maybe. But our only like real threat right now for tornado risk is going to be with this line of storms as it continues off to the southeast. Anything that can remain semi-discrete or even fully discrete, perhaps, could definitely be capable of producing a tornado here. I guess another thing we can talk about while we have a second is that just the number one way to support the work we do is just to like and subscribe. So if you haven't done that, I would greatly appreciate it. It does help us way more than you may think. And that is all I will say on that. You just did, Christina McClure. I thank you very, very much for that. Very, very grateful. Dylan Moon is back. Really eventful night we've had. Yeah, I know. We had a tornado in Alberta, though, of all places. But this is best case scenario. Again, we always want every single event to be a bust. That's the best case scenario. And this has definitely not been a big night at all. I don't know if you know where Arkansas is. Of course I know where Arkansas is. What are we talking about? Oh my gosh, I'm doing this the longest way possible. Let me just go from Texas. Out in Arkansas, we are looking at probably a bunch of showers. Yep. A lot of stratiform rain as a lot of those daytime pulse storms that have been going on all over the south and the southeast have begun to dissipate. So we're just looking at a lot of residual stratiform rain in Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama. Maybe a couple of thunderstorms still left out here in Tennessee, kind of middle Tennessee area. A lot of stratiform rain still present out even into Georgia, where we got tons of rain going on. Jared, I appreciate you, my friend. No wonder why the storms on the models the other day for the Vermont/Maine look like steroid supercells. Yeah. Should I call my senator about the daytime savings bill and tell him not to pass it just because I like switching back and forth? That's a diabolical question. Diabolical question. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I don't even have an opinion on that. Like, I've seen people getting really heated about that debate, and I just like don't have an opinion on it. Like, I just don't. I haven't really thought about it. I just like I don't really care. Which is probably a stupid opinion for me to have as a meteorologist, but that's just the opinion I currently have. All right, I'm going to make our way back up to the northeast because we got a question talking about the little storms firing near Saranac Lake in New York ahead of the Ottawa storms. I'm assuming you're talking about these little cumulus bubbles out here, out near Saranac Lake. I'm not expecting them to do anything. it's possible that if they can become explosive and really get some good growth going with them, that they would take advantage of that environment. But I really honestly doubt it. The one near Tupper Lake we talked about a little while ago, and it's significantly downtrended. So I can only assume these storms are not going to be able to get organized and sustain themselves. And the only real risk is going to be with the storms coming out of Ontario right now, from Ottawa all the way back through Smith Falls and Renfrew and Odgersburg and areas like that. Ogdersburg. Interesting. For some reason, I don't want to live in Arkansas. Fair enough. I personally hate time change, but again, just an opinion. Yeah, I just don't really have an opinion. Like, it doesn't bother me either way, to be honest with you. There ain't no big metropolitan areas like Detroit. Oh yeah, I mean, I like cities too, but I don't want to live downtown in a city. Like, I live outside of St. Louis right now, about 25 minutes outside of St. Louis, and I love it. Absolutely love it. Like, this is what I would want. That is what I would want permanently. And I do want to live in St. Louis permanently. But I got 2 more years of my master's to finish up. You think those mergers in Montana will help or make it gone? Honestly, I don't know exactly what the environment is like here in Montana right now. It looks to me like we're going to end up with a blob of storms that's able to maintain itself and nothing else like crazy going on. Still going to be looking at strong winds for sure with these, by the way. I think the hail threat is really going to significantly fall off here over the next like few minutes. I want to live like 20 to 30 minutes away from a downtown, St. Louis and Detroit. Yeah, no, I think Detroit's great. Alan saying, make sure to smash that like button. True. We're above 200 likes on this, so. Weather Wisdom, I see you in our Discord. I really appreciate you. You literally made a Discord account to join our server. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. Downtown Detroit is great, but its neighborhoods is the problem. Yeah, fair enough. St. Louis and Detroit have both gotten better about crime as far as I know. I know St. Louis has. I think Detroit has improved a little bit as well over the last 5 to 10 years. Oh, you're from Austin? That's cool. I've been to Austin, Texas. I like Austin a lot. Used to live in Southeast Oklahoma. Wow. And now you're in Austin. That's crazy. You be going to kill Tony? Let me tell you, dude, if I was in Austin, I would be going to kill Tony all the time. Like, I'm not going to lie. I'd be going there like every show, probably. I'm not going to lie. I'd also be going to Austin FC matches as much as I could. Austin's a cool town, man. I enjoyed it a lot. What's my opinion about Dallas? I mean, Dallas is huge. You know, the DFW area is massive, and it's a good spot. I mean, I've nothing against it. I've never been there. But from what I know about it, I have nothing against it. I could never live in like downtown Dallas, dude. It's just too expansive of a city. Same thing with like, I could never live in New York City, never in a million years. Still have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in place in Montana for 2 more minutes out here in Petroleum County. And then we have that considerable severe thunderstorm warning for another 30 minutes after that. And that one is out for Golden Valley and Muscle Shell counties. A new storm just popped up near Ogdensburg. Okay, we'll give it a look. Yeah, it looks like we did get a new one. Again, any of these storms, especially whichever one taps into the environment first, it could be the Ogdensburg cell. If that one can get itself structured and organized and tap into this environment before the other ones do, it's going to have the best chance at producing a tornado. So we have to watch it all very, very closely. We're going to stay with this for a little while. And once things get to the U.S. side of the border, we're going to make a decision on if things are going to look like they're going to just fall apart, or if they're going to continue, and then we'll decide whether or not we're going to continue the broadcast from that point. I'd love to see Timmy No Breaks and William Montgomery on Kill Tony. Yeah. We did just get what seems to be another upgrade to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, so it appears. I'm guessing that's going to be the new one that was just put in place here for Petroleum County was upgraded to a considerable. Matt Rife is my favorite. Yeah, Matt Rife's good. Yeah, that sound effect kind of caught me off guard a little bit. That's just a sound effect for an upgrade from one severe thunderstorm warning threshold to the next. Seagray, I see you in the chat. How you doing tonight? Okay, it was an upgrade to a destructive, so that's why it was such a vicious sound. As we did have let's see. It wasn't observed, but we had an upgrade to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here for Golden Valley and Muscle Shell counties. So this one is going to be lasting for another 30 minutes. Our original destructive severe thunderstorm warning is about to go away in just a matter of seconds here for Petroleum County, and that's been replaced with just a general severe thunderstorm warning. And there it goes. Gone off the map now. So areas like Winnett and Flat Willow and Tegan are now within just a standard severe thunderstorm warning, but we do still have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80 mile per hour winds for areas like Roundup, Klein, and just west of Muscle Shell near Delphia. South of Flat Willow. Sounds like the Law and Order gavel bang, but pitched down. That's kind of funny, actually. The wind's stronger than my Wi-Fi. That's real. Very real. Jared, dude, I'm really sorry to hear that your transmission went out, dude. But you do not have to be a member, bro. All that stuff is fully optional, but you do not have to do that at all. Absolutely not required, man. Obviously, I really appreciate it for anyone who does, but I want to make it clear that that's never a requirement. It's not an expectation. And anyone who is a member or not a member is going to get the same exact experience when it comes to weather coverage. Now, the thing members will get is access to like more extra content. But in terms of our broadcast and our forecast videos, everyone's going to get those at the same time, no matter what. Those are never going to be like exclusive because we're trying to give the best weather information out to everybody. Members are going to get the extra fun stuff, like maybe extra broadcasts that are not severe weather broadcasts that are like for fun or something like that. Do you know if Arkansas has any more severe weather tonight? Probably not. You could definitely see more stratiform rain, maybe some flash flooding, but I'm not worried about any severe storms in Arkansas this evening. 4 trucks, that's a lot of trucks. I got one and I'm not enjoying the payment for it, so I don't envy you. I'm assuming they're company ones and you own them all, but we are looking at possible rotation going on with this storm, by the way. Looks like that is depleting, though. Let's take a look. We're going to see when these velocities update in about 10 segundas. The chill broadcast would be worth paying for. Will's chill guy to hang out with. Well, I appreciate that a lot. And we're going to be doing them as soon as we can. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be any type of concerning rotation here, but definitely a decent mid-level rotation. You are welcome, Eric Compton. Stay safe out there in Arkansas and enjoy the rest of your night if you're not staying with us. Dylan saying, my dad finally got his truck paid off recently. When they bought it, they managed to haggle the payment down. This was 7 years ago. The payment on anything now is horrible. Oh, yeah. Yeah. See, I got mine for a steal. So I bought myself with my own money first big boy purchase, you could call it. I bought myself a brand new 2025 Chevy Colorado. And the thing is, I bought it like it had never had an owner, but the dealership had put like 2,000 miles on it for using it as a loaner a couple of times. And so that dropped the price like drastically. Like it dropped it from whatever it would have been, like 46,000 or something like that, down to 36,000. So that's how I was able to get mine to be able to afford it. But yeah, I've invested so much into this brand and trying to do things the right way, make sure I have the equipment to give good weather coverage, make sure that I can storm chase so that people know I'm not just some like dude in a studio and I'm actually out there doing it myself too. And I'm not just like taking advantage of my storm chasers, and I know what it's like to be out there, all that kind of stuff. Where I'm trying to, I've thought everything through so thoroughly, and we just want to do things the absolute best way we possibly can. Never had a payment, luckily. Thankfully, yeah, I'm a fence and deck contractor in Austin. That's awesome. That's cool. Dude, I really like Austin, man. I really do. Eric saying, no, I'm going to stay here. I like the weather, man. Well, cool. I'm happy to have you. I appreciate you spending some time with us this evening. If I wasn't in high school, I'd be chasing too. Unfortunately, I'm just a guy in a studio. That's fair. I only chased like right around my area in the St. Louis area when I was in high school. I never chased outside of my area. I've gone on, some longer trips now. Obviously, we did a 10-day trip all around, all over the place. We hit like 11 states. It was ridiculous. Um, but other than that, like I usually don't go that far for chases. I try to never go further than 3.5 to 4 hours away for a chase because I don't like to stay the night out if I can avoid it. It's just extra money that I don't want to spend. So, like when I'm in St. Louis, I usually chase like, in Missouri or Kentucky, Illinois, maybe the westernmost part of Indiana. Iowa is something I haven't done yet, but I can do for sure. Yeah, still looking at strong winds with this destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Golden Valley and Muscle Shell, by the way. I'm going to check in on what's going on in Ottawa. It looks like our Ogdensburg storm is starting to take on a little bit better of morphology here, so that's going to be one to watch. I am going to move probably over there and probably stay over there for pretty much the rest of the evening. I might check back in on Montana a couple times. But the storm near Ogdensburg is looking good. Unfortunately, it's not quite close enough to the radar yet. Yeah, I can't really get a great picture on it. Iowa's fun to chase. Well, Alan, you'd think you might have a little bit of a bias in there since you live there. I thought about chasing the March 16th bus. Good thing I didn't. Fair enough. I'd love to get a new car, but I think I'm going to be stuck with my car that I bought when I was 18, 2013 Kia Rio. Can't believe how insane the prices are now, especially in Canadian dollars. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, we are watching, and by we I mean I am watching this cell very, very closely near Ogdensburg. That one might be probably the most concerning cell on the map in terms of trying to take advantage of the environment out here. Nothing's really showing up rotation wise in our velocities in terms of what we're seeing from the Canadian radar here. Yeah, I just, the data just doesn't, it's just not great with the Canadian radar, sadly. No, the team didn't leave me. There's less of us in here than there were at times. But we still have Ben, Blake. Who else is in here right now? Norman, Braden, and Adrian are all in here. So we have 5 different people sitting in the call with me helping out with things tonight. So everyone's been incredibly helpful. Of course, Blake's been cycling through a lot of those cameras you're seeing in the bottom left tonight, just really being kind enough to help us out with those. Ben's been working on short form content. I think we've had a couple of clips go up on YouTube that I haven't even seen. 3, apparently. I'm going to look at these. And apparently we're getting a 4th one soon. Okay. I want to see these shorts. I don't know how they're performing or anything, but they're not doing terrible. Okay, actually, I did see this first one. I forgot I saw that one. These are good shorts. These are really good shorts. I like these a lot. That's good stuff, like stuff that I would watch as a weather enjoyer as I'm scrolling through YouTube and TikTok and whatever. I mean, I don't use TikTok. I just use YouTube, but like as I'm scrolling through YouTube, or if I was scrolling through TikTok or Instagram Reels, that's pretty cool. My truck's transmission died in February and the differential in March. About 10K. Wow. I'm not gonna lie, dude. Unless if I had a really nice truck that was worth like, I bought it for like 60K or something like that, then I would pay the 10K to fix it. But if my truck was worth like not that much, I would not be spending 10K to fix it. No shot. I'm buying a new one. No way. I'm trading it in for whatever I can get for it, couple thousand, whatever I can get for it, and I am absolutely buying a new one. Ain't no way. Braden, don't twist my words. Yeah, I am not a mechanic. My grandfather on my dad's side is a heck of a handyman. Mechanic, a plumber. He's got the whole shebang. So I can have him when I run into issues, I usually have him help me with things, which is a lot of him just kind of pointing and telling me what to do for the most part, which is the best way to learn, of course. But I don't have that knowledge like he does. He spent his younger years doing that, whereas I'm spending my younger years doing this. So I'm staring at computers. I'm not getting out there and being a grease monkey like he was when he was younger. Still watching this sell up here near Ogdensburg. Let's see if I can get some sort of a slice. That actually wasn't. I kind of nailed it first try there for the most part. It's just not really showing that bounded weak echo region. But again, this is we can't get a great picture on the storm. It's a little far from the radar unit here, unfortunately. Is he here on stream ever? My grandfather on my dad's side, yeah, he does tune in decently often. All of my grandparents actually do tune in decently often, which I'm really grateful for the support. My entire family tunes in pretty often, and it does mean a lot. A lot of my friends do as well, especially my meteorology friends, and it just means a lot. All the support, really, really, really good stuff. It's a big reason I'm able to do all this. Why I'm able to sit here for 6 straight hours is we literally just passed the 6-hour mark, because my parents, for example, are willing to bring me food, when I'm doing these longer broadcasts. Obviously, in a month from now, when I'm in Starkville in my new apartment down there, I'm not going to be able to. I'm going to have to plan my food, prior. We do have some cool lightning going on in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen in Florida, by the way, just to shout that out. Lord Niken, that's almost my exact story, believe it or not. And you can read, or you can watch a video talking all about it at the link in the chat right here. But I was pretty much the exact same. There's a funnel cloud over my house when I was a little kid, around 5, and I've known that I wanted to do it ever since then. Is anyone watching in this radar area? What area are we looking at? Are you talking about? Because I'm watching this storm near Ogdensburg, the closest, and we're also watching the storms across the border towards Ottawa as well, into Ontario here, and even clipping Quebec on the north side of Ottawa. But like a couple of these are looking particularly like they want to become supercellular. To make it even more fun and expensive, the transmission crapped out about 400 miles from home and the differential about 120 miles away. That is like literally worst case scenario. Those 5-year-old experiences are so formative. I remember sprinting to my, man, that was some bright lightning there on that camera. Let's see. I remember sprinting to my uncle's house because we didn't have a basement beyond just a hole in the ground. Yeah. Northern border? Like, what do you mean? Like up in Maine? I'm not seeing anything going on anywhere except where we're looking at here in upstate New York here near Ogdensburg. Okay, so you're in New York. Oh, you're right up here. Okay. You're in Malone, I think. If 12953, I'm assuming is your zip code, then you're up here in Malone, New York. So, yeah, you're going to have some stronger storms headed your way. So definitely be ready for that. As a decent mechanic, I will not buy anything newer than an 08, depending on what it is. If I have an F-250 junk, a Titan, a Power Wagon Dodge 06, and an 05 Denali 2509 JD, my favorite 8-inch lift. 37's beautiful one. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, I mean, new tech, the thing is, like, they're more likely to have technical issues that you can't fix, you know, as a mechanic. It's technological stuff. It's not like literally mechanical issues. So they're more likely to run into those issues. But yeah. So I don't blame you, is what I'm trying to say. We need to ship some radars to Canada. Oh, we do have radars in Canada, or Canada has radars in Canada, I should say. I just can't access them on GR2. This radar is southwest of Ottawa here. The wildfire smoke really killed today's threat. This needs studied more. Yeah, I said that earlier on today. I was like, man, this is a great case study event. You know, the way the wildfire impacts this is in that smoke, really. It's not the fire. It's the smoke that's made it into here. All those lithometeors that blocked all that radiation and inhibited some of our diurnal heating. Man, all that stuff is a great case study. Really, really great case study. Since you're a meteorologist, how difficult do you think it was to get the meteorology degree? Very difficult. It was very difficult. It requires a lot of math, you know. You got to take, you know, multiple levels of calculus and just to even get just the broadcast degree. And if you want the professional degree, which is what I got, you got to take through calculus 4, differential equations. I opted to just go ahead and get my math minor. So I also took linear algebra and a few other high level classes to get that minor, including machine learning class. And the stuff that you're doing in those classes, it gets very, very complicated very quickly. It's not really memorization. It's a lot of theoretical stuff. It's a lot of application. And it's very difficult stuff. So it is not easy to get the degree by any stretch, in my opinion. But I will say, like, depending on what you want to do, quote unquote, like anyone can get the degree per se. If you apply yourself and work your tail off, anybody can get the degree, especially depending on which program you go to. But if you want to go like pursue like, you know, high level education, stuff like that, and get like, you know, go through a rigorous 4-year program that's fully in person, you know, all that kind of stuff, it can get difficult very quickly. A lot of people do not understand how much math is in meteorology. Like all the equations we work with, all our governing equations are like the types of equations that take up the entire wall of a whiteboard, left to right in 2 different rows. Like terms with, or equations with like, you know, 25 variables and you know, like a bunch of terms going on. Lorian in the chat can attest to this. See, she's in the chat right now. Depends on how competent you are at math and science. Yeah, I mean, especially, yeah, the math part of it too is a pretty big one. Meteorology is not an easy degree to attain, but most science/tech degrees are difficult. This is true. Just not a new car, guys. Too many electronics. No, I get it, Jared. I do get it. And Will graduated with honors. I did graduate with honors. I'm very, very proud of myself. Oh yeah, my truck is my faithful steed, and the camper on it is my home away from home. That's awesome. 2011 Tacoma. Those are, see, I love those. I love Tacomas, man. I was really, really close to getting a Tacoma. That's why I'm too skeptical of going for a degree in meteorology. Man, I mean, you got to believe in yourself though. Like if you're willing to commit to the grind, then you know, you can get the degree and you can be a meteorologist. It's hard, you know. The best things in life and the, you know, and the most rewarding things in life are going to be the hardest things naturally a lot of the time. The vast majority of the time even. Still 86 degrees. Could smoke trap in heat lower in the atmosphere at this hour? Absolutely. Okay, so here's a fun concept of, okay, this is a fun little concept of what's going on with the smoke right now. So with the smoke in New England and Quebec, what you'll notice, so if here's the surface, right? And you have all this smoke in the atmosphere. During the day, it's going to block, you know what? Let me do this in yellow. During the day, it's going to block your radiation, right? So your radiation is going to come down to the surface, and some of it is going to make it down to the surface, right? But a lot of it will get scattered back up into the atmosphere by all those lithometeors. But at night, it's going to act as the exact same blanket, but in reverse. So this time you have your surface here, and you have your blanket of smoke and whatever over top of it. And this time, when the Earth is emitting its radiation that eventually goes off into space, some of that radiation is scattered back down towards the surface. And as a result, it traps in some of that heat. And so that's why it's a little bit warmer in the evening here when we have all those lithometeors from the ash and smoke from those wildfires out in Canada. And this is the same way that cloud blankets work, if you ever hear that term, where at the night, you know, in the nighttime when you have a lot of clouds, overcast conditions, your low temperatures are typically going to be a little higher than normal, and your high temperatures are typically going to be a little bit lower. It's for the exact same reason, because that sunshine causes some of that, or those clouds, I should say, blocks some of that radiation from the sun during the day. It scatters some of it back into the atmosphere, and then some of it gets through to the surface, right? And so less of it is going to get through to the surface, and therefore you're going to get less heating during the day. So your high temperatures during the day are going to be a little lower than normal. And then in the opposite, when it's nighttime, so let's say scratch your sun out in this case. So now it's nighttime. I know this is just really incredible artistic skills here. But if you scratch your sun out, now we're looking at nighttime here, the exact opposite's going to be true. Normally, when you have all this radiation coming up from the Earth and the surface is going to be cooling down, right? And that is still happening, but some of that energy is getting reflected back by your clouds, your cloud blanket, as you know, we call it. And so as a result, your low temperatures at nighttime are going to be a little higher than normal because less of that energy is able to leave the surface. So essentially, if you're looking at some sort of an expected temperature range, which might be like within this square, like if this is going to be your expected temperature range here in blue, on a normal day, on a day where you have clouds, your expected temperature range, and here's an example of this. Temperature goes up here as we go up the graph, essentially. So this would be your low temperature, and this would be your high temperature. So on a day with a lot of sunshine, it might look like what you have in blue here. But on a day with overcast conditions, it might look something like this. So your low is going to be a little bit higher, and your high is going to be a little bit lower as a result. So I hope that makes sense. That's a lot of fun stuff there. I love talking about all this stuff. All right, I probably missed a lot in the chat during that tangent. I just gave Ben the most incredible short of all time to put on. I just went through like an entire educational segment that you could easily make a short out of, Ben. Okay. All right, after that educational delay there, I know I missed a ton of messages in the chat probably. Okay, here's where I was. Could smoke trap in heat in the lower atmosphere at this hour? That's a question I just answered in great detail. I hope I get to work with you one day. That would be awesome. Dynamics Fa, I agree. Jared saying, my daughter is in school and killing it at 19. She's got 2 years left. 84K though at a private school. Woo, boy. Man, you got to get them scholarships or something. You got to find a way because those education, some of that high, like private education is expensive, man. Me when I suck at math. Yeah, math, meteorology is not for the faint of heart when it comes to math. I will tell you that much. Lord and I can say, the best advice I can give for STEM fields, go to the campus, talk to the professors. You'll be under while you're studying. Bad professors make difficult work feel impossible. Good professors will support. I completely agree. My number one advice for meteorologists not my number one advice, but one major piece of advice is go to an in-person institution and get that face-to-face help. It will dramatically make you a better meteorologist, in my opinion. Now, I will say there are some online programs, like Mississippi State happens to have a phenomenal online program. And I'm actually really pretty close with pretty much the head instructor for our meteorology program online, Mr. Nordstrom. And he's fantastic. And I will say there are good programs where you can get a phenomenal education online and still get that full experience. But a lot of them are not going to give you that same care that Mr. Nordstrom does, for example. So I recommend going to a 4-year institution in person for sure if you're doing meteorology. But if you're going to do it online, State's a good route because they really do care a lot about you in the online program. I would never survive the math part. Yeah, that's fair enough. Lorian, do not mention the shallow water equation. I'm getting PTSD. Watching from Live Oak, Florida. Good to see you in the chat. Thank you for tuning in, Frankie. Any tornado warnings yet? We had a couple. We had a tornado in Alberta, and we had a tornado warning with a funnel cloud out in San Antonio, Texas, of all places tonight. Michelle, I said the same thing, but it powered through. I would take a Colorado over a Tacoma any day. Well, I appreciate you saying that since I just bought a Colorado. And I would agree because I own a Colorado. But I do love Tacomas. They're awesome. Calculus 1 to 4 and differential equations were my enemies, but I made it. Honestly, like, I loved Calculus 4. Calculus 2 and 3 sucked. Calculus 1 wasn't so bad. I made an A in Calculus 1 and 2 and 4. And then in Calculus 3, I had a B. Differential equations, I was one singular point on the final. 1 point. Not one question, 1 point on the final for making an A in the class. And she didn't round me, and I was sad. So that was a bummer. I ended up with a B in differential equations. I will never not be mad about that, ever, in my entire life. What's a digital meteorologist? I have no idea. It's not a thing. I have no idea. I'm sure there's some like real definition for a digital meteorologist that's like, you know, along the lines of some degree meteorologist. Like I'm talking about from the American Meteorological Society, AMS. I'm assuming there's probably a definition for a digital meteorologist. It's like a degree meteorologist that's operating in the digital and social media space. So I guess that's technically what I am. But a digital meteorologist, like to me, is not really like a thing. It's like you're a meteorologist or you're not. And then if you are, then you have subcategories. Like, are you doing broadcast? Are you doing professional? You know, like operational? Are you doing government work? Are you doing private sector? Whatever, things like that. Are you doing instructing? Now that I'm super interested at 42 in meteorology, I'd love to go do this. I just want to learn as much as I can. That's why I ask a lot of questions. Dude, ask as many questions as you want. I am happy to help out. That's what I'm here for. We do have a cell that is looking not horrible to the southwest of Elizabethtown, by the way. One to watch. It's very young. It needs a lot of work if it's going to do anything special, but it does exist. It's okay to be wrong. Jared, there are many online programs you can consider. Absolutely. Yeah. Mississippi State University has a great online program, like I said. And I know I kind of talk down on certain online programs. But Mississippi State's online program is really, really good. Like really good. If you're going to do an online program, I recommend that's the one that you do. Like I said, Mr. Nordstrom does an unbelievable job, and the department really cares about the students. They do an awesome job. I have a 96 Tacoma 2 4x4. Your dad passed, left you a couple trucks. Sitting in Oklahoma, rats probably eating them away, sadly. Dude, you got to go get them back. Take them with you to Austin. Get yourself a big old garage and store them like vintage. I'm sorry to hear about your dad, by the way. I know I'm really behind in the chat. I'm trying to catch up. You're in an air quality alert in New York? Yeah, I believe it. My stuffed animal says she loves your coverage. Well, thank you. Don't you love an ad coming up while you're explaining science? That's annoying. Enjoying the preview of whatever Will is teaching this fall. I'm teaching radar meteorology and forecasting is what I believe I'm teaching. I don't have full confirmation on that. That's what I believe I'm going to be doing. Now do Streamwise vorticity. Yeah, we could talk about it, but basically the closer you are to being more Streamwise, the better for tornado stuff. You don't want as much crosswise. I'm the one who reached out to you on Discord about that, by the way. I'm Daniel, been doing weather since I was 5. Nice. Absolutely makes sense. Good. I'm glad that my little science lesson there was successful. In Norwood by Massena, Cornwall, lightning is starting to get good. Ah, yeah, I see that. Yeah, lightning off to your northwest. It's coming your way. Love the way you break it down. Thanks so much. Thank you. Watching from Kentucky, upstate New York here. A little bit of hail, really. Where are you at in upstate New York getting a little bit of hail? Mr. Robert Adner. Watching from Nashville. We got the Nebraska counter getting up there. Nebraska's actually been mentioned numerous times today. Not pertaining to the weather that's currently going on, though. You got the 24 Trail Boss. Yeah, it's nice. The ZR2 is the best investment. I got the limited. I should have just bit the bullet and gotten the ZR2, but I do love my truck. It's awesome. The lightning coming across the St. Lawrence is insane right now. Yeah. I believe it. Did you miss my message? You're reading messages I don't even see on my screen. I am just super far behind. I'm trying to catch up, Tyler. Yeah, don't be ashamed to ask questions, like Adrian said a little while ago. I'm just a science nerd in general. Fair enough. I know, man. I need to. All good. Oh, wow. He owned Arkansas State University College of Business. That's crazy, dude. Hello, Lorian. It's okay. It's not a big deal. There's not a ton going on. We're just chilling. Bruce saying, weather nerd here, live near Burlington, Vermont. Everyone here was talking about the severe storms and tornado threat tonight. When I was telling them I think the smoke was going to cut down on that. Yeah, I really wish I had looked at that. And I know I talked about this in extensive detail earlier on this podcast. I'm not going to beat the dead horse, but I really wish I had taken that into consideration with my forecast. So that's just a new one for me. And smoke existing in the environment and the way it will impact storms is not necessarily a new concept to me. It's something I've worked with before. But not like this in the Northeast. And I just didn't think about it today. So definitely something I wish I had taken a closer look at with my forecast this morning. Logan headed to sleep. Have a good night, my friend. Norwood just had some small hail. Yeah, I see that. Big donor to ASU. That's awesome. Pierre Dubois saying, well, at least smoke has a positive side. True, it limited our severe weather tonight. That's the number one positive. Cannot complain. What are my thoughts on the smoke reaching down into my area in Keyser, West Virginia, or Keyser during the next few days? Could be gnarly. Yeah, I mean, a lot of that smoke is really staying along this northwesterly flow. I don't like using yellow for this. I was drawing suns earlier. So a lot of it's staying with this northwesterly flow. So you're not going to get quite as potent of smoke down in West Virginia, but you'll get some soot flowing around in the atmosphere. So definitely make sure you're paying attention to air quality alerts. That's awesome, Jared. Dr. Rich Thompson said, if you only look at data and sounding, you're going to miss a lot of what happens in the environment. That's true. And that applies to chasers too, man. A lot of chasers are spending too much time looking at the radar, like staring at your phone. Man, you got to be able to chase with your eyes. Like you got to know you got to have situational awareness. You got to know what's going on around you. There's so much more to it than just looking at what the HER is outputting on composite reflectivity, because that doesn't really tell you anything. Like you have to be able to do your own analysis at the synoptic scale, at the meso scale, and even look at some other conditions that aren't typically encountered, such as in this case, smoke, which is something I didn't think about today, unfortunately. In my forecast this morning, anyway. Of course, we provided updates where I talked about it on Twitter, of course, but in my forecast video this morning, didn't look at it. Our destructive severe thunderstorm warning has been lifted in Montana, by the way. Do I storm chase? Yes, I do. Thinking of heading over to Ogdensburg to watch the cell come over. You might not even really have to move. But yeah, if you want to watch this one that's near Smiths Falls right now, you could definitely go to Ogdensburg. Just be safe if you're going to go do that. Do you think a front or a change in wind direction could shift the thicker smoke down into West Virginia? A change in wind direction, absolutely, but I don't think that ridging pattern is going to particularly break up enough to bring that smoke all the way back down to West Virginia, like significantly anyway. You'll get a little bit of it, just not a ton. I mean, some of it already made its way a little bit further down the East Coast like this. So you'll get a little bit, just not nearly as potent as what they've got up here in like Quebec, for example, in Ontario. The thunder's so loud. Dude, honestly, I could use some good thunder, man. I tell chasers all the time, dude, spend a day chasing without looking at your cell phone or computer. No, I completely agree. And actually, that was some of my favorite advice that I was given by actually Mr. Greg Nordstrom with the online program Mississippi State. And he also taught in person for many years too, but it's had like a piece of ice come out of my drink. That was some of the coolest advice I'd actually gotten. Was he was like, that's the real challenge that separates like a real chaser from someone who's just out there, following other chasers around and like pointing at scud and stuff like that. Is, can you really chase with your eyes? Can you feel the environment? Can you stick your hand out the window and understand the difference in humidity and temperature present within your inflow and outflow regions? Like when the RFD cut happens, can you feel that air and tell if the air is significantly colder or significantly less humid? And in that case, you'll know things about your storm. Is it ingesting cleaner air after the RFD cut? Because if your RFD is a lot colder, for example, and a lot less moist when it comes through, then you're much less likely to get tornado genesis. There's so many little things that people just don't think about or even know because they're just staring at a radar on their phone all the time when they're chasing. It's really dangerous. I'm not even trying to like shame the people who do that, but it's dangerous for their safety and the safety of other people on the roads, because those people don't fully know what they're doing sometimes. And obviously that's not the case for a lot of people, but there's a lot of great chasers out there, obviously. But and we need chasers, by the way. I'm not talking down on chasers. Chasers are a very necessary thing. I want to make that very clear. Check Texas, floods are starting very soon. Lots of rain forming. Yeah, we still have like 4 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, or considerable flash flood warnings down here west of San Antonio and including parts of San Antonio itself. Down here in Texas, we've just had so much rain. And again, we are not done in this area of Texas. This whole area is going to be experiencing dramatic flooding over the next like day or two as well. And especially as things start to trickle downstream through tributaries and things like that as well. I'm checking on Montana. So true, Will. That's why we need meteorologists like you. Oh, I appreciate that. Thinking of the potential chases over second season in Dixie with the Met team. Oh, dude, Lorian, we are going to be chasing. I hope you know that. Like, you don't really have a choice. I'm putting you in my truck, and we can bring 1.5 if you want. We're going. We're just going. You think Norfolk, New York will be safe? I'll check in. I just went back to Montana. That was, I guess, kind of silly. You know what? Let me just do this. I'll use Hayden's program here. Where is Norfolk, New York? I don't know where Norfolk, New York is. See if I can find it on here. I mean, I can find it. Give me a second. Oh, okay. I was like practically staring at it. There it is. Okay, Norfolk, you might have a couple of strong storms headed your way into the evening hours. I will say some of these storms have been downtrending a little bit from the cluster that we had earlier. You're going to notice a stronger cluster here, and over time, those storms beginning to kind of fizzle out a little bit, where we have one dominant storm near Ogdensburg that's in place, one more trying to develop closer to Canton now, as that one's starting to push through the area. We'll see if that one can reestablish itself. And another one that'll kind of remain off to your north. So you might kind of might dodge a bullet here in Norfolk. Where is it exactly? I lost it. There it is. Yeah, you might kind of dodge a bullet, to be honest with you, in Norfolk. I think you'll kind of be okay. And I will say there's storms firing off behind this, or attempting to, that could head your way. Let me pause this. You're going to see some of these storms out here are beginning to try and fire off again that will be headed your way. So it's possible that some of those storms could bring, large impacts to you. But none of those are supercellular right now. They're very young storms, the ones that would be headed your way. Don't forget me when I get hit with earth sciences, because I'm the only person in Hilbert Hall is taking it, apparently. I've noticed the storms weaken whenever they cross the St. Lawrence. What's your thoughts on that? And then they re-intensify when they hit our side. I don't really think the St. Lawrence has anything to do with it necessarily. And I could be wrong. There could be like some sort of case study with this. I don't know exactly what the orography is on either side of the river, to be honest with you. But in general, I wouldn't think the river has much impact. I think it's just kind of the way the environment is right now. I mean, the most favorable environment is really back in this area, so it's not shocking to me to see storms not sustaining super well when they cross the river here as they get into northern New York. I don't know though. Honestly, I wish I had a little bit of a better answer for you. Yeah, Scott, having a good up to date map is really important if you're going to chase without like a phone or computer. That's the one nice thing about like vehicles these days is a lot of them have like that CarPlay, and they have maps built in and all that kind of stuff. So you can, even if you leave your phone at home or like put it in the back seat and never touch it, you can still have a map. So at least you have navigation, because that is really important. We did get a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that was put in place ahead of the storm that is headed towards Ogdensburg. So that one's going to be tagged with up to golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Weather Wisdom heading out for the night. Thank you very much. I know I'm behind in the chat. I'm catching up. Have a great rest of your nights. I do agree about the zero metering comments from Lord Niken. Bruce saying don't beat yourself over not factoring in the smoke. It seems like NWS didn't either. Yeah, no, they did not factor in that smoke, the Storm Prediction Center, until the afternoon, actually. Chasers could utilize a team of at least three, or at least a three team. Wait, what? A team of at least a three team with Dopplers in case the tech goes down. No. Well, yeah, we have DAOs, Doppler on wheel projects, the Doppler on wheels project. They put out radars on these storms to try and get better pictures of them for research purposes and stuff like that. Scott saying I'm not zero metering anything other than a large dust devil, dude, or a small dust devil. I'm not gonna lie, dude. Like if I saw a dust devil on the side of the road, I'm passing through the Texas Panhandle. I'm just being fully honest with you. I'm getting out of the truck and I'm sprinting at it. Like I don't know. I want to do that at least once in my life. Like it's not gonna really hurt me, you know. It's a dust devil. Now a gustnado or something like that, or a land spout, that might be a little different. But a dust devil, dude, I'm running at it. Like I'm just gonna go sprint at it. Thanks for covering the storm for us Northerners. Absolutely. Absolutely. So it's like a valley with winds coming out of the lakes. It happens a lot, actually. I'm going to pull up the orography. Northern New York. Let's just see if I can get a good map of this. Take a look at it. Okay. Interesting. I need to zoom in a little bit here. I don't know how accurate this is that I'm looking at here. This might be copyright. I don't want to like show this on broadcast, but what I'm looking at here is it looks to me like, well, hold on. I'm not even looking at the right spot. That's probably why I'm losing my marbles. I was like, this doesn't make any sense. Sorry about that. Okay, so it looks like we just have a pretty standard river valley like through this kind of region here. And obviously there's a lot more elevation off into northern New York here, or a lot higher elevation that begins to form. I don't know. It could have something to do with as storms move off into the valley here, they have to lower as a result. Their bases have to lower, and then they're forced back up as they undergo orographic ascent on the other side of the valley, and the surface starts increasing with height, which could definitely cause like issues for these storms. So it wouldn't shock me for something like that to be related. I'd have to do a little bit of a deeper case study on that to give you like a real good answer, though. That's kind of a speculative answer from me there. Yeah, we're almost to the border here, crossing the St. Lawrence with this strong, considerable worn supercell headed across Ogdensburg here. That goodness when we get one of the new rapid scans on a tornadic cell. Oh yeah, man, that type of data can literally save lives one day. Like when we figure out like how to interpret it better, man, that having that data backlog is so important. As many case studies as possible. It's flat up here till you hit the Dirondacks. What truck is it? Chevy Colorado. Will has proven that he can run faster than me. Yo, Scott, I forgot we even did that race. That was so funny. Honestly, Scott, you might beat me to the dust level because I don't know when the next time is that I'm going to be out in Texas and able to do that. Downside to the smoke, untapped environment if one breaks the cap. Absolutely. That's one of the things I've been talking about for a while tonight. Is I was especially worried about the cell that was near Sherbrooke earlier. So there was a cell over here, and I was like, if that one can sustain itself, man, like it is all of the world like is its oyster. I mean, all of that energy had not been used at all. None of that environment had been tapped into. It was just sitting there waiting for a cell to take advantage of it. And that cell was not able to get going. It fell apart, which is great news. But I was very worried about that. Like if that did happen, man, that would have been concerning. Orographic uplift tends to help storms in this area. I've been in Stowe for 40 years. Where's Stowe at? This is just my curiosity. Where Stowe is literally does not matter. Like, for this conversation, obviously, I'm just curious. I like trying to find every single city that like comes across the chat. I'm finding it. Oh, North Central Vermont. Okay. Ah, there we go. Cool. Yeah, I would imagine, especially in Vermont, it would help with storms as they eventually make it towards the presidential range. Like that type of orographic uplift will definitely help them. More in the winter with thunderstorms, but it still helps in the summer. Yeah. Alan, thank you for tuning in tonight, man. Enjoy the rest of your night. Would smoke particles be considered hygroscopic nuclei? I don't know. I assume you mean hygroscopic nuclei. Oh, okay. I know what that is. Sorry, I had to. Oh no, we're getting a little bit of lag issue here. Hopefully that does not persist. But no, yes. Sorry, running into a lag issue for a second there, and I wanted to make sure everything was going to be okay. Yeah, definitely. It's more of a nuclei for super cold water to freeze onto. It's like acts as a surface for super cold water, but that's the best example of it being used. But yeah, you can get water condensing on those. Like you need a nuclei for water to condense as well, and especially in a less saturated environment. So I would imagine, and again, there's studies that link increase like smoke and soot content in the atmosphere to increase precipitation rates for this exact reason. So for me, like I imagine it as more of an enhanced deal in the upper levels where you have super cool water, but there's also that enhanced like ability to condense water onto those nuclei as well. In terms of in the lower levels when you're just condensing straight up water onto it in its liquid form, I should say. That was like, I don't know. I feel like I answered that very poorly. To answer your question, yes. To answer your question, absolutely yes, because higher precipitation rates have been correlated with smoke content and more lithometeors in the atmosphere for that reason. I feel like I did a horrible job answering that the first time around. Man, Environment Canada is really interesting. Hayden's been messaging me about it a lot tonight. Really interesting. Yeah, sometimes I just have a tough time with sometimes I have a tough time like I need to think through an answer like fully beforehand. Sometimes it requires some extra thought. Sometimes I'm able to like I get a question, I can rattle off like the ideal answer, and then sometimes like in that situation, I was like, I don't even know what I was talking about for a second there, and then you get your thoughts together, and you're like, okay, all right. Meteorology isn't easy. Oh, no, it is not. Data / Bear Clinic Zone was there, but other thermos couldn't work out, needed better elevated mixed layer energy and the unidirectional hood versus veering / veer back. Wait, what? Needed veer back veer, not unidirectional. Okay. I see what you're saying. You're talking about vertical profile. I see. You worded that in a way that I haven't really seen before. Interesting. No, Jared, you're good, dude. You guys have whatever conversations you want in the chat. Do your thing, man. Don't worry about me. Tyler Bell, though, yeah, no, I see you. I see you. And I agree. Again, the smoke really limited the thermodynamic environment, especially at the low levels where we had a larger warm nose and that cap was just like a little bit too strong. I think honestly our shear profile was pretty sufficient though. Or at least the majority of the region. Still looking at 25 joules per kilogram in my area. Yeah. It's just unfortunately, I mean, not unfortunately, I should say fortunately, hasn't been enough cape to overcome that cap. Whoa. Revision 3R with a $5 super chat for a can of soda. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Everybody show Revision 3R some love in the chat. Really appreciate you. That does really mean a lot. I mean, man, we've gained a lot of subscribers. We've gotten a lot of likes on this broadcast. We have gotten a ton of members on this broadcast, which I didn't even announce the members thing. Like we just rolled that out today, this morning, and we were like, we'll see if anybody like catches on to it. We haven't even talked about it. And we have like 25 to 30 members or something like that now, which is insane. Like I'm just super grateful for all the support and everybody tuning in, you know, over and over again, supporting the work that we do. It just means a lot, man. Really, really cool stuff to see. Dude, Ben, you're a machine. All right. Okay. Oh my goodness. Yo, we got another Cirrus member, DMC Gurman. Oh my gosh, and another $5 super chat from Robert Adner. I'm sorry to cut you off, Ben, while you were just talking to me there. We got a bunch of stuff happening in the chat I had to quickly talk about. We got another Cirrus member and a $5 super chat. I really appreciate that, guys. Guys, none of this is necessary, by the way. It is not required. Greatly appreciated, obviously. It helps us out a lot. Like I said, everything's funded by the Bank of Will. So I got to pay the team. So it really helps a lot, a tremendous amount. But man, not required, but I'm super grateful. Thank you guys so much for all that. Sorry, Ben, finish. What were you saying there? I lost my train of thought because I saw like stuff popping up in the chat. Yeah, we should backlog them and like schedule them. Sounds good. Thanks, guys. Don't care. Love Evan. He let us here. Yeah, no, Evan's cool, man. He's really helped us grow a lot. I'm really, really grateful for it. Yes. Oh yeah. A show. We got definitely strong winds rolling across the St. Lawrence right now. This is tagged with 70-mile-per-hour winds and 2-inch hail here. Yo, we got another. This was a Cumulus member, Comp Guy 5, joining us as a Cumulus member. My goodness, thank you so much for that. Man, So many members joining. Wow. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that a lot. Kaysen, have a good night, my friend. You're covering my area that I chase, so why not? And you're informative without being sensational. Yeah, no, we don't do the fear mongering, man. We don't do that garbage. That is not what we are about. Lorian, I think it might be too long, this caption. Because like for YouTube Shorts, it only gives you like 100 characters. So it's like you could just throw like a question in there. Oh, okay. No, that's perfect then. No, that's fine. Oh my gosh. We got another member, bro. Revision 3R joined us as a serious member. Every time Ben starts talking in my ear, someone joins as a member and he gets cut off. Man, this is frying me. Oh man, dude, thank you guys so much for the support, man. We're getting close to the 7-hour mark of this broadcast here, and I did eat food in the middle of the broadcast, but other than that, I used the bathroom one time for like 60 seconds, and we've been basically 7 hours straight here. So like, I really appreciate the support. It does mean a lot to us. The team has been so incredibly helpful tonight. I'm so excited that so many of you guys are joining to try and be a part of what we're doing here, trying to save lives, man. It just, oh man, it's awesome. It's getting me all excited. All right, Ben, go ahead to see again if you can start talking before somebody interrupts you. Okay. Okay. Yeah, perfect. That's great. You guys are killing it then. Don't worry about me, man. Oh my goodness. I missed a lot of messages. My goodness. Oh boy. Yeah, 2-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds on this cell crossing the border, crossing St. Lawrence right now for St. Lawrence County, New York, actually. Areas like Herman, Canton, Ogdensburg, Hoyleton, Briar Hill, Brockville, Lisbon, Potsdam, Hanawa Falls, Colton, South Colton, Edwards, Richville, DeKalb Junction, Rensselaer Falls. A lot of areas that will be impacted by this storm here, bringing up to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, or 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, excuse me, and up to 2-inch hail. When you get to hear me play guitar, that's going to be a members only thing one day, probably. Looks like this storm might be trying to establish a little bit of inflow, by the way. To be determined on that. And I'm just looking morphology-wise because velocities-wise on radar, it's not really anything. That's contaminated data there. All hazards threat with that supercell and the new developing supercells around it. Yep. And again, the most favorable environment of the evening was really in this corridor. And this area is pretty favorable too. So any storms that can exist there and remain discrete or at least semi-discrete will be able to try and take advantage of that environment because none of those resources have been used. Ooh. The what? Oh, yeah, that's the one I'm on. Yes, sir. I'm gonna check it from the Canada radar here. Let's take a look. Whoops. It looks like a giant nothing burger. Okay, fair enough. We're done with the Canadian radars for the day for the most part. Although I will say, what is that storm? Looks like a new supercell fired off like way to the west of Ottawa, back towards like Barry's Bay here in Ontario. This one could be supercellular in nature. So that's definitely one to watch. So again, our severe weather threat is not over tonight. We'll be live for at least a little longer, as long as I can stay alive. Closing on the 7-hour mark here. All hazards threat with that supercell and the new developing supercells. It looks like next to it. I just read that. I'm stupid. I had to step away for a while this evening. Did we see tornadoes? We did see one in Alberta. We had a funnel cloud also in San Antonio, Texas, of all places. And that's about it. Only warning I saw was by me and not even in a risk. Weird. Yeah. A little mesoscale accident out there in San Antonio. 86-mile-per-hour winds got reported and it was warned destructive. Yep, that was out in Montana. Ooh. All right. Yeah. The concept of us like not announcing members or anything, and we're now at 32 is actually like ridiculous. It's like actually insane. I was just insanely grateful for the support. And we also hit 500 followers on Twitter. I think we passed 1,600 followers or subscribers on YouTube like a while ago tonight. I mean, man, the support is just awesome. It's incredible. What are we at? Man, we're closing in on 1,700 subscribers now. Man, it's been a solid broadcast tonight. How about that? We're at 1.66K subscribers. Wow. Unbelievably grateful. All right, what did I miss? Am I gonna hang out in VC after the stream? Maybe. Maybe. It is it's late. What's needed to beat the cap? Just lift and lapse rates? I mean, yeah, more or less. I mean, if you can get some sort of, you don't even necessarily need instability per se at the low levels. If you can get some sort of forcing mechanism, but we don't really have that. We don't have like a really clean wedging cold front in this scenario. So we did need that instability. We did have that synoptic support for divergence aloft to initiate some of our rising motion, but we really just needed today a little bit more instability to develop if we were going to get that explosive thunderstorm growth in the low levels. And really more specifically, more than instability, what we needed was less of a cap. We could have the same amount of instability, but if we didn't have much of a cap, it would have been an explosive day. Will give me a job to apply to. I'll apply. No frontogenesis. Yeah, we did not really have any of that going on tonight. Of course, we are driven by a surface cold front tonight, but nothing crazy. Nothing crazy in terms of like really robust frontogenesis type of business. You're going to blow, man. You're a real... Oh, Fly City Fly joined us as a serious member. Thank you so much for joining us. And by the way, if anyone is going to sign up to be a member, I recommend doing it on a browser and not on a on your phone. It's really on an Apple phone, on an iPhone, because Apple takes, I think there's like a larger fee if you do it with Apple. I think it costs more. Whoops. There we go. That'll work. Okay, sorry about that. Had to take care of something for our director of web development who is working on improvements to our website literally right now. And I literally cannot express enough how excited I am about some of these features coming to our website here soon. You guys are going to absolutely love this stuff. I mean, we already, in my opinion, just because of the work that Josh has done, I think we already have the best website in all of meteorology, especially meteorology content creation. It's not AI. It's done by a real national award-winning designer. And the stuff that we're adding is like genuinely insane. Can members beta test a new website? Interesting, actually. Interesting concept. Well, the website's already live. So you can actually just visit the website already. It's been live for a decent amount of time now. I can just drop the link in the chat. But the website, the new features we're working on, I don't think can be like deployed for beta testing necessarily, but that's something we could consider in the future. I don't know. It's something we could think about. Do I have radar with different tilts? Oh yeah, I get every tilt angle from the radar unit. I get it all that level 2 data, baby. Give me all of it. And there is, by the way, a little bit of rotation going on near Brockville, by the way. It's broad. This supercell is not developed yet. No, not my own app. We're not making our own app at the moment. We do have some really cool things in the works regarding something similar to that. But no, we're not making our own app as of right now. The website has all sorts of crazy stuff, though. You can get outlooks. I can just show you. So on our homepage, you can see our latest content. You can stay up to date on socials. All this stuff looks really nice. So many awesome buttons and everything. You can read about our entire page, top to bottom. View everyone on our team. We have a really big team that's continuing to expand. When we're live, you can actually see when we're live, although that's kind of awkward because it's not showing that we're live. You can get in touch with us here. You can get the forecast for your current location. Of course, for me, it's going to show up in the St. Louis area, give you the current conditions and the Storm Prediction Center outlook if you have one. Like, for example, 953 or something like that was in New York. So like, for example, if we were looking at New York, you can read what's going on, the severe thunderstorm watch that's in place, current conditions. You can look at the current risk from the Storm Prediction Center and the risk for every single upcoming day here for the next 5 days. And then you can go to the Outlook page and get all of this stuff, which you can easily download all of these different outlooks and share them with your friends and family really easily to help make sure they stay weather aware. You can get the tornado outlooks, zoom in on these maps, wind and hail, and these maps are going to be improved soon as well. You can view the day 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 outlooks and all the different things within them. And you can even look at the areas that are within risk zones, the forecast discussion from the Storm Prediction Center, when the next outlooks are coming. You can get literally all the information imaginable. You can also submit media to us to submit your own weather photos, and you can view our merch store on here, which I'm not going to go too much into detail to, but 20% of merch proceeds do go to disaster relief. And then you can check all our socials out on here as well. And then we have some cool new features coming to the website soon that I literally cannot express enough how excited I am to share with you guys. You guys are going to absolutely love it. It's genuinely like some game-changing stuff. Like, I'm so excited. I'll give you one teaser sneak peek for those of you who are tuning in with us tonight. One of those new features is going to be that we're going to have more outlooks available. So right now we just have the Storm Prediction Center's convective outlook. So that's your categorical, tornado, wind, and hail outlooks. We're going to have more of them, including fire weather and tropical outlooks coming. So that's really, really exciting. That's the only sneak peek I'll give you, though. There's some really cool features coming too, besides just that. Okay, I will say this supercell near Richville, definitely uptrending towards becoming more concerning. You can see that RFD trying to wrap itself around here. We don't have the latest scan yet here, but I'm going to do my best to try and get a cross section here. That shows us a bounded weak echo region. Okay, so we have a weak echo region. We don't have a bounded weak echo region on this one. Where'd my pen go? There it is. All right. So what we have here is we have a weak echo region. We do not have a bounded weak echo region. So essentially, when I talk about our rainbow, right, we're missing this bottom part of the rainbow here, there, where we would have that bounded weak echo region. So that's what we're missing at the moment. If we can get a bounded weak echo region, that will be indicative of a strong rotating updraft. If we can get those DBZs to fill in that little white circle there, right by the traffic camera, that is going to be the point at which we can confirm a strong rotating updraft. Now, we might have that on the next scan once I get it. Like on the scan that we're looking at right now, it looks like we could have that. But I don't have that scan yet on my cross-section viewer. What you'll notice here is that these two images are slightly different. What you're seeing here and what you're seeing here are slightly different. So my cross-section viewer doesn't have the latest scan yet. When it does, we might have a bounded weak echo region, and this storm will officially be reaching strong rotating updraft thresholds, essentially. What's tomorrow's outlook? A whole lot of nothing. I'll show you. We ain't got nothing going on tomorrow. We have a marginal risk out in New York. And I don't know if that's for... Whoa. Okay, we just had an... Hang on, we just had an upgrade. What was that for? That was a New York warning. Was that upgraded to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning? Is that what that was? Right now it's tagged for 2-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And that... Yeah, that was a destructive upgrade? Okay. So, yeah, sorry, I was tabbed out. But we just had an upgrade to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here, so... Yeah, so for St. Lawrence County, this is tagged for now up to baseball-sized hail. That's 2 3/4-inch hail you're going to see on the left-hand side of your screen. Baseball-sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts here. So we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in New York. And this isn't even in our primary risk region for hail. That's just one of those things we talked about with the smoke and the lithometeors and all that stuff coming to fruition here, where we now have that elevated hail threat, where we're seeing baseball-sized hail up here in upstate New York. How did I score a 33 on my ACT? How did you figure that out? How do you know what I got on my ACT? Having the polos like the one you have on in the merch shop would be nice. We do have them. These polos, where they have our logo on the sleeve, our icon, and then our wordmark logo on the shirt. That's all available on our shop. We have a lot of cool stuff there up on the shop. I'm amazed how people know how to do this. I can barely download an app. That's real. Baseball-sized hail. Yep. I'm south of Canton by Richville. Okay, it looks like we're going to have a good cross-section view here now. Let's see if I can get it. Okay, I should be able to get it. All right, so we have a very clear bounded weak echo region present now. Now, it's not the most dramatic one, but we do have your rainbow of colors here. So we have most certainly a bounded weak echo region in place, indicating a strong rotating updraft with this storm. So now, again, the strength of the rotation is one thing, but the rising motion is strong enough. What in the world just happened? Okay. The rising motion is strong enough and we have at least a little bit of rotation present here to bring some of those targets around to the backside of your updraft. All right, let's take a look at that hail core if we can get a good picture of it here. Okay, this is actually a really good shout by the National Weather Service. This is most definitely capable of producing baseball-sized hail. You see all these silvers getting up into here, these grays and silvers that are inside of the magentas here. This is a pretty significant hail core here. Easily could be producing that baseball-sized hail. So definitely a good upgrade to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. You're going to notice that this updraft is towering to about 40,000 feet in the air here, where you're seeing those 60 dBz magenta values. So, and even those 70 dBz magenta values getting lofted really between 10 and 30,000 feet. So a very, very strong updraft here, definitely capable of producing that very large baseball-sized hail. So a good upgrade to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here by the local National Weather Service office. It is looking like this cell could be the best, or could have the best chance at getting going. And again, that's why for like literally like the last 2 hours, we've been watching all the cells out near Ottawa and just watching, waiting for them to come this direction. And I will say the one that is out towards Ottawa currently is still concerning, as that looks to be a new developing supercell out here as well. And that one's due west of Ottawa, pretty far to the west, out towards Barry's Bay and Renfrew. Just got a rat? Oh, nah. Could that storm hold together in Middlebury and Rutland, Vermont? In theory, it could. Nothing's exactly stopping it right this moment. I wouldn't expect it to, Bruce, but it could in theory. In terms of being a robust supercell by the time it gets to that area, most likely not, but it definitely could still exist into that area, and it probably will exist into that area. I just don't know how exactly how severe it's going to be at that point. Yeah, it's trying to develop that hook echo. Like I said, we have that bounded weak echo region in place now where you're getting a strong rotating updraft here that is bringing around those targets to the backside, which is where you get that hook echo. And man, that looks like a mean hail core. This looks like a vicious updraft here. Wow. Yeah, this is a very vicious updraft here. Just west of DeKalb Junction. I'm going to be able to get a new volumetric scan on this updraft not terribly long from now. This is the same one we were looking at before. But in a few minutes, we're going to be able to get another view on this. This is crazy. It's still tagged for baseball-sized hail. It wouldn't shock me to see larger than that. I will say I'm kind of surprised we're not seeing... Well, actually, we might actually have a hail spike here that is very significant. It's just contaminated by this other storm, so you can't actually see it. So yeah, this is again a pretty significant storm here. Easily worthy of that destructive tag. Could definitely be producing 60 or maybe 70 mile per hour winds, but most certainly, especially near DeKalb and DeKalb Junction, could be producing up to baseball sized hail. So this is a very, very threatening storm out here in New York. I'm going to turn off lightning to clean up the map a little bit, but just keep in mind that all of these storms are pretty electrically active. We do have a camera pretty close to this storm you're seeing in the bottom left right now, where there is a lot of lightning in place. That's in Alexandria Bay, New York, which is just to the southwest here. So this is what we're looking at. That camera is, I put the town directly above where the camera is. There's the town, and you're seeing the camera right below it. And obviously, there's the storm over there to the northeast of it. Good find, Blake. All right, let's see if I can get a volumetric scan of that new hail core yet. Yeah, okay, this is a new one. A new scan, because look at that. Man, oh my goodness, in your weak echo region, you're having 70 dBz values, 70 plus, closer to 75 dBz values being suspended above your weak echo region. This is a very, very, very strong updraft, absolutely capable of producing large to giant hail. Most certainly could be reaching baseball size, if not 3-inch hail. So this is a very, very concerning storm in terms of that hail. And I'd imagine, since we're getting so much energy returned to the radar unit right now, seeing all these high dBz values, a lot of this hail is probably continuing to grow. It's probably not falling to the ground just yet in areas like DeKalb Junction and Herman. Some of it could be falling to the ground, but a lot of it is probably still being suspended and just tossed up and down in the hail growth zone, continuing to grow. So this is definitely a very, very strong storm here. This severe thunderstorm warning does have 5 minutes remaining. We're going to get a new one for it not long from now. New mesoscale discussion. Okay, let me take a look at it. Oh, didn't work for me. Let me try this. That'll work. Okay. Perfect. Thank you, Ben. Yeah, still looking at inflow trying to get established here near Richville, as the storm is trying to bring in inflow and pull targets around and establish a good RFD. It's not super well established right now in terms of any type of rotation. It's not really tornadic right now. It could definitely get there, but not right this second. All right. Let me read this mesoscale discussion really quick. Oh, that's for Montana, the new mesoscale discussion. I was like, what am I reading here? They may have, yeah, that new mesoscale discussion was actually out in Montana. Interesting. Okay. I was really confused when I was reading there for a second. This doesn't make any sense. It looks like we're kind of getting that environment that we had originally expected to form in this white circle is beginning to form over here, where we're just getting multiple supercells printed out right now. Again, the one back near to the west of Ottawa, definitely a supercell trying to get going. You can see that upper level rotation at 15,000 feet is definitely there. Various other cells trying to fire off to the north of our cell near Herman and back towards Richville. None of these are getting going very robust anyway. Yeah, we're going to get a new downstream severe thunderstorm warning in just a minute here. This one has 2 minutes remaining on it. Man, this is going to be a long one tonight. Okay. So we are looking at less than 2 minutes here. We will be getting that new severe thunderstorm warning any minute. Let's see if I can get another volumetric look at this guy. Yeah, this is a really, really, really impressive supercell here. Really strong, well tilted updraft. You can see it pretty clear as day. It looks like you can't really see any type of a clear updraft on our NROT values, which is okay. And I haven't set a color alpha for my velocities yet, but I need to do that at some point. But again, this is a really, really powerful updraft here for sure. All right, so we did just get that new downstream destructive severe thunderstorm warning that has been put in place now for another 45 minutes with 3-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind. So again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. 3-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds with this one. A very, very, very strong supercell here. And it's just loaded with lightning too. Take a look at this. Look at all this lightning. Now, this is the lightning that shows up here is the last 20 minutes. So it has dumped all of this lightning in the last 20 minutes. And in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, you're seeing those flashes of lightning. That is from a camera not far away. Where is it at? I've lost my marbles here for a second. That camera is in Alexandria Bay. And the storm is just over to the northeast. Cool. If the hail core weakens, that means it's becoming tornadic. Big hail cores usually mean a storm is elevated or high based. That can definitely be true. That can most certainly be true. Right now, it's not really looking tornadic in any sense. It tried to establish an RFD and was not successful in doing so. So it's not really a tornadic threat right this minute. It could become tornadic in the next 15 to 20 minutes though. Perfect. Thank you, Adrian. All right. Before this goes any further here, I'm going to hit the restroom really quick so I don't have to use it again the rest of the night. So I'll be right back in just a second here. Unmute us. Oh, nah, in a way. All right, I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds here, and then we'll be back here for the rest of the evening. I will be right back. All right. We are back. All right, I'm back. Small uprising. What? Okay. Apparently, a workers' union has been developed to stop evil Will Bratton. All right. Again, this is still a viciously monstrous hail core that we're looking at here. And really, nothing's going to stop this right now. Yo! Mark P 1950 just joined us as a Cirrus member. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much to Mark P 1950 for joining us as a Cirrus member. I really, really appreciate that. It really does help support our team here. Man, this is just a really, really powerful hail core here, man. A Cirrus member? Wait, did I say a Cirrus member? I'm pretty sure I said a Cirrus member. Did I not? Did I say a Cirrus member? Oh my goodness, bro. A Cirrus member. I'm sure my rewards will be great, but it's also close to bedtime. That's fair enough. That is fair enough. Well, thank you so much for joining us as a Cirrus member. Bro's still live. Dude, I'm always live, C. Gray. Come on. 7.5 hours, baby. We're not done. The Ottawa Storm is obtaining a hook, but it's lacking rotation. Okay, we'll take a peek at it. Take a little peek-see at it. It sure does look like it's developing a hook, but I will say the Canadian velocity data is extremely unreliable, as told to me by the developer of this radar program. So, got to take it with a slight grain of salt. That morphology looks good. Apparently, the environment over there does not look conducive for tornadoes, where that supercell is existing there to the west of Ottawa. So you're putting a screenshot in the live chat for me? Canada radar just sucks in general. Yeah, that's what I hear. Okay. Okay, apparently it's not that the velocity data is unreliable, it's just that it falls apart easily. Via Hayden. Huh? Oh. I can't answer. Canada radar, thumbs down. So basically, it's unreliable. I don't know. That's what Hayden said. He said it's not quote unquote unreliable. It just falls apart easily. Liam, we just worked with a really talented individual, or at least by we I mean my team, WillBrattonWx team. We worked with a really talented individual to get it done. I hate the smoothing on Canada radar. I think it's just lower resolution. Why'd you send me the world's smallest screenshot, Adrian? Dude, I gotta like get up to. I gotta put my face against my monitor to see these photographs. Bro, what do you mean it's my eyes? I'm gonna send you a picture on my phone of what this looks like right now on my monitor, bro. Oh, okay, bro. Okay, bro. You think you're funny, Adrian? Dude, okay, I'm showing this to the camera right now. Look at how tiny that little white square is. That's supposed to be a map that's showing me photographs. That's my monitor up there. Like, brother, what are we doing? Okay. Yo, Mark P gifted a membership. Somebody got to claim that. We had issues with people claiming it earlier. Thank you so much for gifting a membership, Mark P1950. I really appreciate that. I'm curious to see who the lucky recipient is going to be. If you want the membership, the gifted one hasn't been claimed yet. So make sure that you have gifted memberships like enabled. There's like 3 dots you have to click in the chat or something like that. Disable it and then re-enable it, and then you might be able to claim the free membership, because no one's claimed it yet as of right this second. Oh. Mm. Still some residual thunderstorms out near Portland, by the way. A couple in northwestern Maine as well. And a few all the way off in northern Maine too. Not really, anything in this area, but a couple of towns. I'd imagine they're going to shrink this destructive severe thunderstorm warning down just a little bit here in a minute. I don't believe in the collection of memberships. All right, again, I would imagine this destructive is going to get chopped down a little bit on the tail end to maybe something like this here within a minute or two, as areas like Richville are completely out of the woods here. We did just get a larger general severe thunderstorm warning that was issued downstream of all of these other cells that are printing out here in upstate New York. So areas like Malone, Santa Clara, Saranac Lake, and eventually towards Plattsburgh, all going to be impacted by these storms that are continuing to persist out here in northern New York right now. I'm proud to have the title of being here before 1K subs. Radio traffic has trees and roof damage in Herman. That's what I'm hearing I'm seeing in the chat right now. That's where the storm just rolled through. It doesn't surprise me. It's probably associated with hail damage. Okay, thank you, Adrian. I can actually read that one. Yeah, the atmospheric profile near that storm in Ottawa, I'll show it again. This storm out here, I mean, I will say that morphology looks outstanding. It looks like a very good supercell, very healthy supercell, but the environmental atmosphere around it is not good. So I'm really curious to see what happens with it here. Okay. The tornado threat was a bit of a bust today. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. And in some ways, yeah, it was that smoke, man. It was all that smoke. Very, very good thing. Okay, Dylan, have a great rest of your night. Thank you for tuning in. Seems our destructive storm is calming down a bit. Oh, yeah. I think it dumped a lot of that hail here over the last like 5 to 10 minutes. So a lot of that hail is probably falling like in areas like Herman. And like I would imagine the hail swath of damage is going to look something like this. It's dumped out a lot of that hail. And that rotation is pretty non-existent. It's still got a rotating updraft, but it's not very strong at all. It's turning into a little bit of a mini bowling ball, a one-cell bowling ball instead of a cluster. Now, this storm will have to recycle if it wants to produce any kind of a tornado threat. Most likely, it's not going to, though. The photographs are really just not that favorable right now. New mesoscale discussion? Okay. I don't know. I got pranked on this last time, and there wasn't actually one. Well, there was. It was just in Montana. Okay, I'm not seeing a new one right now. Dude, the humidity has just gotten insane after the storm rolled through. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, the temperatures locally will have dropped for you. And since those temperatures drop, your dew point kind of stays pretty similar, and therefore your dew point depression is a lot smaller. So it feels a lot more humid. There is a new MCD? Okay. I just don't have it yet. Okay. So there is a new mesoscale discussion. I just don't have it yet. There we go. Our destructive was chopped down a little bit. Now, they did maintain it as a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, at least for the time being. We'll see how long they continue with that. There we go. I got the new... yeah, we did have observed wind damage now. Law enforcement have reported 3-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. All right, I do have that new mesoscale discussion. Give me a second to give it a quick glance. Okay. Okay. So basically, what they're saying in that mesoscale discussion, the Storm Prediction Center, is kind of, it makes a lot of sense, to be honest with you. These storms are just going to continue off in the direction we had expected, with the main severe threshold, or the main severe region is going to look something like this, essentially. Or that's really not a bad, or not a good rectangle. The main area for severe risk is going to be something like this. As they make it through Vermont and into New Hampshire. And there we go. We just had a, what was that? Was that a test? Well, unfortunately, it seems that Mr. our the man behind the scenes put out a test notification that just jump scared everybody. Oh my goodness, Pettis just gifted 10 memberships. No, you're good. You're good. Pettis with the 10 membership gifts. Oh my goodness. Dude, thank you so much for that, man. Make sure to claim those, guys. You guys got to accept those in the chat. Bro jump scared me and then dropped 10 gift. That's diabolical. Okay. Did everyone see the China tornado? Oh yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, you guys got to make sure to disable and then re-enable gifted memberships, and then you'll be able to claim yours. Weird. Yeah, if it's enabled, you want to disable it and then re-enable it, and you should get yours. Assuming there's still one left to be claimed. Apparently, there's 9 more. It's for some reason it's not showing up in the chat when people are claiming them right now. It could just be delayed, but so again, after these storms, and what you will notice about this, by the way, is it looks like all the hail in this storm has just completely dumped out of it. We can take a new picture of that updraft, and what you'll notice is it's significantly weaker. And it is still pretty tall, but it has just dumped out all of that mass. So all of those hailstones have just been tossed on out of this thing. So it could still recycle and try to become, more persistent here. Does it say you claimed it? It's supposed to in the chat. It looks like you have one. Robert Adner. Yeah, exclamation mark claim is not a thing, by the way. It's supposed to say it in the chat when one goes to you, when you get gifted a membership. It's just not doing it for some reason. It was doing it earlier. We haven't changed anything behind the scenes. I think a couple of them maybe have been claimed. Exclamation mark, give me $1 million. That's kind of funny. I mean, I think Robert got one, right? I don't think Robert had one a minute ago, unless I'm losing my mind. I know Robert sent a super chat earlier. I don't think he did a membership, or did he? Yeah, I think he just did a super chat earlier. So I think that that Robert claimed one of the gifted ones. I don't know what the deal is with these. You got to go do a live on TikTok? My brother. It's midnight. All right, see you, Jared. Thank you for tuning in, man. Yeah, you didn't have one, Robert. So you got gifted one. It just didn't work, or it didn't show it in the chat. I should say it worked. It just didn't show it. Weird. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Bro, the destructive jump scare actually fried me, bro. I was like, does that say test? Test County? Yep, I'm a coin nerd. Ah, I got you, Jared. Yeah. I got a notification that I got gifted. Didn't have to claim anything. Yeah, so Ty Glands in the chat got gifted one. That's cool. Can we see what's driving the direction of these storms? Is it the upper level jet? In part, yeah. So the number one thing that drives your storm motion is your 0 to 6 kilometer bulk shear. So in this case, that vector was a northwesterly flow essentially. So coming like this, and that's kind of why you've had your storm motion in that direction. So it's that 0 to 6 kilometer bulk shear vector. Bauer Power Storms, you gotta disable like gifted memberships and then turn them back on, and you'll probably get a gifted one. Because there's a bunch of gifted ones that haven't been claimed. They're just floating around out there, I guess. It should give them to you. I don't know. It takes some time. How? There's like 3 dots by the chat. You gotta like click those and then click like gifted memberships or something. I have no idea. Derek just got his. See that? Do you have any tips for growing on YouTube? You went from none to a lot really quick on these live streams. Man, just think about your content before you start making it. Make sure that you have everything thought out to produce the best content possible. And if you produce good content, the people will come. Make sure you're doing it for the right reasons. If you're just doing YouTube content and meteorology, I mean, YouTube content's, different. If you're doing meteorology on YouTube though, and you're just doing it because you want to get big and famous and whatever, it's not going to resonate with people, like you're not going to gain a big audience doing that. So you got to make sure you got to, ground yourself and make sure you're doing things for the right reasons too. It's a really big part of our success. Yeah. Yeah, I'm bummed that the gifts aren't like going to you guys right now. I know it takes time, obviously. So I'm discovering anyway, but Nebraska. Okay, so I've just been notified by the team that we would not be shocked to see a flash flood emergency in like kind of this area here, looking at MRMS flash flood guidance essentially. This area has received a ton of precipitation, like literally an unbelievable amount. And again, they're going to continue to get more over the next day or two also. This entire region of Southwest Texas is at a very, very high risk for flooding. Yeah, it is. My TikTok of me being just be you. Yeah, that's true. You gotta just be yourself. That's very true. All right. So again, we're still looking at a destructive severe thunderstorm warning that I'm honestly surprised hasn't been downgraded at this point, as I really don't think this is producing anywhere near 3-inch hail at this point. Now, a couple of residual hailstones could still be falling out of the sky, reaching some of those larger thresholds. But in general, this updraft is much weaker now and is not supporting those large hailstones anymore. So they're either in the process falling out of the sky, or we're not seeing those large hailstones anymore. Tim Townsend saying, Mississippi kid here. Well, that's awesome. I'm not from Mississippi, but I've lived there the last 4 years, going to school at Mississippi State University. So love that. Bauer Power Storm saying, good night. All right, have a great rest of your night. Stormfront TV1 in the chat. Nancy in the chat. I haven't seen you all night, I don't think. Lots of folks out here tonight, so I appreciate everybody tuning in. Good to see everybody. Michigan fan, go blue in the chat. Johnny Melancholy in the chat as well. Man, a bunch of people in here. Yeah, I think this destructive is going to be lifted here pretty soon, and we're just going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning, just a regular severe thunderstorm warning downstream for this storm that will probably not last much longer than this white polygon here in terms of like distance that it'll cover. Been lurking lately? No, it's understandable. I'm just giving you crap. We are going on 8 hours on this broadcast here tonight. Man, Tim Townsend, I'm about to ban you from my chat talking about hottie toddy out here. Come on now. Come on now. You're walking on thin ice out here. Adrian, you best watch yourself. Anyone who's subscribed to Adrian, unsubscribe from this man right now, bro. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, I do not edit my own videos. We have an incredible editor, and we have a full team, a full staff team here. They do a phenomenal job, and I'm really, really lucky to have them. About just burn. Whoa. What just happened? They shrunk this destructive down, but they included this little spike through Star Lake for some reason. I don't know what that is. That's a really strange shape. Anyway, they shrunk our destructive down and downgraded us to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with up to 2-inch hail and still 70-mile-per-hour winds. About just burned my house down, had a candle, the glass broke, and the paper around it melted, so I grabbed a pan, hoping to put a lid over the candle. It was filled with grease. Brother, what are we doing? That is like the most terrifying sentence ever, because it's like, dude, you literally almost burn your house down and like put yourself in the middle of a grease fire. We did just get another downstream severe thunderstorm warning ahead of our original super strong supercell producing that 3-inch hail. That severe thunderstorm warning is going to be tagged for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, just a standard one. A pretty interesting downstream warning here, as this cell really isn't exactly going along that path. I don't know exactly what that. I don't know. It's a really couple of strange polygons that we're seeing here. I'm not gonna lie. How'd I get started? Man, we spent, half a year developing everything that we wanted to do, and then we hit the launch button and started doing it. You can hear a little bit more about it in our why am I doing this video, basically. Weather is my favorite pastime. I've watched them all. I've seen all the forums. You are now in the top 2. Well, thank you. That does mean a lot. Okay, we did get a new considerable to fill in the gap here. So I kind of see what's going on with with these warning polygons, I guess. But I don't know. This is still a little odd to me because this storm is not exactly really going through like this whole area that's in a severe thunderstorm warning. But, you know, fair enough, I guess. You spent half a year. Man, I spent more than that if you really think about it. I mean, we spent half a year building everything, but we spent way more than half a year conceptualizing and consulting with a lot of really intelligent people in meteorology, broadcast meteorologists all across the nation, people with the National Weather Service even. Spent a lot of time consulting with people, making sure that I was doing things the right way. And I think the product that we're putting out is really, really good. I'm really happy. I think we're going to be able to do so much good in the community. I could not be happier with the way things are going right now. Supercell's still looking pretty strong here, morphology-wise, but again, that environment's not very favorable or conducive for tornadoes. And this is the one out here due west of Ottawa, or I guess southwest of Ottawa now. Here's Ottawa. Okay, I bought a mic and started yapping about stuff I saw on my iPad with my phone as a camera. Hey man, look, there's nothing wrong with starting there. There's nothing wrong with that. But we want to really build we want to build something really, really big and special. And I wanted to, if I was going to put out any content at all, I wanted it to be something I'm like super, super happy with and would be really excited like to be, you know, public facing at all times for the rest of my life. Like I wasn't gonna like, there's nothing wrong with starting out the way that you did. It's just not what I wanted to do with like this project. We're literally trying to like grow as quickly as possible because the more people we reach, the better impact we can make. We want to get like the nonprofit going and we want to do as much good in the community as humanly possible. You think we still have the possibility of new storms to form and one still coming across Canada to intensify after this first group comes through this area in St. Lawrence County? We definitely could see some of these storms make their way across the river, but I don't expect that they're going to be nearly as strong as these ones. But the threat for severe weather is going to persist into the overnight hours here. I mean, we already are in the overnight hours. We're after 1 a.m. local time here. But this entire corridor here is going to remain with a persistent severe weather threat pretty late here tonight. There are a lot ahead of you, though, to be fair. I wish you luck. Well, thank you. Thank you. I know there's a lot of work to do, and I'm completely okay with that. We're not expecting to get giant overnight or anything like that. You know, we're here for the long haul. We want to do as much good in the community as we can, and I'm fully willing to invest in the project, even when there's no return, like I'm doing right now again. And I'm never going to take a dollar from this project until everyone on my team is getting paid very well. I have no problem with that. That's what we're committed to doing, trying to do things in the absolute best way possible. And I think if you do things in the right way, good things are bound to happen. I heard you say that you have a full team to help you. I'm trying to create a team to help me. I have like 6 or 7 people right now. How many do you think is a good number? Also, how did you find those people? Networking. I mean, college, friends, all sorts of stuff. We've really just networking with people that I know has been the number one way. And a lot of them I met in college. The majority of them, really, I met in college. And friends of friends, too, man. You got to shake a lot of hands and flash a lot of smiles. Okay. And the right number, by the way, you want to keep it kind of small. It's okay to have a large team in terms of your chasers and your larger network of like maybe moderators and things like that. But like your circle, it needs to be a tight knit group of people that are really committed to what you're doing. And it needs to be decently small. Like I'm talking around like less than 10 people for sure. Like 6 is a pretty good spot to be. Yeah, I think we are at around 6. Something. It's right in that range. I don't know if that's counting me or not. Okay. I tried to get Stormrunner to raid you, but Garrett's chasing with Freddy, and they were both streaming off Freddy's phone, so he couldn't. Well, I really appreciate that. That's really nice. That would be huge for us. I mean, that would be huge. Yeah. Really? Message me more about that. James, tell me more. I would like to know more. If there's any feedback or anything. Caleb saying, I have a Bachelor of Science in Geoscience, concentration professional meteorology, minor in mathematics. Yeah, I have. I do have those things. How many screens do you have? I have 4 monitors. I found my people through promoting the app I'm working on. I've not talked face to face with any of them. Yeah, that's fair. Radio traffic now picking up mobile home damage in DeKalb. Didn't come through very clear though. Yeah, that area is still where am I at? I lost DeKalb. There it is. Yeah. They're still possibly dealing with a little bit of rain in that area, so it wouldn't shock me if the radio wasn't coming through super clear. Okay. Is the overlay Python, Java, or HTML? It's web hosted stuff. It's HTML JavaScript specifically. Whenever I hit 1K subs, I'll start doing official redirects. See right now, I just slowly link my channel. Dude, I haven't been able to get that set up. And also I end up being live later than everybody else every single time I broadcast anyway. So host, I haven't even been able to like raid anybody if I wanted to. Seriously, I watch weather religiously until tonight when Evan forced you on us. Why wasn't my SEO good enough? So, okay. Our SEO is actually is pretty good. The thing is, we're a month old. I've only existed for a month. So it takes time for new people to reach us. But the algorithm is recommending us like crazy. Literally 86% of our audience as of yesterday was coming from the algorithm, which was crazy. Like that's a crazy number. You don't see that on YouTube. I was not expecting anything like that. Like that blew my mind when I read that number. And that trend has been holding the last like 2 or 3 weeks, by the way. Okay, so possibly a little bit of reorganization happening with our original supercell here, as it's now near Sabatis here in New York. Also, did you change the alert screen? It used to say dismissing, and it's now on the left. It changes. The alerts change based on like what camera mode we're in. If we have a bunch of cameras on or not. Yo, check this out. Here's Liam's page. Boom. I was his 100th subscriber. Wait, refresh. Bang. I was his 100th subscriber. Let's go, dude. Congrats, Liam, on 100 subscribers. Congrats, mi amigo. I'm trying hard to get into the algorithm. Do you know good ways to do that? Yeah, dude. You gotta spend a lot of time. You gotta make love to the algorithm, man. You gotta learn everything about the algorithm, bro. You gotta understand like what people are searching for, and then you also need to understand. Like, it's more important to not worry about what people want to see. It's more important to worry about what they're actually typing into searches, because that's what's driving the things that show up on their feed. It's the things they interact with and the things they search, right? So if you can target those things, you can reach more people. Of course, in meteorology, that's not the most applicable in the world. Like for me, I can't like cater to those things because I'm doing the weather, right? Like I can't, unless I'm going to do clickbait and sell my soul to the devil, and I'm never going to do that stuff. So for me, it's not quite as applicable, but it is applicable for SEO for our website. And so we do those things with our website. And our website has driven a lot of traffic as a result, even though we haven't really promoted it that much in our content. But yeah, congrats again, by the way, to Liam on 100 subscribers. That's awesome, dude. It is a big time accomplishment. It's like the first 100, the first 1,000, and the first 10,000 are like, those are like the big milestones that are really hard to hit. Because a lot of times you plateau in between those milestones. Again, we do still have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning in place for 14 minutes. It's probably going to get lifted here in a couple minutes, though, as that storm is completely moving out of the area. It does look like it's trying to recycle as it heads towards Long Lake. So, to be determined on all that. Okay. Do you have an app you use for team management? Man, I just do a lot of communication on Discord, bro. Like, I mean, we keep things decently organized, but the main thing is like really healthy communication. Whether you have like the coolest platform in the world or not, if you're using like your Confluence or your Jira or like what are the other things that people use? Those are the only ones I can think of. Like Google products, Microsoft products, stuff like that too. It doesn't necessarily matter that much. Your communication is the most important thing. It's about how much effort you put into communicating like your directives and what's going on. You have to be able to manage people if you want to lead a team and be successful. And it's not about telling them what to do. It's about guiding them in the right direction and then giving them the freedom to take whatever their task is and do it in the way that works best for them. Because if you try to micromanage, you're never going to be successful. So I try to give everyone on our team as much freedom as possible, and it's turned into the most unbelievable results of all time. It's blown my mind, man. Like our director of web design, I give him the ideas, things I want to implement, and I don't tell him anything about how I want him to do it, or exactly how I want it to look. You know, I give him the basics, the bare bones, a skeleton, and then he creates a masterpiece. Like, brother, what are we doing? Like, he literally creates a masterpiece out of all of this stuff. And like I said, we have so many awesome changes coming to the website in a few days as well, or maybe like within a week or so. Same thing with the overlay. Same thing with our graphics. Like, I mean, I guide people and then I let them do the thing that they do, the thing that I'm bringing them on and paying them to do. Liam, dude, I'm happy to help, man. I wish I could buy into your penny stock. Fair enough. I don't know, dude. Me personally, I stay away from penny stocks, dude. I'm a long-term investor. I don't like doing short-term investments. My portfolio is all long-term stuff. What'd you say, Blake? Okay, bro. The amount of warnings in the last 20-ish minutes is mad crazy. Pfft, this is nothing. This is nothing. One of these days, we're unfortunately going to have no choice but to cover a pretty significant severe weather event. I mean, we had one already, decently significant last month on the 17th. So was today a bust? It kind of was a bust, yeah. In a lot of ways, it was a bust for sure. Dude. Okay. I need to find a way to not have to go in and change the cams out every time something changes. My developer has to send me a totally new overlay every time I ask to change cameras. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you don't want that. You can build something in the back end that allows you to swap between cameras. I mean, like our original one was almost entirely vibe coded because it was a placeholder one until we got the awesome one that we have now. Biggest storm southwest of the enhanced. Yep. Well, for me in upstate, we're used to like one. Okay, that's fair. For this region of upstate New York, it is pretty rare to see this many warnings at once, but in general, it's nothing rare at all. You're coming in from Plattsburgh. Ah, okay. Well, you got some storms kind of headed your way. It looks like it might just kind of skim you to stay just south of Plattsburgh. Look in the live chat, guys. We're in here right now. Oh yeah, staying up for just in case. Have my radar and you open. Well, I'm happy to take you through it for this evening. I think you're going to be good though. Even if this storm does hit Plattsburgh, by the way, it's just going to be generally a stronger storm with a little bit of lightning. Nothing insane in terms of like hail or wind with this. Maybe 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. None of these storms look like they're producing any type of significant hail right now that would deal a lot of damage. But maybe some like pea-sized hail, maybe marbles too. We just don't get many storms in northern New England. Yeah, I feel you. I don't cover many up here. This is really the first time I've ever tracked even a remotely robust like severe weather event, and it wasn't even it didn't even really come to fruition very well. The supercells southwest of Ottawa are really struggling to get going, which makes sense given the vertical shear profile that is present in the region. I'm in Friendly Beaver Campground. I'm cooked. No, I don't think you're cooked. I don't know where Friendly Beaver Campground is, but it's kind of a cool name for a campground, I will say. Oh, that's in New Hampshire. What in the world? Friendly Beaver Campground is in southern New Hampshire here. You'll be all right. You're good. You might get some storms later this evening, but you'll be okay out there. I mean, at least for a couple hours. So a random storm in the middle of the night will be nice. Oh, yeah. I got a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, maybe I don't know where it is. I thought it was in, when I looked it up just a minute ago, it looked like the campground was in southern New Hampshire. If it is in southern New Hampshire, then you don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings for you right now. What radar system do you use? I'm using GR2. And then I'm also using a buddy of mine for Canadian radar. His site, Canada WX. I'll link that in the chat too. His site's really incredible for Canadian radar. I definitely recommend checking it out. I'm really glad we ended up using it tonight. It was the first time we've ever used it on air. But yeah, really, really awesome website there. Okay. Michelle headed to bed. All righty. Enjoy the rest of your night. Stay safe out there. Canadian radar and much more soundings. Yeah. Oh yeah, Hayden, you got gifted a membership, it looks like. You got one of those memberships. Thanks for the link. You are welcome, Pierre Dubois. Your stream is awesome, bro. I love how the stream looks good. Give you all the info, and you've built a great community. Thank you so much, my friend. I really appreciate that. What up, Storm Chaser Noah? Good to see you out there. What'd you say, Blake? Oh, yeah. For some reason, it's not showing up in the chat when people are accepting the gifts. There's still a couple gifted memberships floating around that haven't been claimed yet. So if you want to try and claim a gifted membership for us at WillBrattonWx for free, you can just turn on, you have to if you have gifted memberships enabled, you click the 3 dots by the chat. If you have it enabled, turn it off and then turn it back on and it should work maybe. Yeah, we're still watching all of these storms out here in New York. I'm going to check in really briefly on Montana. We do still have a couple of stronger storms out here that are beginning to push into eastern Montana. Things have formed much more of a cluster of storms with general stratiform rain behind a couple of leading edge thunderstorms here, where a couple of them are a little bit stronger, like this one just east of Billings, that is producing possibly some small hail and a lot of lightning. And then also the one near Sand Springs and Sumatra. Those ones are a little bit stronger as well. There's a flash flood warning in place in Montana as well for Petroleum County. So in general, counties in severe thunderstorm warnings in Montana include Garfield, Bighorn, Musselshell, Rosebud, Treasure, and Yellowstone counties in Montana. And of course, back into New York, what we're looking at in upstate New York, we're looking at Essex, Franklin, St. Lawrence, Hamilton, Warren, and Clinton counties here in New York, all impacted by severe thunderstorm warnings right now. You had a blast at the festival? Nice. Not sure if you have them on, but a severe watch was issued for southern Manitoba and Saskatchewan for those storms coming up from the US. I don't have watches on. I can turn them on. Alert settings, types, severe watch. Bang. Yeah. So we did get a new severe thunderstorm watch from Environment Canada here for southern Manitoba and Saskatchewan for the storms coming up out of Montana, essentially, and North Dakota. So these storms that are continuing to push up this direction into that region, especially the ones out of North Dakota. And for a little reference point, from the Minot radar, these are those storms that are beginning to head up that direction into southern Saskatchewan and Manitoba here. Good kinds of radar for mobile. As of right this second, I definitely recommend Radar Scope. There's a lot of great options out there, though. Whew. I sent you an email a few days ago regarding a tower camera location on our 100-foot radio tower here in Northwest Ohio. Interesting. Oh, what are you looking for? Yeah, I'm not really seeing much of a risk for hail with most of these storms really here in upstate New York. So we're looking at more of a wind risk beginning to develop as these cells begin to congeal into a more of a blobby scenario. And yes, that is a very meteorological term, a blobby scenario. Oh, Storm Chaser Noah just just accepted one of those gifted memberships. How about that? Danny is saying hello from Sweden. Well, hello from the United States. We still have a couple more of those memberships, gifted memberships that are floating around waiting to be claimed. So willing to let you use that camera feed, just waiting on the weather to cool off for me to make a climb to install it. Oh, okay, sweet. Yeah, I'd be down. We can integrate it right into our stuff. Yeah, I mean, I did see your email, by the way. I didn't actually I haven't read through it. It's been a crazy couple of days. But I'm thinking the next 2 days are going to be much more calm with the weather. So I'll be able to I have like a week's worth of emails I need to get back to. So I'll be able to hopefully get to that tomorrow or the day after. Lightning in Plattsburgh, don't think it's close. Yeah, any lightning out in Plattsburgh you're seeing is pretty distant from you right now. This is kind of the edge of the lightning region. Here's Plattsburgh. So pretty far away from you. But enough to light up the night sky. All right, Cruz, have a great rest of your night. Yeah, Noah, I will definitely get back to you. I apologize for the delay. I have a lot of people who I have to apologize for the delay for. I think I'm sitting on like 15 emails or something like that. No. All right, again, since things are pretty calm right now, this is a pretty good time to ask any meteorological questions if anybody has any. Is water wet? That's a great meteorological question. So let's talk about this. Is water wet? And I'm going to give you the answer. Inherently, what does it mean to be wet, right? It means to have moisture on you. It means to have water on you, on some sort of object, right? In order for an object to be wet. If I were to say that my mouse is wet, that mouse would have to have some water on it, right? So can water inherently have water on it? That's the question. So I like to compare it to vorticity in the atmosphere, right? Vorticity is an infinitesimal point, and how much spin that infinitesimal point has. Microscopic point. How much spin does that point have? So when you look at that, you're looking at the spin for that individual point, but then you might be looking at like broad scale rotation, right? Where rotation is more of like a bunch of different points rotating around something, right? So can water be wet, right? Well, can a single point have vorticity? Yes, right? A single point, even though it's rotating in a larger mass, can also have its own individual vorticity. And since water droplets are in contact with other water droplets, they can inherently be wet. But this doesn't apply to a singular H2O molecule that is not in contact with other H2O molecules in vicinity, right? That water droplet would not be wet, that H2O molecule. But water itself can be wet because it has other water on it. Bro. I don't even know what I'm talking about at this point. Do you like storms? I love storms. How much money for you to eat banana peppers and honey nut Cheerios together? I mean, I like banana peppers. But banana peppers and honey nut Cheerios sounds like a horrible combination. I don't know if I could put a price on that. I mean, TBH, the showing as rain isn't really rain. There's some embedded thunder. Do you think the risk is slowly decreasing? Absolutely. The severe weather risk, excuse me, is most certainly decreasing. And a couple of our severe thunderstorm warnings have been lifted as a result. Oh. Do you think the Florida tropical storm is actually happening? My thoughts are no, since it's very few models are showing it. Man, I got the hiccups now. Honestly, I haven't looked into it too much in the tropics, but I think it's pretty low probability. I agree, Blake. Are there tornadoes today? No. We had a tornado in Alberta earlier today, and a tornado or a funnel cloud, excuse me. It's hiccups, man. a funnel cloud in San Antonio that did not touch down, but we have not had any other tornadoes today, as far as we're aware. In your opinion, what is the most fascinating radar phenomena? Ooh. That's like an impossible question. I could talk about this all day. Three-body scatter hail spikes are really cool. For sure. The ability to find different areas of wind turbines on the map is also kind of cool. Like, I think there's actually some that I can find in Maine. Yeah, like some sort of permanent structures here that exist in Maine. You can see them in some areas. You can find them all over the place in Kansas, Texas as well. Yeah. What else do I love radar wise? I like when the radar detects or is I should say I like when outflow boundaries are close enough to the radar to be detected by the radar, and they kick up enough dust that the radar pulls back some DBZ values, and you can see them on radar. I think that's really cool. I don't know. The smoke in the air kind of lowered the risk, but the heat could possibly keep it very low. Yeah, the smoke limited our diurnal heating today. These hiccups are getting the best of me, man. The smoke most certainly lowered our tornado risk today because it lowered our diurnal heating. And therefore, we had a much stronger warm nose and cap than we were expecting, and it was more difficult for storms to fire off and take advantage of a favorable environment. The favorable environment did come to fruition as forecast, as far as I understand. Dude, these hiccups, man. I was in Newport, Vermont with Henry and a whole team, and they went to Burlington, Vermont. Nice. The bats in Texas on radar is pretty cool. Yeah, you can see flocks of birds detected by the radar sometimes, and sometimes even big swarms of bugs. Let's see. Lincoln, Illinois has a lot of windmills. Yeah. Is my sleep schedule bad? No, it's not that bad. I mean, I get up at on forecast video days, I get up at 5:30 in the morning. And normal days I get up at between 8 and 10. Just depends on the day. Usually I'm up by around 9. Is calling someone a three-body scatter spike an insult? I don't know. It means they got a lot of energy for sure. It means they reflect a lot of energy. So you can take that how you want. The quality between X-band radar and S-band radar is interesting. Do you know what the Dows use off the top of my head? I do not know. I do not know what that Dows use. I've seen them out in person a handful of times. They're really cool watching them spin around. These hiccups, dude. Oh my goodness. Good to see Evan back in the chat this evening. The Dows use X-band? Is that what you're saying? Or S? They use X. The Dows use X-band radars. Okay. That's what I'm being told. Jeez, these hiccups, dude. Banana peppers with honey nut cheers can get rid of your hiccup. I don't know about that. You need to hold your breath and sip water as slowly as possible and focus on not letting the diaphragm control it. You need to control it. Man, that sounds really easy on paper. All right, we'll see if it worked. I've seen them in person too. It's very cool to see them take scans. Yeah, it's so cool. About pressure. Why is height determined by pressure? Okay, so this is a great question. So when we use isobaric surfaces, we're able to eliminate one of the 6 variables in our governing equations. And it's also the most difficult one to work with, and that's density. In meteorology, we hate density. we loathe density. So by using isobaric surfaces, we're able to eliminate having to use density in our equations, and it makes our models a lot easier to resolve because we can't exactly measure density perturbations in our atmosphere readily. What's the most interesting non-radar phenomenon? Oh, honestly, this is kind of maybe a stupid answer. I don't know, but it's my answer. As our severe thunderstorm warnings are being pulled off the map one by one here. So this might be a stupid answer, but for me, I love like a good dust storm. Like, I don't know. I just think it's really ominous. Like when a giant dust storm is just heading your way and you can literally see the outline of whatever the forcing mechanism is. Like you can see the entire slope of that forcing mechanism. I don't know, dude. I think that stuff's so cool. Fair enough. Honestly, I'm the only one that likes weather out of my house. Fair enough. You saw them take the scan out of the St. Library tornado. That's cool. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Whatever DMC Gurman said for the hiccups apparently somehow worked. I held my breath, sipped water as slowly as possible, and focused on not letting the diaphragm control it. It somehow worked. I've hiccuped like twice since then, but now that I just said that, I'm probably gonna start hiccuping again. Best answer I've ever heard. Yeah, right. It works. Wait, are you talking about your I'm assuming you're talking about best answer you've ever heard being your response to getting rid of the hiccups. Or were you talking about my answer to pressure stuff? Because that was you that asked that question too, right? Why is my name Will? I'm named after my grandma Billy. What? Well, not my grandma, my great great grandma, my mom's grandma. What was that? We got an upgrade, or we got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning, apparently. Or maybe this wasn't, I don't think this was an upgrade to this one. Okay, that was a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning. It just hasn't populated on GR for me yet here, which is pretty normal. The best answer was pressure. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they are. The alerts are so fast, dude. They come in like before I get things. There we go. So there's that considerable where we've been tagged for golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds on this. So interesting. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really see this producing golf ball size hail personally, but it definitely it's not like it's not a bad warning. It's good to be cautious with these. We are getting 60 dBz values lofted above 20,000 feet. It's nothing impressive. I mean, I don't know. I don't personally see this producing golf ball size hail, but it's definitely possible. The sound for the severe warning. Yeah, we don't have sounds for general severe thunderstorm warnings. We just have them for considerable and destructive. And then our tornado warning sounds are pretty clean as well. I mean, I could play some of those like test ones if you guys wanted to hear what they sound like. I did that on one of our previous broadcasts. Lebanon, New Hampshire, back in the chat. Did I wake up too early? Hopefully you say I can sleep a little longer. Should I stay awake from here? You'll be good. You're definitely too early. You could go back to get bed for probably another 30 minutes to an hour for sure. Storms are pretty far away from you, but in general, I don't think you're going to be experiencing anything too significant where you need to wake up anyways. Um, but I would just make sure your phone is on so you can get alerts in case a dangerous storm does redevelop and head your direction. But I appreciate you tuning back in with us tonight. Holding your breath makes it reset and your brain panics. Interesting. Drinking the water helps you not hiccup while you're holding your breath. Science. Okay, fair enough. I mean, I'm a science guy. That's my thing. So I'm like Bill Nye out here. I'm based in Missouri right now, but I will be in Mississippi for, I'm in Mississippi 8 months out of the year, and I'm in Missouri for 4 months out of the year right now. Oh man. I like storms, but this is extremely extreme. No, this is nothing crazy. This is we just have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings on the map, up to golf ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. General severe thunderstorms here, with the potential for up to golf ball size hail. This is nothing crazy out here, Julian. Is that hail in Arkansas? Probably not. I'm assuming you're talking about our camera that we have showing here. It should just be some heavier rain blowing around that kind of looks like hail. It kind of almost looks like snow. Of course it's not, but yeah, that's literally what I was about to say, James. That's actually like verbatim what I was going to say. The rain gets elongated and bounces, and it looks like it's bouncing around like that because the droplets get stretched because it's in night mode and using infrared to pull the picture there. Dude, you know what, bro? Hey, I mean, if you want, you can go back to All right. All right, Cruz, have a great rest of your night, my friend. Camera bottom left looks like my view out of my car on the way home tonight. Bugs everywhere. Dude, driving through like a million bugs at night is actually miserable. Dude, you just hear doom, 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 doom on the windshield. Just over and over again, dude. It's so annoying. Checking back in here in Plattsburgh. You think I could sleep? Yeah, you could definitely go to sleep in Plattsburgh. You should be all good there. I don't know if there's any more memberships, gifted memberships that are unclaimed still floating around, but if anyone wants one that doesn't have one, like disable memberships or gifted memberships in the chat by clicking the 3 dots in the chat window and then re-enable them and see if you get one. I don't know if there's any left floating around or not. We are going to be closing in on the 9-hour mark on this broadcast. Woo! Ah, you live in the Delta, Tim. I got you. Well, when I'm in Mississippi 8 months out of the year, I'm in Starkville because I'm doing my master's there. Well, I was doing my undergrad there, and now I'm doing my master's there. So, Mississippi State University is where I'm at. When I'm there. I'm not there right now, of course, but yeah, if you guys haven't liked and subscribed, that is the number one thing you can do to support us. All the gifted memberships are incredible, and those things are really, really helpful for us too. Obviously, those are like direct, streams for us necessarily, but subscribing and liking is the best way to help show us to as many people as possible, so people can tap into what we're doing here and try to be a part of our mission to try and do good in the community and save as many lives as possible. As we did get one of those Montana storms removed, or severe thunderstorm warnings, we're down to just one for the stronger storm south of Custer here, north of Foster, here in Montana. So this one's going to be for Bighorn, Treasure, and Yellowstone counties. Could be producing up to ping pong ball size hail, probably. It's tagged for $half size hail, but it definitely looks like a pretty solid hail core here. And it's pretty well sheared, though. I will say this is a pretty excessively tilted updraft. So the storm probably will begin to fall apart pretty soon here, is that it's going to start getting sheared apart. Other than that, we've almost taken it through from start to finish. Like, we literally went live before there was a single severe thunderstorm warning on the map, and we're down to just 3 right now, and some of those are going to be lifted eventually here too. We did go back to 3 cam mode. We got some more cameras to show on the left hand. Oh, no, we didn't. Yes, we did. Some more cameras on the left hand side. Just cool stuff to look at while things are a little bit more calm here. Yeah, Julian, you are all good, my friend. Illinois has finally gone 1 month without a moderate risk 15% SIG 2 tornado threat. I haven't slept since 10 p.m. yesterday. That is a long time. Oh, until lightning lights it up. I see. So the camera, the top left camera you're seeing is in the path of this storm in New York here, but you can't really see anything with it until the lightning lights it up. So definitely keep an eye on that one. That's down here near Scroon Lake. We could get a new severe thunderstorm warning for the storm near Port Henry, by the way. I wouldn't rule that out. It honestly looks stronger than the one near Tupper Lake, to be quite honest with you. Not really much of a hail producer, it doesn't look like. Could definitely be producing some small hail. Maybe up to an inch. The day 1 risk is now marginal. Honestly, all of New York can just hit the hay. Oh, yeah. I mean, absolutely. Just make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts. Like, you need to make sure you have your phone on with emergency alerts in case something crazy happens. But in general, everything's all right. I'm a little bitter. It's rare. I'm enhanced, and the first round skirted me just to the north, and now this is going south. Ah, yeah, that's a bummer. for if you wanted storms, of course. Yeah, Canada does warn by county. They were trying to get storm relative warnings by next year, but apparently that's continuously gotten delayed every single year. So we are probably going to stay live for just about like 15 minutes here, and then we'll be ending things off for the night. This is a great site, my new go-to weather channel. Well, thank you, Tim. I really do appreciate that. It means a lot. I'm the National Weather Service. Today's Plaz in the chat saying I'm the National Weather Service. I know that was a typo, but it was just kind of funny. The severity slider in the thumbnail is unique. It is unique. It's one of our big things that we're going to get trademarked as well, so that people don't steal it. Looks like we did get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Franklin and St. Lawrence counties in New York. Okay, so this is just a smaller polygon here because I think they're going to lift the old polygon, I assume is what's going to happen. I don't know why they issued an entirely new one for this. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they didn't just shave this down. But they issued an entirely new one, so I don't know. But we do still have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the most significant part of this, like hail core, but I don't think this is producing considerable threshold hail, in my opinion. It could be, though. It could have been observed, too. No, it's radar indicated. Well, yeah, I don't know. Do you use OBS? Yes, I do. So yeah, this old considerable is probably going to get lifted within any second here. I don't really know why it hasn't been lifted yet. Really strange set of polygons on the map here, in all honesty. Like, they just issued 2 completely new severe thunderstorm warnings instead of shaving the previous ones down. But they haven't lifted the 2 old ones yet. I don't know. Oh, okay. Yeah. So we just got a new downstream warning for our original cell from one of the original cells from earlier anyway, that's now near Port Henry and is still kicking. It's going to be rolling through Middlebury and Brandon, eventually towards Woodstock, Rutland, and Wallingford as well. Toward the Lebanon area too. Perhaps like clipping that part of Lebanon or remaining just south of town, perhaps. So a new downstream severe thunderstorm warning has been put in place. These storms in general that are all out here in New England are not looking incredibly dangerous at this point. But definitely a couple storms that could produce gusty winds, lightning, and maybe some small hail as well. Yep. Okay, there we go. They finally got rid of the extra warnings there. Okay, so now the map makes a little bit more sense for what we're looking at. So we have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in place that's got a long time remaining on it, but it's not going to last for that whole time. It's probably going to last for like 15 minutes or something, if that. And then a couple other severe thunderstorm warnings in place for these storms as they are continuing off through upstate New York and crossing the border into Vermont, eventually towards New Hampshire. So again, nothing crazy going on around the map right now, just generally some stronger thunderstorms in the Northeast. And we're still looking at a stronger thunderstorm out here in Montana as well. And really maybe a couple of them. It looks like both of these are kind of starting to downtrend. So everything in Montana might start to fizzle out here a little bit. A lot of our flash flood warnings have been lifted as well. I will say our considerable severe thunderstorm warning was lifted, which was the right decision because it didn't need to be there, in my opinion. They literally just issued that also. Like, they just issued that considerable minutes ago, and now they've lifted it. I don't know. That was odd. Anyway, so no considerable severe thunderstorm warnings on the map. We just have 2 in New York for Essex, Addison, Rutland, Windsor, Franklin, and St. Lawrence counties. And then we are, how is this even including? This is including like 1 square mile of St. Lawrence County, by the way. If you're in St. Lawrence County, you're good. You're not in a severe thunderstorm warning. Literally 1 square mile of St. Lawrence County. That's hilarious. Literally look at this. That's the county line. I'm going to draw the county line. That's the county line, and I am insanely zoomed in right now. I don't even know what I'm looking at, dude. Anyway. So, yeah, a pair of severe thunderstorm warnings out here in New York, headed into Vermont and eventually towards New Hampshire as well. Areas that will be the most impacted are really going to be like Port Henry, Shoreham, Ticonderoga, I don't know, Ticonderoga, Brandon, East Middlebury and Middlebury, especially just south of Middlebury. And then eventually down, it looks like, yeah, eventually towards like Woodstock and just south of Lebanon. I think this storm is going to kind of stay along this trajectory here. Something like that. So just south of Lebanon, through New Hampshire here. Or excuse me, through Vermont and then eventually into New Hampshire. So nothing crazy going on around the map. Again, our storms in Montana are definitely beginning to downtrend a little bit as well. So that severe thunderstorm warning may not last. It has 23 minutes remaining on it. I don't really think it's a hail producer at this point. It could be producing some very small hail, but I don't think it's producing significant hail at this point by any stretch. We can see that updraft is extremely sheared and is very, very tilted. So it's definitely going to begin to fall apart here as the environment is starting to rip these storms apart. So Montana, no longer really a threat, and into the Northeast, into New England, not really much of a crazy threat going on there. We're going to stay on air for about another 5 minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
What? We just got a tornado warning in Texas. What? Okay, we have possibly a little spin up tornado trying to get going here. Okay. Yeah, we definitely had rotation form here. What in the world just happened? This just came right out of nowhere. This is in fact the most 2026 night of all time, by the way. So we can't get any cameras down here. But we do have a tornado warning in place, and there is absolutely rotation. I mean, the rotation is there. It's not impressive, but it's absolutely there. So not a bad idea to issue a tornado warning. It was issued for just only 20 minutes, so we'll stay with it here. Yeah, there's apparently a population of 39 people in this warning. I don't have the latest scan yet. I'm not one of the cool kids. Well, I don't yet, James, because it's not out yet. I'm getting flamed in my ear about things I can't control, man. Story of my life. Is it? I did want to point out, of course, we have this tornado warning that we're looking at here in Texas right now. But we're also still looking at significant flash flooding being possible throughout southwestern Texas, which will continue for the next day or two, or perhaps even 3 days, as plenty of rainfall has been accumulating in this region and will continue to accumulate. Okay, I will be getting the next scan in a couple seconds. There it is. Yeah, I don't know. It's not very impressive to me. It looked the most impressive, honestly, before they issued the warning, to be honest. Yeah. You can see that your green values here essentially are beginning to spread away from your couplet, which to me is implying that your couplet's starting to fall apart and you're going to become an outflow situation here with this tornado warning. So again, this is west of Conkin, here in Uvalde County, northwest of Uvalde. This to me doesn't really seem tornadic now. It definitely looked good a few scans ago. Like around here, you can see it even starting to try to notch up a little bit. I don't think there was, yeah, there's definitely no debris signature that we've had in here. Certainly a couplet. I mean, it's still there, you know, to be determined. But it looks to me like it's going to continue to spread out then, at this point. What? So in Texas, so is Texas part of an MCV then? I feel like we've had attempted spin-ups. Honestly, I don't really know what's going on at the surface here in Texas right now. I don't have a good answer for you on that one. I'm not seeing an obvious one anyway on these couple of radar frames that I have. Let me pull a few more back. Okay. Yeah, I can talk about that, James. Okay. I'm not seeing an obvious MCV present here. There's some resemblance maybe of an MCV, something along the lines of like this type of, whoops, that's not what I meant to do. More something along the lines of like this type of deal. Maybe. Hard maybe. It's faint. If there is one, it's faint. And this is without surface observations. This is just me looking at the radar. Yeah, it looks like this tornado threat is probably going to diminish here as these winds look like they're going to continue to spread out. Something I can show. What in the world? Is that right now that's sounding? That photograph? Okay. So we might be dealing with some sort of boundary going on here in Texas that's causing this, because the photograph that I just got sent is definitely conducive for this. I mean, this doesn't blow my mind. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. We could see another one start to form here. Just to the west of this, north of Bracketville, southwest of Camp Wood. I don't really think any of these are capable of producing, anything crazy. You might get a spin up tornado that's not going to deal a lot of damage, thankfully. What about the hail potential in the Vermont and New York storms? It's not going to be super elevated at this point. A lot of those updrafts have been struggling to really maintain themselves up there now. So I'm not too terribly worried about those storms producing large hail. None of them were looking good last I looked at them anyway, as this rotation is possibly going to recycle. So to be determined on this one. I'm going to check in on New York really quick. Yeah. Again, this storm doesn't flip my switch in any type of way for any type of a hail threat. Definitely could see some small hail. This severe thunderstorm warning may as well just be lifted at this point. There's not really anything in that polygon. Still a dying storm near Newcomb. Oh, and it just got lifted. Literally, I spoke that into existence. Goodness. What'd you say, James? Oh, yeah. Yep. Just to the southwest of our original couplet. This storm might be trying to cycle itself to the southern end, Charlie, here, just down to this end, essentially. You can already see an inflow notch beginning to develop here. Yeah, I know. So we may have a second tornado warning that might come into play here if this area of possible rotation does in fact cycle itself and establish a little RFD action, because it's got a little bit of an inflow notch already there, just in the morphology alone. Boink, right there. So something to watch. We're going to get a new velocity scan in a couple of seconds here. There it is. Yeah, it looks like it is trying to wrap up on this southern end here. So that's something to watch for a possible second tornado warning. Our original rotation is still there. It's just pretty broad, and it's continuing to downtrend with every single scan. So it's becoming less and less concerning to me. Wonderful. So we are currently operating within a 300 meters squared per second squared, 0 to 3 kilometer storm relative velocity region right now. So a lot of spin available to these storms. That's why we're seeing these little spin up Johns get going here. Are you not entertained, James? Are you not entertained? All right, we're going to get that next velocity scan here in just a minute. We got our reflectivity in. Should be about 10 seconds here. And 3, 2, 1. Bang. Okay, so our original couplet definitely continuing to broaden out and weaken. Not really much there. So that tornado warning may get lifted. It only has 11 minutes remaining, and it was given a very short life cycle. It was only warned for like a total of 22 minutes or something, intentionally, because this is that spin up tornado type of environment here. So yeah, this one's going to continue to fall apart. It's possible we had a very weak and brief spin up tornado in this area. As you'll see, there's not a ton here. So if we did have one, it would have been like kind of right here, and it wouldn't have really hit anything or lofted any debris. So we would have no way to know if it ever happened or not. And it is definitely looking like that couplet is going to weaken below tornado capable threshold. So we could, I mean, it already is weakened below tornado capable thresholds, in my opinion. But again, there is a lot of low level helicity available here, so it's possible you could stretch a rotating tube down to the surface, but I doubt it. I need to pull more frames. Hang on. All right. Oh, we definitely have a boundary here going on. Some sort of boundary was coming out of the southwest in like waves, it looks like. And some of this other mass was being brought in anticyclonically. Dude, this is weird. I have no idea what I'm even looking at, in all honesty, right now. This is bizarre. So you have multiple little like boundary looking things coming out of the southwest that are moving off this direction. You have anticyclonic flow bringing mass in on the northwestern side of this. You have storms trying to move off northerly that are getting pulled back to the west somehow. What am I looking at? This is weird, dude. That is big news. Thank you, Lorian. Gulf breeze. No, we're too far away from the coast here. I have no idea what I'm looking at, in 100% honesty. This is weird, dude. And no, the rotation itself, like for the tornado warning, was not anticyclonic, but we had some mass being pulled in with anticyclonic flow to the west of all of this. All that stuff over here where I'm drawing that white arrow is coming in anticyclonically. I literally have no idea what I'm looking at. You see these particles here getting brought in like this anticyclonically, where that white arrow is? I have no idea what I'm looking at. This is quite the strange setup. We did get a considerable severe thunderstorm warning back into New York, so that's going to be for the storm that's crossing into Vermont right now. It's pretty much entirely in Vermont here. So this is for Essex, Addison, Rutland, and Windsor counties here across New York and Vermont. Areas like Brandon, Proctor, and Rutland here, up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this one, which I don't think this is a bad warning. We've seen an uptick south of Shoreham and west of Brandon in those velocities here at around 3,000 feet. So I don't think it's a bad risk to upgrade that, or a bad upgrade to put that as a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, I really have no idea what we're looking at here in Texas, by the way. Like, I genuinely have no idea what this is. A tiny bit of rotation still sustaining itself. So they may just let this tornado warning expire naturally. It's only got 7 minutes left. It still looks like it was trying to get organized on the southern end here. We'll see if that actually happens or not. You can see it's trying to notch out. I mean, this is just really strange. I really wish I could give like a detailed analysis on exactly what I'm looking at right now, but this is whack. I don't know what this is, bro. Where's the radar unit? Yeah, I somewhat agree with you, James. I don't know. This is weird, dude. Because your velocities, your inward velocities, your greens are so faint. So, like, to me, this doesn't scream rotating couplet here, despite how it does have inflow and could easily try to wrap up. I mean, but morphology wise, like, look at this. Like, what? That sure looks like it's a couplet on reflectivity. We're going to get an updated velocity scan in just a second here. About 5 seconds. There you go. Okay, so our original tornado warning, that rotation's really breaking up here. So that's probably going to be allowed to expire within a second. I mean, this thing is most certainly developing inflow, but it's not really wrapping around. Like it's definitely developing inflow in here on the southern end. Okay, they did go ahead and shrink down this tornado warning polygon like a couple hairs. It's probably got like 4 people in that polygon right now. Yeah, people in Vermont and New York are going to be excited to actually get a decent storm, but it's unfortunate it's coming in the overnight hours. A lot of folks might just be sleeping and have no idea this is coming. So, could be producing 70-mile-per-hour winds, a lot of lightning and rain and thunder for sure. As this one's headed through areas like Brandon, Proctor, Rutland. It's probably going to say just north of Rutland. It's kind of following this path. It might clip Rutland just a little bit. And eventually towards Woodstock. I know Wallingford is in this warning. It's probably not going to be impacted. And it's probably going to end up being south of Lebanon as well. Yeah, Liam, have a great night, my friend. I don't even know, man. This is just strange. Really, really strange. Did this actually just tighten up again? The original one? Maybe just like a hair. This definitely just tightened up just a hair. And the other one is now starting to pull an RFD. Look at this. You can see. Yeah, so we're probably going to have 2 tornado warnings active here in a minute. As the original couplet just tightened back up just a little bit, enough to maintain this warning. It has 3 minutes left. They may issue a new one for it. And the other couplet down here is establishing really good clean inflow and is now starting to wrap an RFD. So in like 2 or 3 radar scans, if that trend holds, that one's going to get a tornado warning too. Sorry about that. That was probably loud. Time for me to head to bed. See ya. All right. Thank you for tuning in today's Plaz. Have a great rest of your night. All right, we are going to be seeing a new velocity scan coming in here in just a couple seconds. Those reflectivity values are in. Reflectivity is not really telling me much here. In this case, anyway. Yeah. Okay. So the original tornado warning broadened back out a little bit again, but the new area of rotation is most certainly pulling around an RFD. You can literally watch these winds surging this direction, like along that white line. You can watch that arc form. And where you have your red here, you have very clear inflow coming into it. So we'll probably get a new tornado warning on this, assuming these trends hold. It's not capable of producing a tornado yet. But if it continues to do this and wrap up, it'll definitely be capable of producing a tornado. This is a very bizarre one. I literally have no idea what is going on here in Texas right now. Yeah, again, we do have a tornado warning active in Texas right now for Uvalde County. For a little bit of a zoom out, we are due west of San Antonio here. Quite far west of it, though. Where we have an original couplet that was tornado warned and looks to be weakening beyond tornado producing thresholds here. That warning will be allowed to expire in about 10 seconds. And then we have a new couplet that's beginning to form as an RFD is beginning to wrap around this new one over here. And it's got pretty clean inflow coming into it. And that tornado warning has expired. Yeah, that original couplet has definitely broadened out even a little bit more on the latest scan. So that one's continuing to spread a bit. And then meanwhile, our couplet down on the southern end of this is continuing to wrap up. And that one is showing that very, very clean. Man, you can literally see the inflow on radar. That's kind of crazy. You can see where you probably have a stinger cloud here, an inflow stinger that's forming right here being detected by the radar because we're so close to the radar unit here. So that's kind of cool. You don't see that all the time. Really, really unique radar feature here. So you have clean inflow coming right into this storm. And you have that RFD beginning to wrap up on it here. So we will probably get a tornado warning on this, assuming this trend holds. I would say maybe by the next radar scan, we'll get a tornado warning. If it uptrends on the next scan, I should say. So no tornado warnings right now, but we could easily get a new one. Okay. And it looks even honestly a little better morphology wise on the latest scan here. So we're going to wait till we get that velocity scan in just a couple seconds. Probably about 10 seconds here. So if these greens pull back a little bit more this direction, those brighter greens. Okay, actually it doesn't look quite, it didn't uptrend as much as I was kind of thinking it might on this next scan here. But it did uptrend. So not quite as much of an uptrend as I was expecting, but still an uptrend present. All right, so we're going to see what happens on the next scan here that we will get not too long from now. all of our Montana severe thunderstorm warnings were lifted, by the way. So we just have the considerable severe thunderstorm warning in New York. And that one's headed into Vermont mostly. It's mostly Vermont, really. As that one is trying to get going. And actually does have, it looks like it's trying to hook out, potentially. So that one could potentially become problematic. Definitely producing pretty strong winds nonetheless. And then our other severe thunderstorm warning out here near Scroon Lake, that storm is re-intensifying a little bit and also does have a little bit of rotation, it appears. So perhaps we are not done this evening. Okay, so our latest velocity scan is in. I don't know. I don't know if this is going to be able to do it, but it definitely looks all right. Tim Townsend says, heading out for the night. Good night, my friend. Well, good night to you. Thank you so much for tuning in. The inflow doesn't look quite as like streamlined as it did earlier. But that RFD is pulling around. I mean, you can literally see it clear as day. All right. Got the new radar scan in. We'll be getting the velocities in a minute. Got the new reflectivity scan, I should say. Looks like it's building. My grandfather tuning into the chat at 1:36 in the morning. What are you doing awake? But yeah, we've been broadcasting for about 9.5 hours straight here. No, yeah, that's correct. I have no idea. I will say the latest velocity scan doesn't look, I mean, it looks almost identical to the last, but just slightly less impressive. All right, out into Vermont. This storm has really been trying to wrap up. I don't really think it's going to become tornadic, but it's been really, really trying to wrap up. So we could definitely see a tornado warning get issued if it starts to wrap more. It has been issued a tornado possible tag. So we could see a tornado as this one heads towards Proctor and Rutland here in Vermont. Man, you can literally watch this storm wrap up. It looks like the claw from a crab just reaching around and wrapping up right over here like this. I mean, literally. Looks like Mr. Crab's claw. So we're going to definitely stay with this one pretty closely here. I'm I don't know. I'll keep checking in on Texas too. Yeah, I do see that over the last couple of scans. We are definitely getting more in this here. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we'll probably need to have that flash flood warning extended for some of these other areas that are getting impacted by all this extra precipitation this evening. And then this storm especially is definitely impacting, or is trying to really get itself going. It's pulling more moisture up into the air. I don't know. It doesn't look super impressive to me in terms of the rotation. Okay, I will say the latest couple of scans on our storm here in Vermont don't look quite as powerful across the board. I mean, those DBZ values have fallen a little bit. It seems like that possible rotation has diminished a little bit after it was like really trying to tighten up like 2 scans ago and try to squeeze out a tornado potentially. It looks like that has broadened out a little bit. You can see a much larger inflow region here is in place now. And your RFD has a long ways to go to wrap up. It's bad in Brandon, Vermont. Oh, I believe it. The good news is you'll kind of be out of the woods soon. And the part that could produce a tornado is not going to be in your area in Brandon. It would be to your south. You are welcome, Christian McClure. Stay safe. Oh yeah, dude, I literally just drew that exact polygon on the map. So yeah, we just got a new considerable flash flood warning, like exactly where I just drew that polygon on the map. So that is a considerable flash flood warning that is in place here in Texas. So we have 4 considerable flash flood warnings on the map right now, and those are the only flash flood warnings on the map. Those are going to include Edwards, Kinney, Real, Bandera, Medina, and Uvalde counties out here in Texas. So everything just west of San Antonio. Okay, bro. We did just get a new downstream severe thunderstorm warning for New York as well. So this one's going to be headed towards North Creek, the Glen, Whitehall, Warrensburg, Fort Anne, Granville, and West Paulet. This one's going to be for Warren and Washington counties. Julian, if you're in southern central New Hampshire, you're plenty good right now. These storms are a long ways from you for the time being. I don't know. This storm is undergoing some weird business right now. It looks like it's starting to try and develop like some sort of a mid-level mesocyclone. It had a rotation where it was trying to hook out earlier. Possible 2 competing updrafts going on here now with this storm. All right, I'm going to disable lightning here because it's the map's getting a little cluttered with it. All right. We're going to get these velocity scans in just a second here. There we go. Okay. So our original possible area of rotation has really fallen apart, at least for the time being. That would be near West Rutland. And then we're seeing a new area of rotation develop northeast of Rutland. That's going to be more of a mid-level broad rotation for a larger scale mesocyclone that could potentially produce hail if it can establish itself. Not as much of a tornado threat with that one. So that is good news out here in central Vermont. I'm going to check in on what's going on in Uvalde County in Texas, where we did have that storm from earlier. That did produce a tornado warning quite some time ago. That original rotation is fully gone at this point. And then the new rotation that we were worried about has really broadened out. So I don't think it's really going to do anything here, which is good. All right, back to Vermont. We're going to stay with this for a couple more minutes. And then assuming it doesn't do anything crazy, I'm going to bed. Because it has been a 9-hour and 30-minute broadcast so far. Really, really long broadcast here today. I do appreciate everyone who has stuck with us so far this evening. If you haven't already, liking and subscribing is the number one thing you can do to help us out. It's possible that we hit 300 likes on this broadcast. We're like 30 away. So it is possible. Doesn't really matter much, but always nice little achievements for the team to see those analytics, see the growth. Okay, it looks like our storm is really falling apart here. It looks like we might be turning into an outflow mess, possibly. It's still pretty tall, but just not seeing significant DBZ values in this at all, as this one looks like it's really starting to crumble, which is great news. So we'll see if that considerable will get downgraded here. I will say we could definitely still see some pretty gusty winds with this. It has 13 minutes remaining, so they may let this considerable severe thunderstorm warning persist for a little while. All right, Dylan, have a great night. Okay, bro. I don't want to hear it, James. I don't want to hear it. All right, again, we are still looking at a tornado possible tag, considerable severe thunderstorm here in Vermont. Now, I'm not expecting this to produce a tornado. It looks like everything with this storm has continued to downtrend for the most part here. We do have a pretty, we still have a mesocyclone intact at the mid levels at around 4,500 feet. And we got a bunch of new people in our Discord server as well, so I appreciate everyone who has joined up. Man, this storm is really crumbling, like, fast. Okay. Yeah, so I think our risk here is pretty much done with this storm. I'm going to check in on the one that's still in New York, where there is maybe a little bit of rotation present. Nothing crazy. So our storm in central Vermont has really begun to fall apart, which is great news. DMC Gurman, thank you so much for tuning in. It's been fun having you. I hope to see you in the chat more often. But yeah, I think this storm here in Vermont is completely falling apart now, which is fantastic news. So we are probably going to go ahead and end the broadcast here. So if you haven't already, like, comment, share, subscribe, do the whole shebang, turn on notifications so you can stay weather aware when we post forecast videos and when we go live. We go live for every single severe weather event that we can, all around the entire United States and even into Canada now. So definitely make sure that you subscribe and check us out on all social platforms. You can also view our website, which is really incredible because it allows you to get a forecast for your location, the current conditions. It'll tell you the Storm Prediction Center's outlook and the forecast for the next 5 days. And then you can look at those outlooks right in our website and even download them to easily share them with your friends and family so that they can stay weather aware as well. You can even read about the forecast discussion for that day as issued by the Storm Prediction Center. And then we have a lot of awesome changes coming to our website to improve it as well. So if you're interested in that, definitely check it out. I'm going to send a link in the chat here in just a second. There you go. Well, that didn't work. Hang on. There we go. That should be clickable. Yep. All right. There you go. So you can click that link to visit our website. Make sure you subscribe and follow us on all social platforms so you can stay weather aware. And thank you guys so much for tuning in tonight. It was a long one. 3 hours and 39 minutes is where we're at. So I appreciate everyone trusting us as your source for good weather information, whether it's severe weather, winter weather, tropical weather, or even good weather. So appreciate all of that. Everybody have a great rest of your night and stay safe.